chocolate, take the shuttle, the usual shuttle, and jump into the chocolate, and you'll be able to link up with him and have a little chat while he's up there. Graham King comes up to the line in the number 60. The Audi 2.5 5-cylinder. That's the RSC Quattro S-tronic version. Yeah, that's the kind of sounds you're going to hear during the course of today. Smith, yet another same size Shelby Ford Coyote. Listen to that V8 power as he edges it forward. Boxing behind it. Hart will be racing at this stage of the fight. He knows he's going to be touching 200 kilometers an hour in the very near future. Road-going vehicles are so long to go and fly around the island. Not a lot of alphas that we're going to be seeing today, so let's hear what that one sounds like. Comes up to the line, Fahid Abram. Toyota, there's something different. Toyota B58, that's the Supra 3-litre 6-cylinder. Also one of the slightly older vehicles. The 59 on the line.
Taking one of vault in the Porsche, 60 to
911S, which is the 992 version. The 55, Dion Jubé, the Dion Jubé. One of Cape Town's best, 442 kilos.
underneath the bonnet, BMW G60. It's the ISM 60,
Sponsored by Skyworth, and that is Mr. Dion Jubé. Great job on that. Looks like it's got about 7 coats on top of one another. Chad Lukov, an E-Performance hybrid.
He's got the camera on. He's got the launch.
Lovely stuff. Get the power down nice and clean and smooth. We'll do a crossing to Greg. 51 coming up in the line, that's Nico Nell. That's the B48 version. 2 with the 4-cylinder Rowan M135i, the X-Drive 2021 version. Semi-wet, and it goes back to semi-dry matter to that time. So that center of those other conditions. Right in front of our, that's the Nissan VR 38 3.86 litre GTR. You're gonna love this 2010 shape. It's like an iconic look as a whole. The number 50 car, which means we've still got another 49. They're all going to go up for their first run. Just a practice run. This is just to settle the nerves, get a bit of temperature. The next
time that goes going to be for quality one. Hopefully our timings will be up by that stage.
Good morning, Simola fans, and welcome to the 14th running of Simola. 2024, exciting years. Today's format, yesterday was Classic Car Friday. Today is practice and qualifying for the road cars, the modified saloons, and sports and racing cars. The weather, it's sunny, but the temperature's up and down. We're expecting somewhere around about 20-25. The format for today is 4 practice runs and 3 qualifying runs. And then tomorrow is the big day when we start the true form, the true races where we crown a king. We've already had in the first couple of minutes of running today 2 significant things. One, Clint Weston in the new AMG 63 just set a phenomenal time, and 2, Jan van der Merwe had a bit of an off in his GTR in the new Class B10, the road class car. I think we've got a replay of it, and let's have a look at what happened. It might be that there's some temperature issues with the track in that particular corner. There's a little bit of shade. It might be that one of the bumps caught him out. It might be that the tires were still a little bit cool. These road cars are running huge amount of horsepower. Quite an exciting class development for Simola this year. Class B10 for road registered cars. You've got to have the VIN number on the car that matches the license, and it must be roadworthy. You can add some minor aero to it. You can modify the engine, modify the suspension, and it's got to run on road tires. So there's some small wings on the cars. There's huge horsepowers in it. Going to be very, very, I think, very, very interesting. A great fight. We'll talk about the cars and go into detail of them. The biggest news of today, I suppose, that Andre Bezuidenhout won't be running in his Gould. They had, during testing the camshaft, something in the cam drive of the Nicholson McLaren engine ended up breaking, and there wasn't a fully built-up motor available to replace it, so he had to withdraw. Robbie Walk came to the fight. You remember last year he had the pull beam with the Nissan Infinity engine in it that spread its guts all over the track. Engine exploded. They've rebuilt that thing. They've put all the right racing bits and pieces in it, and on top of that changed a whole lot of the suspension, changed the rear wing to a proper racing car wing, got the suspension a lot softer. Robbie, we know, is a huge entertainer and wrings every little thing out of a racing car, does a totally brilliant job, and the engineers and the mechanics love Robbie because they know he gives absolutely 100% in it. Then we get to the modified class of saloons, where the big boys with lots of turbo powers and horsepowers hang out. We've heard figures ranging from 1,800 horsepower down to 900 horsepower, if you want to talk in horsepowers. There we expect the fight from last year to continue. Franco Scribanti is our king, crowned our king of the hill, and he and Reggie Roots had a massive fight last year. We expect that fight to continue, but there are a couple of interlopers in it. There's a squad of 4 Lotus Elises with a GTR motor, a Ferrari motor, a Honda motor, and an AMG, ranging in horsepowers from, well, we don't really know because we haven't seen the driveline. Silvio Scribanti has brought in brand new to South Africa S3 Audi that is from Time Attack in Sweden. It's got over 1,000 horsepower verified in Europe. They are, however, battling with launch control and with some tuning issues and with some... it's a new car to the team. It's new to South Africa, and they are going to do some development on it and look to get all the problems solved for next year. However, they get it right this year. That is a proper contender. It's got great aero, it's light, and it's absolutely fantastic. I've got Patrick, my cameraman, who you may be able to see, and we call him the elephant because he's big and he's strong and he carries the camera and he runs after me and never tires. Brilliant guy. Thank you, Patrick, for all your hard work. Without him, we can't bring you some of these images. More in the top class, we got the Van Zimmerens, and good sights with the wild GTRs. Absolutely complete entertainment. Combination of four-wheel drives and two-wheel drives. Davi Joubert in the Ferrari Lotus. He's done a lot of work on the suspension. Last year, the car was bouncing around a lot. He claims he's only got about 800 or 900 horsepower. I think there's a whole lot more. So there's another contender in four-wheel drive is Lee Thompson with a Polo with a KR24 turboed to about 1,000 horsepower out of a KR. And talking to Martin, Martin the Magic Man, with a computer this morning, he says he loves this motor because you have to keep, every time you just feed it boost, and it's a characteristic of that motor, every time you feed it boost, it just makes more and more and more and more horsepower. Two limitations it has. The amount of air you can put into it, bigger turbo, but the biggest one is the amount of fuel that you can put into it. And we know on some of these motors, they run about a litre every 30 seconds. So it's kind of a lot of fuel. So as long as you can put the fuel into it and the air into it, you make all the horsepowers that you want. I'm really looking forward to it. Last year, it's the same chassis he ran last year. But now with a Honda motor in the front with all the horsepowers in the world. He's got the wing with a drag reduction wing, so going up the hill, as long as he gets out of what we're going to call monster turn now. Technically it's turn 2 in some of the slower cars. Yesterday it's like turn 1. But then they start going up the hill. And as they go up the hill, he opens the wing, gets less drag, and the car should accelerate up there. We're expecting speeds. We've got a speed gun there. We're expecting speeds somewhere in the region of about 240 from the quick cars. If they get over 240, you know they're running well over 1,500 horsepower. Interestingly, Franco Scribanti with the Sheriff, they've done a lot of work on the suspension, on the handling, also on the motor, but they're running huge aero downforce, gives you lots of drag. So last year he was slightly slower than Reggie Root, who's running a little bit less aero and higher top speed. Lovely way of the two of them, how they approach the same problem and they meet the speed through slightly different solutions. One huge aero, one massive horsepower. So that's absolutely magnificent. We're about to get going on the track now. And during the day we are going to have breaks. When we've got cleanup, we want to try and get the track back to grippy conditions. It's a little bit unfair on competitors who are coming, who have to go through some of the dirt spread by others. I want to keep an eye on that alternative energy battle. There's a hydrogen car. BMW have brought the most powerful electric car, their M car ever, that Dion Joubert is driving. We know that Dion can pedal very much. I'm going to carry on talking while we watch some of the action. This is Class B10 for road cars that is continuing. Road tyres. They are registered, but the smell of the ethanol as we walked down the pit lane while they were refueling is that we know they're running wicked powers. And of course, road cars with their tune wound up, and the first run on the hill, it's a little bit cold. It's about 20-ish at the moment. Farouk Dangor, Reggie Roots tested that car at Swartkops before the race. It's got launch, it's got power. Our commentary team has got a little bit of a technical box, and we're busy solving that very quickly. So they can actually, we're about to get going. Next one up is Craig Zank in the GTR. Lots and lots of horsepowers. Talking to him yesterday, it's well into 4 figures. what we can do is we can hear the Sasha and Chiro, our commentary team, in the box. So welcome to you guys, and it's quite unusual for me to start opening. It's been a hell of an experience. So we can hear you in the studio. So Sasha, Chiro, have some fun.
Colin, it's just amazing what is going on. You can feel just the excitement, Chiro, that Colin is experiencing out there. We can hear everything from inside of our box, and it's a very good morning to Simola HillClimb 2024. It is 14 years, and there is so much horsepower out there, Chiro. It's actually, I would love to know the number of every little piece of horsepower that is out there. Testosterone is going, and we do have a lot of ladies in the field as well, so don't take it the wrong way. But man, this year there's a different kind of excitement.
Yeah, morning everyone. It's wonderful to be back at Simola. Morning Colin, morning Sasha, morning everyone around the world on the live stream. Welcome to the horsepower war of 2024. That rhymes, actually. That goes pretty well. Monsters here at Simola this year. I think every year the competitors just seem to take this competition more and more seriously. It gets more and more competitive every single year. And we actually, some of the teams, they won't disclose what sort of horsepower they're running. Yeah. They rather keep it, play their cards a bit close to their chest.
Incredibly so. Also, just so wonderful. Oh, looks like one of the Golfs going up the hill. Is that Lee Thompson? Looks to be going very, very slowly. These are all warm-ups. Speaking of monsters, hill climb monsters, Rodrigo de Oliveira is with us, of course, live from Portugal. And I mean, Rodrigo, hopefully you can hear us loud and clear this morning. This is your game. This is what you genuinely live for. Yesterday we had Classic Car Friday, which was a wonderful introduction into the Simola HillClimb 2024. But today and tomorrow, Rodrigo, the excitement is palpable.
Yes, it is. First of all, good morning to everyone at home and all over the world. Yes, yesterday was a nice starter. The Classic Car Friday was certainly entertaining, but in the end, both me and my audience, what we live for and what we're really excited for, it's this Saturday qualifying and tomorrow the racing that counts, and seeing all these proper monsters and all these different flavors that South African hill climbing to the sport.
It's just magic to have you, and also your insights and also your knowledge on all of these vehicles that are going up. This year we have a large array of new competitors and entrants into this hill climb, and a lot of them haven't driven this hill before. When one looks at it on TV, because we don't really have the 3D angle, it looks a little bit easier than it is. And Chiro, you have first-hand experience. This is pretty hairy.
Thanks, Sasha. Yeah, 1.9 Ks, 160 meters of elevation. It is very, very steep.
Oh my word, all of those are gone.
One of the Polo Super Cups have just absolutely destroyed the policemen. I have a feeling they're going to have to replace those, actually, otherwise it's not fair on the other competitors. Daniel Rowe and Jonathan Mokotsi in the Polo Super Cups. I had a quick chat with Mike Rowe, the head of the VW Motorsport team. He says these cars have gone on a diet and they're a bit more powerful. And what I love, I don't know if you spotted it, Sasha and Rodrigo, but on the side of the Polos, there's a sticker that says, "For the love of the climb." I really love that, and that just, I think, really captures how people feel this event. There's a lot of love for Simola.
Yeah, magic. Rodrigo, the fact that we've got, number one, a hydrogen-powered BMW, we've got some other hybrid vehicles, an electric car coming up here as well. I suppose, is it the future or part of the future? Do your hill climb, your viewers, sort of accept that this is sort of the way?
If it's part of the future, they certainly will. I have fostered an audience where competition is above all else, and if there's variety and we can see between electrics, hybrids, hydrogen-powered and combustion-powered cars, which of them come up top, That's great. If the entities start restricting and only allowing one of those types, that's where things break down. But I'm always excited to see everyone getting pitted together and everyone against each other, and in the end, competition wins, the fans win, and technology also advances in the meanwhile.
Very much so. Rodrigo, I mean, we're still looking at sort of road-going cars and slightly modified cars, but the big guns are going to come out later, and you've got a couple of personal favorites you like as well.
I do, and here in Simola, they really pull the strings on my heart on a couple occasions, both with the Van Zumbrans GTRs and Peter Zilli's MR2, and
yes.
I'm waiting for a couple others that are debuting this year, which I might have some history with, but more on that later.
Yeah, that's for sure. More on that a little later. So, I mean, listen, I know that this is just a free practice for all of the teams, and Colin did allude to Clint Weston in this monster S63S 600 kilowatt, 1400 Newton meters, just monster AMG. He did post a time which was a 46.4, but it has been taken away. I'm assuming maybe he hit one of the bollards, but he's sitting at the bottom of the timesheets together with Daniel Rowe. Daniel Rowe was the one who took out all of the other policemen as well.
Yeah.
But just shows you what that S63, which also weighs about 11,000 kilograms, can actually do.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the GT, the GT,
the GT,
63,
sorry,
yeah.
the GT.
So that is the most powerful AMG ever made. It is a 4-liter bi-turbo hybrid, as you mentioned, over 600 kilowatts. I think for my view on these extremely powerful road cars is there's been a German horsepower war for a long time now.
Yeah.
And these cars are exceptionally powerful, but they're also exceptionally heavy. And I think, you know, if you look at the guys with the Lotuses, for instance, with the Ferrari engines, you know, weight is a big factor on the hill. I mean, you're basically fighting against gravity. So I do expect those cars to put in some decent times, definitely. But they are particularly heavy at the end of the day.
Yeah. Out of the entry list, Rodrigo, of course, we've got the likes of Reggie Roots. We've got Franco Scribante. We know that they are very, very accomplished coming up this hill. They've done it many, many times. Is there anything that you noticed that says, whoa, watch out for this? This could be quite interesting.
The car is now fully yellow.
I think we have lost him a little bit. So here we go. Peter Hubert. This is a Lotus, but this has got the AMG engine.
Yeah,
So
SLS AMG engine.
Four low tie, 4 different engines.
Yeah.
Magic.
No, it's been fascinating to watch the... Oh, he's already clipped the bollard and it's actually stuck to the front wing of the car. Oh dear. I don't know if he knows. He probably can't see it. So he's not going to abort the run. Has he ditched the bollard? There it goes.
Oh, there goes the
It's
bollard.
off. Okay. So it's a morning of destroying the pool noodles. Simola. And I think he's aborted the run now. Yeah.
I must say, you know, the technical crew and those who set up the track for the for the Simola HillClimb, I've seen them around, and it's actually quite hysterical. Where you've got a bucky just full of pool noodles, and you're going, but I don't see a pool in sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a little bit unfortunate. So this time isn't going to count. But I suppose, you know, you still got to try and, you know, get your focus going.
Yeah.
Here is Sav Galtieri. This is a J92 V8 BMW engine, and he's just trying to get his way there. And if you know anything about Sav, he is an auto-tune wizard. It apparently is the only J92 BMW 8-cylinder that has been turboed in the world.
All right. That's
Rodrigo, do you know anything more about it?
I do a bit. It's I think it's not only turbo. I think it's twin turbo. But we'd have to confirm about that. It is an S65 engine unit, from what I've always known, people stay away from turbocharging those things like hell. And I know quite a bit of people running in Germany, doing the VLN in Nürburgring and all that. And I've never seen someone even considering doing so. So it's always great. Like I was saying yesterday, when it comes to BMW stuff, the South Africans always throw a curveball when it comes to my knowledge about the Bavarian manufacturer, because you guys are always pulling some trick like this.
Yeah, there is. I mean, we've got that diesel M2, Gary Martin's. I mean, that's got to be an extremely unique drivetrain across the world.
I don't think there's anyone with an equal, even more with the kind of power that it is pushing. And it should be sort of reliable because he's racing with the thing year in year for 3 years now, I think.
Yeah, just to confirm, it is only a single turbo. Colin's just given us conversation on Savs that it is only a single turbo. So I think at the moment we've got a slight delay. They're just going to clear that policeman off the track, and then of course we'll get the action underway. We have 4 practice sessions this morning. We're going to have a lunch break. During the lunch break, something really, really wonderful. We have the 1991 Jordan Sassel Formula One car. Doesn't have the original Yamaha engine in it, but it does have a Cosworth V8 in it. And Robbie Walk is going to take it up and down the hill just for some demonstrations for the crowd. And then, of course, a whole lot of other action during the lunch break. Just going back, just briefly on to yesterday, Classic Car Friday. The Simola organizers have told us that yesterday was the biggest crowd in the history of Simola for Classic Car Friday, which I think is wonderful. And today sold out. And tomorrow.
That's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, Classic Car Friday had a real vibe to it yesterday. Even in the heat, everyone definitely sweating out there. No matter if you were in a Nomex race suit or you were under an umbrella somewhere, yesterday was particularly hot in Neisner. Some real freak weather, actually, real heat wave. Today, a lot cooler. And we were chatting earlier about how in the morning you have quite a lot of shadows on the track, so your track temperature actually varies quite a bit. And for the cars not running tire warmers, it is actually quite daunting. It's quite daunting to attack the track in the morning. Okay,
so Rodrigo, I don't know, Rodrigo, earlier on, did you see the accident that happened with the one GTR? It was Johan van der Berg. It went off in the same place as we had Jennifer Abbott going off yesterday, and I think Charles Arton yesterday. Something strange about that corner.
Yeah. And I spoke about it yesterday. I was starting to have some suspicions that the undulation on that bit of the track is throwing the mass transfer mid corner. And okay, this is just some speculation, but seems to me even more with a happening with a stock GTR with a stock-ish suspension. Makes some sense, but through the day, even more when the high downforce cars go there, if we start seeing them bounce the mid corner, okay, maybe I am correct on my assumption, but more to see about that. But okay, after 3 consecutive crashes, spins on that bit, okay, we better be paying some attention.
Yeah, for sure. We don't know an update on Johan van der Berg's car, but watching just the replay from the camera angle we have, it looks like a bit of a shunt. And you never know, little bits can break off on the back of that car. Hopefully they can repair it and he can have another run. But I'm sure Colin will give us an update later on during the course of the morning.
I think just off camera, there was a bit of drama. You can just see the front of the car, but the car actually leapt in the air there. It did catch a bit of air when it impacted the barriers. So when it landed again, potentially some damage there as well. We hope he'll be able to get it safely back out on the track, and we'll wait for confirmation of that. Maybe Colin can find out for us.
All right. So sorry.
No, Karen.
So we're on screen now, and there is the beautiful Rodrigo de Oliveira. There we go. That's it. For those who haven't seen him for the first time. It's the second year having you, Rodrigo. We are so delighted to have you with us. I mean, your knowledge, and also just tell us. We're going to cross over to Colin in a short while because he's got your favorite drivers in a second. But just tell us a little bit about what you actually do in terms of the world of hill climb racing.
I am the founder and the administrator of the HillClimb Monsters platform, and many people do not know me personally or in any way, but they do know my work and the brand, and they follow the videos that we do of HillClimb all over the world, mainly centered in Europe and mainly centered in the monster cars, with the road-based, highly tuned, highly prepared cars turning into proper race car monsters in the end, be it fully space framed or just highly evolved. But that's what we do, and over time we have also evolved into organizing our own events, which is something I'll try to explore even more in the future.
Fantastic. Well, listen, one of your favorite families, we got Colin Hasty in the pits there with the Van Zoomerans. And, well, Colin, listen, number one, just tell them that Rodrigo sends all of his best wishes. And, of course, tell us what's going on with the Van Zoomerans.
Well, I'm not with them because they're in the cars. So we talk about hill climb monsters. These are both the yellow and the blue are just unbelievable car. Lots of new little bits of aero. They've done some work on the power. And then also for hill climb monsters, we've got this Zeely. It's very loud here. There's noise from the other little special car that we for hill climb monsters. Let's see, Patrick, if we can actually get in here and get a look at it. We've got Aldo Scribanti's Audi S4, and then the RS4, the new one that's coming from Europe, round the back here, and then right next to them, and it's busy in this pit lane. Still with time, I mean, it's like proper busy here. Franco Scribanti, reigning king of the hill. And then right next door to him, the Challengers. These are proper monsters. The Challenger, and I've got to be careful of this wing because it's morning. It's so morning, how are you? It's absolutely huge. Here's his father, Koos Roots, the renowned movie maker, a man of pictures, passion and grace. Reggie Roots' father, lots of new aero, things we love about this car. Carbon fiber for days. Why? Because you can, because it's lighter and it's stiffer. Reggie came up with some magic. This is a non-amorphous structure in that it is has a lot of crystalline in it with the carbon fiber. So, you know, something amorphous would be something like, I don't know, water or Coke or something like that. David Joubert, always good for it. Let's see if we can just jump in there while he gets a brief. Darby, they say you've got 1,400 horsepowers. How many have you actually got?
Just like I'll have to count them, but it's going to take me a while.
You've got all of them?
I've got all of them.
And how's the Ferrari motor behaving?
Yeah, it's behaving great. Thank you. We're fortunate that we are here and we are hoping to enjoy today.
So all the testing is great, but now it becomes real when the hill beckons.
Correct, when the tire meets the road, eh?
Yeah, awesome, good luck. Let's just walk up here, Noble. And we're now getting to the sharp end. Track's clear, so we can let the cars do the talking. Craig Zank, Lotus, GTR, off he goes.
Back to the action. Track is clear. One of the low tie coming out onto the track. Craig Zank. He's got the GTR engine. This sort of interpretation of Lotus, Rodrigo changing and putting in all different kinds of engines. Do you see something very similar in Europe?
Yes, not quite as wild. People tend to be a bit more boring with the engine conversions. The K24 motor, it's probably, and the Audi 1.8 turbo, are probably the more common ones. But here on South Africa, you guys are taking it to the next level. You guys are even surpassing what is probably the most known engine conversion on a Lotus Elise, which is the American unit, the NSC Venom. But no. These are proper race cars, and there's some proper engineering behind them.
Okay, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. Got off the line incredibly fast, and that's Butter Cruz in the Noble with the M400. And yeah, that is going to bring out another caution and yellow flag. But, came off the line there incredibly fast, Chiro, and then all of a sudden, pop.
Such a special car, that as well. I mean, designed in the UK, built in South Africa, though.
In Port Elizabeth, I think.
Yeah. Twin turbo V6. So special to see it out in competition as well. Worth a lot of money these days. But it does seem that some mechanical gremlins have crept in for the Noble. Maybe they can sort it out. We'll see if Colin can go have a chat to them in the pits. But right now, unfortunately, the action has stopped.
Yeah. Let's cross over to Colin. Maybe he's got, I don't know if he'll have information on this vehicle, but I'm sure he's got information about tons of other entities that are happening in the pits. Colin, what's new?
I tell you what, the sound here is absolutely magnificent. With the Toyota-powered Lotus of Charles Joubert, wastegate, exhaust pipe, exit of the turbo, massive compressor side on the turbo, carbon fiber diffuser. The smells here are, this is absolute heaven. I don't want to smell this too much. There's lots and lots of powers there. But my nose is burning already. Earlier we saw the crash with the one road car. But my eyes are watering as well. There's jungle juice in that fuel tank, that's for sure. Like you can't believe. It's like, woo! Earlier we saw a crash with one of the GTRs, and Stevie Clark was on his run, so he got aborted, so he will have another run in the car. And knowing Stevie, he's got, I saw the launch of this thing. It's got huge horsepower. Let's have a quick little word. Stevie, you've got a proper Steve Clark motor in here.
Yeah, of course.
How many horsepower?
Well, it depends. I think we'll probably run about 800 horses this event. I don't want to go more than that.
And enough to spin all the wheels in whole lots of gears going up to turn one.
Oh, definitely. I think we had a bit of a problem with the four-wheel drive there, so we'll have to see what it does now, yeah.
Awesome. Good luck. Beautiful car. This is in the road car class. So they're running, you can see here, they've got tread in the tires, or grooves, if you want to call it that. They are road legal. Let me just get out of the way here. So they're road legal tires, proper brakes. South African made Vori brakes, 6-pot calipers. And the other rule is you can it must look sort of standard-ish. Got to be road registered with its VIN number matching the license disc number. Race car builders, you know how to get that sorted. You're allowed to put a slightly modified wing and skirt on it, but it must look like a proper road car and be registered. Now that we haven't got any noise, I think we might be able to get in and have a chat with Richard Rutz, who's in the car, and with, in fact, first we'll go to Franco Scribanti, as we have to pay homage to the king. So shall we do that? Let's go and talk to the king of the hill in the modified class. Walk with us as we come around the corner here through the jamming pit lane past Eddie. Thanks, Eddie. We'll just put our head in here. Morning, Franco. How are you feeling about today?
Yeah, today just to get into it slowly and start to build up a momentum and get a base to work from, man.
You've got to defend that crown of yours.
Indeed, yeah.
In testing, the car was good?
Yeah,
third day on the job. So yeah, being the third day, I don't think it's too accurate. So please move those cars and force us to move it for you.
Immaculate. It shines. It's just totally gorgeous. So let's have a look at the wing with the slot gap in it, little gurney flap so you get more downforce, less drag. Underneath, fat carbon fiber splitter. I'm hearing a car start in the background. He stays as just to try and keep it all up. And I think we water cooler down there, intercooler through there, and the cars are going to start running again. So I am going to shut up and let the cars do the talking, because that is why we are all here. Because of the cars, the sounds, because racing.
Just make 100% sure it's safe up the hill. It's one of the frequent flyers. This, barring unforeseen circumstances, will be one of the quickest out there.
So back to track action. Car number 23, Davy Ruet, another one of the low tyres. Got the Ferrari 488 engine under there, but the tyres will be a little bit cold at present. But expecting a lot from these Lotus. Incredibly light Chiro and huge power.
Yeah, and as Rodrigo was saying, it's really nice to have these accolades and have it confirmed from an expert and a specialist up in Europe that South Africa is building some of the wildest, most impressive cars in the world. We really are. And imagine having a Lotus and getting word that a Ferrari 488 has unfortunately crashed and thinking, oh, I'll buy that engine and stick it in my Lotus. So no, it's wild. It really is. It's an incredible car. Shame. I do feel for him a little bit on this run because he would have been sitting on the start line. His tires would have gone cold. So he'll keep that in mind and just get the car over the line. It's early days in the competition.
Yeah, so just there have been a few cars that haven't actually managed to go through and complete times, one or two offs. The sad one, the Noble, and then of course one of the GTRs as well. This GTR looked very, very shaky over there. GTRs, Rodrigo, I mean, just an incredible machine. That's one of the oldest specs, but the R34 spec also must be massively popular in Europe.
They are achieving legendary status all over the world. The proper JDM unicorns, by now their prices reflect that. but I am glad that people are still taking these chassis and still converting them into either fast road cars or even faster racing cars. For that I am deeply grateful, even more as a proper RB26 and RB28 fan. This inline 6 pushed way past what it was intended initially.
All right, Davy Hubert has gone fastest at the moment. We've got Peter Zilli. He's going up the hill. There he goes in well, just a magnificent car. Goes third. Rodrigo, for those who are tuning into the Simola HillClimb for the first time, just tell us a little. I mean, these are all just warm-up runs for those who sitting and saying, well, you know, we're not seeing the full runs. They're just warm-ups at the moment. Tell us a little bit about your association with Peter Zilli over the years. Oh wait, before you do that, here's one of your favorites, Van Zumeren.
That's it.
What a sound!
That car actually shook our commentary box.
It's just amazing.
Something else.
If you cannot get excited about this, then there's something wrong with you. Oh my word! Oh, listen to that! Unbelievable. When Zumeren goes into fifth place at the moment.
I'm this far and my palms are sweaty. Just watch.
Oh, just magic, Rodrigo. Yeah, I mean, something very, very special.
Just going back to Peter Zilli there, he had a little bit of a moment into the S's. Into the first S, he went very, very deep. And obviously, a skilled campaigner managed to get everything under control. But little moment there, maybe pushing a little bit too hard on some colder tires. Track temperature still quite low. But Rodrigo, you were going to tell us a bit about, as Sasha mentioned, your association with Peter Zilli.
Yeah, I've struck a relationship through the years with Peter, and I was partly responsible for organizing his initial trip here to Europe to try European HillClimb racing, to come to Germany to do Osnabrück. And even last year he went even further and he did both Osnabrück and then Santursan in Switzerland. So there is a new chapter to explore with bringing some of the South African monsters here to our bay.
I just want to interrupt you there, Rod. I just want to interrupt you, Rodrigo. Sorry. Oh, whoa, that's not a good start for Silvio Scribante. That's a brand new RS3 brought in from Sweden. I hope he doesn't have starts like that when it really counts.
Rodrigo, you mentioned yesterday that you know this car quite well.
Yeah, I do. I don't know. I'm indirectly responsible for that car to be in South Africa.
Wonderful.
I was good friends with the previous owner, and when he put up the car for sale, I announced it on my channels, and from there, I noticed that it was there that Silvio got the car.
The sheriff is in town. There it is, the reigning King of the Hill champion. Whoa, that was a little tweaky going through turn one. That is Franco Scribante in the outrageously looking Nissan GTR. Let's see what it can do. Davy Hubert, top of the time sheets. Not that they matter at this stage. It's all warm-up, 41.4.
I don't know if you guys are noticing, but the times are showing at the top. We are already seeing a 41.
Yeah.
Yes.
I totally got it wrong. When Hubert was going up the track, I thought he was taking a little bit easy, but then he posts a 41.4. So as his first run of the day.
41.8 there, I think, is Richard Rutz going out. Yep. Let's see what he can do. Franco Scribante, 41.8 at the moment. Aldo Scribante, he's in the sort of aging S4. And let me tell you, that in terms of acceleration off the line is maybe one of the quickest, and hopefully during the course of the weekend we'll be able to give you timings of 0 to 60 meters.
During testing, they did a 0 to 60 or 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.2 seconds.
Wow. Incredible. Reggie Root says, hello everybody, great to be back, 40.3, and here he is, Rui Campos, in, yesterday incredibly becoming the first production car in the history of the Simola HillClimb to make it onto the podium for the Classic Conqueror, which was an extraordinary result in his Porsche 911 RSR.
It was an interesting moment because he came down the hill, he didn't know yet.
Yeah,
and Colin gave him the news. And he was over the moon, obviously. So, I mean, that's why he's campaigned all these years, was to get on the podium. And very happy for Rui Campos yesterday. But Richard Root's putting in a 40 on his first run of the morning. He is not playing around this year. There's a massive rivalry between him and Franco Scabante. And that's going to be very, very close tomorrow, that's for sure.
Going to be quite fast. Last year, Rodrigo, you remember we had Peter Solberg here, and he went out for his first run and basically set the timing sheets alight. Maybe this year everyone sat and went, you know what, let's try and do a Solberg and actually go and do something pretty fast initially.
I suspect that's not even right in the way that just the track is so much faster than last year that even this guy, and the cars are so dialed compared to last year that even not going 100%, they are still able to post these 40 and 41 Coronas. So my expectation through the weekend is that we will see times dipping into the 38s and 37s, possibly.
Yeah, I tell you, and I mean, this is just warm-up one, Chiro. We've got a long way to go. So we're getting into the Class C2 category. And of course, these are going to be more the single-seaters. We've got the Pilbeam, the Mygale, the Reynard. The Birkin has just gone up. So I think the one to watch is Robbie Welk. Is that something stuck on the side of the... the Birkins.
We have we have an interesting situation here. Yeah, we have two cars. Okay. So we have a situation where the red Birkin aborted his run, and maybe because he saw the yellow one having a bit of trouble. So we currently have two cars on the track at the same time, not going anywhere. So action has stopped.
Incredible the amount of mechanical issues that we are having so far this year compared to last year. Could well be. Yesterday was incredibly hot, and you've got classic cars that can be there. But this morning, a little bit more than what we are used to.
Yeah, the joy and the pain of motorsport. Sometimes it can be really cruel. And for instance, we've Andre Bezuidenhout, the reigning record holder and King of the Hill 6 times in a row. He had a really difficult week. His Gould suffered what he called catastrophic engine failure. And then yesterday he was looking really good in his Lola for the King of the Hills, the Classic Car Conqueror, sorry. Yeah. And he had his gearbox jam, his transmission jam in third, unfortunately. So it just shows you, you can, all the prep in the world, and when you're pushing cars to their limit, they can become temperamental, unfortunately.
Yeah, let's go to, it's gonna take a while to clear everything on the track. Speaking of reliability, last year there was a Nissan Infinity of the Pilbeam of Robbie Welk that was shred all over the trees of Neisner. Colin's got Robbie, who's never mind going to be driving his Pilbeam, but he's also going to be driving the Formula One car during the course of this weekend.
I think those, Sasha, are two of my favorite cars here. This is the loudest one we're going to hear. Well, maybe not, apart from Martin van Zimmeren's car. So I haven't quite got Robbie with me, but if you look at his eyes, that tells a story of what he's about to do, even though it's a practice run, and he'll go with some restraint. Robbie doesn't actually understand what that word means. Guy on the side there, Bob, the engine builder, has redone the motor. It apparently looks looks strong. They're hoping that it holds together. It's got its new carbon fiber wing that actually, or it comes off another single-seater. In Schofield, these are the two faster single-seaters that are here today, because in the back there, in the empty space, that was where Andre Bezuidenhout was going to be. He's no longer here. So this would have been a very, very interesting fight. Jeff Kotzer is on the line. Let's go and have a quick word with him. See if we can get there. Excuse us. Jeff, you're getting ready to have a go, then the red flag comes out. How does that mess with your mind?
For practice, not too much, luckily. Just want to get out, get a feel for it. So for this one, just taking it easy and just making sure everything's fine on the car.
Tell us about the motor in the car.
It's a 1600 Toyota 4AG motor, 20 valve. It's actually a Class B racing car for the Lotus Challenge. So it's a standard trim Class B car that we wrote in, and we're going to see how it goes.
What do you rev it to?
About 8,000 revs.
Oh, we love the sound of a four-cylinder that revs hugely. Have fun, enjoy, thanks for chatting to us, and good luck.
I appreciate it. Have a nice day.
Love the color, pink, running on road tires. So there's massive racing of Birkin, Lotus 7, lookalikes, that sort of thing in South Africa, and the guys going. We'll take a little walk. We've got a couple of, let's see if we can get a little bit further down here. Excuse me, sir, thank you very much. Of course, it's a lovely pit lane. Story with Silvio Scribanti while he was doing the run, I was talking with Michael Stevens. They set the launch, it's never done a launch so far in South Africa, so they put it onto the limit onto 6,000 under launch control, and their thinking was rather go conservative in the beginning. If you make it through to King of the Hill fight, you've actually got 11 runs to do. So as he walked away, he said, right, they're going to bump it up to 7,000 revs at the start, and they're going to change the gear cutout, keep the boost the same, and just keep building up through the qualifying. Hopefully they get into the top 10, which, frankly, is going to be not an easy task. We saw Reggie, the time that Reggie put down now, was with the gentlest of pull away. I think, I don't know, something like a Golf GTI would have drilled him for the first 60 meters. That's how gentle the launch was. Franco Scribanti as well, also super gentle launch. And talking to both of their crews, preservation of drivetrain is the huge thing with a four-wheel drive. So today they'll start launching up, and when we start getting to qualifying, maybe qualifying 2, there's 3 qualifyings this afternoon, maybe qualifying 2, depending on the weather, because we think that there'll be rain around about 4 o'clock, but it's nice, isn't it? You never know what you're going to get in the weather. They said it was going to be 20, it's about 26 at the moment. And it's about putting as little strain, as little stress on the drivetrain of the hugely powerful four-wheel drive cars. Of course, the people who don't mind putting all the strain on the cars are the Van Zimmerens. Wade and we're going somehow always manage to go. So we can look inside here, and here's all the press people. They need to get to different parts of the hill and say hello, guys. Hello. Yeah, there you go. Hello, media. Hello, taxi drivers. This is where it gets real. So they get taken up to the various spots, so they can bring pictures and all sorts of things. It sounds like we're getting ready to go. Action. The safety cars come back into the pit, and all of Toyota's 1,600 cc's of powers will take us away. Nice little, the way they've mounted the external battery kit there. Of course, you know it's running closed loop fuel injection with a Lambus system plumbed in. And the thing about motor racing that we love so much is we hurry up and then we wait. and then we wait some more. Robbie Volk has still got that 9,000 yard stare where his eyes are open and he's still doing every corner, every feeling, every bump. Greg Canny was actually the builder of that motor. Bob does the engineering and the electronics. Stuart Thompson from WCT looking after some of the engineering on that car and running the Jordan 192 Formula One car that we'll see at the lunch break. Apparently going to do 2 runs in the lunch break, which is, I think, going to be quite exciting. It's got a Cosworth DFR in it, I think, at the moment. And we can now stop talking because we'll let Toyota start talking. Back to the track action.
All right, thank you, Colin. I was going to say, I can't believe that engine builder's actually name is Bob. It's too uncanny. All right, here we go. We've got Joe Kotza in the Birkin, and then we've only got 5 other cars to go in the first run of warm-up this morning for one is to just say the competitors of King of the Hill and the shootouts. Robbie Walk with a completely rebuilt vehicle. Must be frustrating for him and a little disappointing that Andre Bezuidenhout isn't here this year.
I think race drivers are competitive by nature. That's why they're in the sport, and competition keeps you on your toes. You know, it sharpens you up. It forces you to push yourself. And I do think the competitors will miss Andre in the pit lane, in the pit box. Of course, he is here. He is hanging around. Very much a stalwart of the Neisner Simola HillClimb. So maybe we'll see him on the cameras. Maybe Colin will catch up with him at some point. But now we begin the single-seaters right at the top of our running list this year of our competitors. And we'll see what the single-seaters do out here. It'll be more of an exploratory run, I think, starting off.
We got one of the Formula Fords, one of the Formula Vs coming out as well. Ian Schofield will be coming out in the My Gale, and then Robert Walk in the Pulbeam. So just to let you know, just out of the timing sheets, not that they mean much at the moment, but 2 times have been omitted because of hitting bollards, Daniel Rowe and Clint Weston in that GT63. And we will be watching very closely. Is this... There we go.
Oh, that sounds good.
Just listen to this. We're going to shut up. Here we go. Let's just listen to this all the way up. Only a 42.7, but taking it nice and gently. Now, I've just got a WhatsApp from the people in George. They can hear that car. that's how loud it is. Just magnificent just to hear the sound of that pull beam. Wonderful. So Ian Schofield doesn't seem to have gone out for this run. One doesn't have to. There is a very interesting observation that we are going to be watching very, very closely today. Rodrigo, 2 years ago, Chiro, and still holds the record, is the fastest man or person to go up the Simola HillClimb in an electric-powered vehicle. And what was your time?
49.2.
49.
Yeah, thanks. I showed 49.2, and then Thomas Falcon. Unfortunately, he was actually quicker than me last year in the same car, but it rained, so unfortunately he couldn't get close to the time. This year, BMW have sent Dion Hubert in the i5 M60, which my colleague, a motoring journalist of 30 years, says he's never felt anything accelerate like that.
So what were you in? An
i4M50.
Oh, so you were in a much smaller powered car.
Slightly less power, but also lighter. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm very lucky to have these opportunities. I don't have a racing background, but very proud moment.
Don't be so humble.
Very proud moment for me, and I wish Dion all the best. I mean, if you're not familiar with Dion Hubert, racing driver of many decades, and I'm sure he's going to have a lot of fun up there. But he does have to hustle a very heavy car up the hill.
Well, we're going to watch it closely. I don't think he's going to break your record. I think it's safe. Rodrigo, first warm-up session for this morning has taken place. No big surprises, although one has to say Robbie Walk probably should have been a little bit quicker, but I suppose it's a brand new engine, so just feeling to make sure that all of the systems are working.
Yes, always tricky to get a Formula car up a hill for the first runs. Everything has to be setting in, and even with the example he has from the crashes earlier and all that, I would be tentative like him in these first couple of runs, and then I'm sure we will see him get faster and faster. Not the same can be said for the modified saloons, because there was a large group of them that went pretty fast right from the get-go. Some stuff we could evaluate right away. We saw the RS3 of Silvio, which is not prepared to do launches, and that was something I already knew because it was a time attack car which probably never did a full launch in its existence. That would be, because other than that the car is very quick. But then I'm still curious to see how the Polo will do. It seems to have some issues on this first run. Devin Robertson in the GTR powered Lotus, I did not see the run. I am hoping to see more, but other than that, the other guys seem to have the cars dialed in, and we're just expecting to see those times fall, and the cars going faster and faster.
Oh, man, it is so exciting, and I mean that's just round one. So top of the time sheets, Richard Rutzenau, and we know that the battle between him and the Sheriff, and I think quite a few other contenders, is just going to hot up over the next couple of hours, and of course into tomorrow as well. Collins in the pits with we love to call him Reggie.
Reggie, that was just take that gauntlet, chuck it on the table, and show them what you got.
Yeah, I was chatting to JP just now, and I said to him, to drive it easy, and that if you know the track is good and the car is right, it's almost might just put you in the wrong mindset. I would like to always just go, you know what I mean, and know where we're at and set the bar there, other than to try and find yourself,
But we did see that your pull away, your launch was meek and mild and timid. It's just to try and keep the strain out of the drivetrain.
Yeah, we're saving the drivetrain. I mean, there's no point now in breaking anything early on. And also just the tyres, you know what I mean? The tyres were brand new, so that shock load on the brand new rubber is also not ideal. You don't want to rip it or anything. So once we've scrubbed them and they're good, and later today, then we'll throw in a launch.
About Quali 2, you'll wind it up and have a go.
Yeah, Quali 2, we'll just build up from here, just find a little bit. Maybe by the second or third run, then we'll start maybe doing small setup changes and that. But the car feels good.
The temperature that's up and down like a blooming yo-yo, does that mess with your setup?
No, not really. As long as the engine temps don't get hot, sitting in the queues here and that can stuff us around a little bit. So yeah, as long as there's no incidents where we get stuck in pit lane and the car's getting hot, it's got no fan and that. So if you're standing still, you have to switch the engine off. So it's a bit of a catch.
And then once you get onto the track, you don't want any puckering.
No puckering of any pooples or anything else.
Have fun. Always great value. Right behind Patrick. If we can come forward with me, because they're bringing in, I'll move over here and you can see what's coming in. This pit lane is tight as a shark's bum in a power dive. It is absolutely tight and totally busy. Rick Campos won his class yesterday, came third overall in the Classic Conqueror, and he's well ahead in his class now. We'll try and get to talk to him, but our Portuguese is not very good. Let's just see. Rui, that was like an easy, gentle warm-up for the body and the car.
Yeah. I'm on the instructions.
Well,
It's already looking like a scrapyard up top there with so many cars that have gone off there. So instructions from Peter was just go and run it in. The gearbox is cold.
Just be lekker.
Just be lekker.
Awesome. Well done on your win yesterday, eh? Did you really not know that you'd won?
Telemetry, but I had no telemetry.
Do you go racing old school?
Yeah, no cell phone, nothing. But
It was great fun giving him some news yesterday. We've got to go and talk to Robbie because I actually want my new eardrums. Because you heard this car. Robert, they say that when I call you Bob the Builder, I'm being disrespectful. Your name is Bob the Engine Builder, isn't it?
That is what people in the industry know me as.
Bob the Builder. See, good thing. See it, stay together. There's Robbie. Let's see if we can have a... It's quite nice sort of eavesdropping over here, which we're not really allowed to do. But Robbie will take his helmet off and turn around and say in his own words, looking in your eyes, that he's on the limiter all the time. Is that right, Rob?
Yeah, obviously we just did a slow run just to get the engine up to temperature, so we'll ease into it this week.
Awesome. It sounds magnificent. How are your ears?
Yeah, I need to put earplugs in.
Well, so do I. Thanks for warning me.
Cheers.
Ian, that sound is just totally magnificent.
Yeah, it's superb, isn't it? But the problem is I can't enjoy it because I'm sitting at the top of the hill when he goes up.
Well, you could always, not go up.
No, I'm going up. But yeah, I'll watch the videos of it.
Awesome. I'm going up is one of my favourites. Up the hill because we love the Knysna Hill. We can see if we can walk slightly down here with some of the thunderstorms that we've had. Pit lane marshalling, what are the instructions that you have in main duties?
Main duties is basically to control the crowd and make sure that we can pull the cars out in time so we can run the event on time. That's what we're trying hard.
Would you extend to all the marshals, us as race fans, as spectators, our absolute thanks and gratitude for the work you do? Because marshals are important.
Thank you. No, it's a good, we volunteer and we enjoy it. So I'll pass the message on. Thank you.
You just wanted to be close to the sound of that car.
Absolutely.
We all do, because it is unbelievable. Let's talk to a spectator. You've come to check things out, motorbikes and all the rest of it. What's your favourite part of the Simola HillClimb?
Speed. I like the speed.
Love it. We all love the speed. And we're getting to the limit of where we go. Let's see if we can talk to... Franco's obviously gone away, but just heat is the enemy. So we have fans for days. We want to talk to... We're going to try our very best to get to Van Zimmer and walk with me, Patrick. Through the madding crowds we go. Wade is down here, probably in the car or tinkering with his lap. There he is, tinkering with a yellow car, Martin's car. Wade, can you come and talk to us? We can't go in there, so we bring the mountain to us. The mountainous man of... Hell, he's mad, this guy. Absolutely. When I say that, I mean it with great respect. Mr. Goodsight, please come and talk to us. How did your run go?
Yeah, not too bad.
Just gentle, easy?
No, we pushed a little bit, but Carl bragged about painting the toe hook red.
Yeah.
We've been wanting to do it for years, and he didn't put it back properly. So just before the finish line, it flew off and smacked me in the middle of the windscreen.
Wow.
And he's lying somewhere up on the course, but we'll find it.
Just for our viewers, tell them the colour and the sound of your car at launch.
The colour?
Yeah.
Very, very bright blue.
Bright blue Nissan.
Nissan, yeah.
You love it, don't you?
I do.
So do we. Wade, come here, please. I don't know how you walk, because the kahunas there are huge.
Thanks.
What's it like?
No, it's very slippery, but I think it'll come right later on in the day. The track's a bit slippery, so just taking it easy a bit, and then just battling with the car a little bit. We had a bit of a splutter, but I'm sure we'll sort it out.
Have you got the boost turned up all the way, or?
No, not yet.
Cool. When are you going to do that?
Later on.
Going to make some more noise?
Hope so.
So do we. Thank you very much. Let's talk to Ian Shrewsbury, the father.
Okay, so I've got these two. I'll give to Adam. Okay, cool.
Yesterday there was a big crowd.
There was a good crowd yesterday, yes, absolutely. I think probably our biggest Friday crowd, I'd say. Not fairly comfortably, definitely the biggest crowd, yeah.
It's always, as a race promoter and an organizer of this kind of event, we hope the weather plays nicely and the people come. They've come today as well. It's super busy in this pit lane.
Yeah, it is super busy. Our pre-sales were amazing this year. We sold out a lot of our facilities well in advance, a good few days in advance, which a lot of that hasn't happened before. General admission ticket sales were like almost double what they were before. It seems like people are arriving on the day as well, really, in their droves. So I think we will have another record crowd this weekend.
I know you've been busy by the sound of your voice. It's a little bit rough here.
Every year my voice, I talk so much and shout so much and phone calls and so on. So I always lose my voice. So hopefully it'll last till tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us. We've got the smallest cars on track now. The Suzuki Swift Turbos. Suzuki have entered 3 cars. And these Swift Turbos are not that slack. Look, compared to the GTRs and the super 12,000 horsepower cars, they're a little bit slow. Patrick, we've got another car coming up in the pit lane, but they're pretty quick. So let's let the cars do some more talking, and I'll STF you.
Yeah, these little Suzuki Swift Sports, I was actually, there we go. I tell you, giving a little bit of beans, coming through the turn 3, also a little bit hairy, but these cars are actually fabulous fun. They're like little go-karts, I must tell you. I've driven one around the track in Joburg. Great fun.
I'm a huge fan of the Suzuki Swift Sport. I really am. It's got that sort of Miata character to it where it's light and it's just fun to drive. And I think with this media challenge this year, Thomas Falconer, Brendan Stanleyforth and Wesley Grabe, they are what's cool about this particular challenge is it's kind of more about the driver because your cars are identical.
Yes.
And it's the sort of only time, it's the only place in the field of cars where you've got 3 identical cars. So really this is man versus man versus man, not so much machine versus machine.
Well, you know what, Chiro, it's actually, I'm actually a little bit disappointed because I think you could have taken a little bit of time out there and gone to do this against them.
I'd love to.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're the champion. You know, they got to beat you.
You know what? I've got enormous respect for the 3 guys in that car. It would be a lot of fun. Maybe next year. But you know what, Sasha? I love commentating. It's so much fun working with you and the production team. So I actually have more fun in here, to be honest.
There we go. Classic Ferrari 2012 458. Look at this. Listen to the sound.
Oh, last naturally aspirated V8 Ferrari.
What a car. And the Speciale version of this as well. I think that's a keeper. Ooh,
yeah.
Backed off.
Wouldn't mind winning one of those.
So we have got 4 rounds. I must say we are running late. And the powers that be do make some crazy decisions. So I'm hoping that we get all 4 practice runs through during today, because yesterday we didn't have all of the practice runs. So there we go. Ferraris, Porsches, Nissans, crazy vehicles. This is more in the production car category. We're in the A5 category of cars going up the hill.
Rodrigo, do you see a lot of completely stock OEM cars in Europe? Is there anything like that up there?
depending on the championship. But yes, so sometimes we do. In UK there are all classes dedicated to them, and they cherish them. In Italy too, but when you go to places like Germany or France, Spain, even here in Portugal, they stay away from the stock cars completely. I guess it has to do a bit with the nature of the hill climbs where they are racing on. When it becomes a bit too mountain-esque and too dangerous, they only allow the stuff with roll bars.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, Rodrigo, you speak about something like a championship. I mean, here in South Africa, I mean, this is our crown, and that, of course, is the Simola HillClimb. Explain what do you mean by a championship? I mean, are there more and more? Do people, race in Germany, then in Portugal, then in Spain, then in Italy? How does it work?
For a long time now, probably since the 70s, there's a national championship. Hill climb for each country. We have one in Portugal. There's one in Spain. There's various in France. There's Italy and all that. There's a unified championship, which is the European Hill Climb Championship. There's another smaller one unifying different countries, but that's a major difference to the scene in South Africa, and something I would like to see changing in the near future. I think you guys have the potential, and there's the commercial interest even for a South African national climb championship. That would be awesome to see. But yeah, let's say, for example, here in Portugal, we have 8-round national championship with one of the rounds belonging to the European Championship, which will be held 2 weeks from now, by the way.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, Chiro, I mean, you know the South African roads exceptionally well. I mean, you've driven most of them as well. We've got some other wonderful areas where I'm sure we could make some hill climbs.
Yeah, no, we're not short of spectacular roads. Quite interestingly, though, Duval Drive, now called Philip Khosana Drive in Cape Town, quite a famous road, very windy, great to drive. The city of Cape Town granted a hill climb license a few years ago for Philip Khosana Drive, and it unfortunately just hasn't happened yet. I suppose the organizers trying to get the finances together, but that would be not the first one in the Western Cape, because the Guido Pass hill climb from a few years ago would have been the first one. But maybe we will see a hill climb in the city center of Cape Town at some point in the near future.
Well, let's hold thumbs. Just, watching the top of your screen there, the McLaren 720S, an incredibly expensive vehicle, and the owner just says, okay, well, drives to Knysna. Let me take it up the hill a few times, pop into a tyre place on Monday, get some new tyres and drive back home. I love it.
No, Garth is he's such a character. I got a lot of time for him, and he's very brave sending that car up the hill. It's an extremely powerful rear-wheel drive car. A lot can happen, but he really hustles that car up the hill. And there was a question on the live stream earlier where someone was asking if you can just enter a road car into the competition, and you can. You do need a MSA day license, Motorsport South Africa day license to compete. Which that entails sort of things like medical certificate, that sort of thing. But yes, there is a category for standard road cars. As Colin was saying, the VIN needs to match the VIN on the license. There needs to be a fully standard road car, fully licensed, and on road car tires. So next year, if you are interested in competing, get hold of the Simola HillClimb. Check out their website.
And let me tell you, get hold of them sooner than later, because every year it is oversubscribed. So many people want to enter this event, and of course there can only be limited entries, as one knows just from the pit lane. So Garth McIntosh, fastest at the moment, 46.4, and we have various categories, of course, road-going cars, supercars, single-seaters, and just monster vehicles as well.
That 720S has a really impressive launch control. And how's this for some nerd trivia?
Yeah.
The suspension system in the 720S was developed by a by a student Obviously, someone who really knew what he was doing. And he got his PhD developing the suspension in the 720. And a little bit of car trivia for you there.
Unbelievable. Porsche on the track. Below we got the Alfa Romeo in the hands of Pit Potgieter. You can see the hazard lights going on. Pit Potgieter he loves driving this car, but he's not prepared to put it into the full race mode spec.
I don't blame him, yeah.
So, because with that car, it's either on or off. It's not like Mercedes or BMW where you can choose which of the driver aids you want to turn off. This one just says the only thing you're going to have is ABS, nothing else.
Yeah, when the ESP is off, I think you do need a lot of experience.
Sure.
It's one thing keeping the car on the black stuff and getting it over the line, but really where the experience counts is if something does go wrong, if something steps out and you have that presence of mind to catch the car and to sort of avert disaster. And that's really the difference, I think, between the amateurs and the pros.
Well, here on the top of our screen, JP van der Walt. This is going to be an incredibly tight category. He's won it 2 years in a row. But he's up against Clint Weston in that Mercedes, that GT63, which has basically got double the horsepower of his 911 turbo.
The turbo will be quite a lot lighter, but yes, the GT63 is far more powerful. Although a Turbo S, that's a proper car that one of the fastest Porsche makes, and he puts in a 43.128, which I think is slightly faster than his first run.
So consistent and fabulous driver as well. Yesterday took part in the Classic Car Friday for the first time and made it onto the podium as well. So a really, really accomplished driver is JP.
Standard RS3 going up the track. Audi's famed and renowned 2.5 litre 5-cylinder motor, which I think is the last 5-cylinder motor in production, if I'm not mistaken. Very distinct sound to that car.
Yeah.
But the RS3 of Silvio Scribante, if I'm not mistaken, Rodrigo can correct me if I'm wrong, but it also is running the 2.5 5-cylinder, just obviously highly, highly modified.
Yes, it is. It would be the second car using that engine on the top classes, on the modified saloons. The other car would be the 944 of Johan de Bruyn that sadly is missing the event. He could not get the car ready in time. But yes, that car was the chassis was not originally an RS3. It's a 2011, I think, Audi A3 that was fully converted after that and fully transformed. Both the front and rear subframes are space frame now, all tubular. But there's a whole host of modifications. That car was very, very popular in Sweden. For the Scandinavian guys who are watching will know the car very well and the whole story behind it. So I think it's very good that we are still seeing it racing properly, and I'm sure that from now on it will take a very different direction from what it did while as a time attack machine. From now on, we'll see the car getting prepared to do proper launches and all that, and this is just the beginning for it to 2024.
Yeah, we're very grateful to have it here in the competition. And interestingly, this is the debut of the new Mercedes-Benz C63. The company has taken this car in a different direction from very large displacement V8s and now with a very modern 2-litre powertrain, but with massive power outputs, 550 kilowatts, 1,000 Newton meters of torque. And in the hands of Chad Lookoff, let's see what time he posts on his second ever run up the hill of 47.4. That is properly impressive in a road car.
And Clint Weston behind him in that GT63. Chiro, I mean, you know the most of the OEMs, when they launched and changed the configuration of the displacement of the Mercedes C63 from a monster engine to the 2-litre, there was a massive outcry, wasn't there?
There has been sort of whisperings that the C63 it's gone from a very characterful 6.2 litre V8, which actually I'm very lucky to own one.
Yes.
It is, in my opinion, one of the most special road cars ever made. And so it's been a little bit of a tough sell, I think, for Mercedes to convince the buying public that a C63 can be a 2 litre, and I suppose that's why Mercedes South Africa have entered it into the competition, so that they can show off what the car can do. But it is the most powerful C63 ever, so it's got that going for it, definitely, and already it's impressed us up the hill in the hands of Chad Leclerc.
But does it make a noise? That's what it's about. I mean, Rodrigo, surely it's all about making a noise.
Mostly it is. I like to have both. I like the contrast. I like for those defending the electric cars. I like to have them side by side with a proper combustion engine, just so they see the reaction from the fandom to make sure that, well, is this really where motorsports are going? I think a mix it's well, but going full electric, maybe not the solution.
Yeah, okay. Now we're getting some of the big hitters that are coming out. We've got 81 entrants minus 2 because we had Pierre Bester, who unfortunately his car is not available, and of course Andre Bezuidenhout as well. So 79 competitors coming out, a whole bunch of Nissans making their way up the hill. This is a warm-up 2. We've still got 2 more warm-ups, and then of course we've got 3 qualifying sessions this afternoon.
I just heard a series of monster explosions outside, and yes, highly modified Subaru. Long time contender at the hill climb. Sure, looks like it got a bit of air.
Unbelievable. I mean, that suspension is incredibly tight.
Todd Cornier is always massively fast with that, and the car is more powerful than ever.
I think he had to tap off there a little bit in the S's though. He was a bit close to the full needles, Still 43.8.
Whoa, very quick. Yeah, Anton Grenier also, I remember last year, but he had a couple of issues, I think, last year. Okay, let's see what happens now with the Golfs. We got the Super Golfs.
Watching that R34 drive the hill is so special. Wow. Probably South African.
That this Golf is using the WRX rear spoiler.
Yeah. I must just confirm actually with the VW team, I think these are actually Polo Super Cup cars.
Yes.
Yeah. So a little bit smaller than their siblings, but in the hands of the incredible Jonathan Mkhotsi and Daniel Rowe. Let's see what Daniel posts. 46.4. And let's see what his teammate can pull off.
That is a lot of smoke. I think that's the Hyundai. Yeah. He's going very slow. I don't think there was tire smoke.
Was that the differential?
That could have been turbo smoke.
Mkhotsi posting a 47, so Daniel got him on that round.
Yeah, it's a wonderful rivalry between those two.
Yeah.
It's just magic to watch. So the Hyundai having a couple of issues. Hopefully, maybe it's just a pipe that's come off, but we'll find out after the session. Ooh, that's a lot of smoke coming out there.
Yeah, they'll wait till that gets up the hill. And lined up next is an absolute legend of the Simola HillClimb, Claire Vale, in a turbocharged BRZ. Still got the 2-litre engine. They've put a bigger turbo for this year, but still running stock transmission as well. It's actually fairly close to stock, this car. She does an amazing job hustling it up the hill. This year she is competing against those Polos, so she's got a work cut out for her. But always fantastic seeing this car in the hands of Claire Vale go up to the Simola Hill.
issues on the back of that BMW. Beautiful sounding.
Claire Vale about to post her time. Let's see where she comes in at. Up against those polos, 52.6. So she's a bit behind. She's going to have to find some time there. And competing for the heaviest car title this year is the Nissan Blackhawk.
Man, that's a vicious looking truck.
Rodrigo, I almost don't want to ask you this question, but how many SUVs do you see competing up in Europe?
None.
None, yeah.
Exactly.
I knew you were going to say
Can
that.
only be in South Africa.
Yeah.
I mean, last year we had the Raptor Bucky going up. You know, I mean, South Africa has always got to do something a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to pedal this Nissan up this hill.
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm staying here.
That's not exactly paddling. It's more wrestling.
Yes. Yeah. I don't think my arms are strong enough to handle that.
Wrestling a buffalo up a staircase, I think, would be a good synonym.
Okay.
Good metaphor.
So this is one of the most bonkers cars, the Z4 with the Hendrix NASCAR engine in it. In Jimmy Giannacaro. It's just mad.
Oh, that SLS engine sounded great off the line. Here's one of our first of four Lotus going up the hill. I think Sasha, Rodrigo, we're going to have to decide on the plural of Lotus at some point.
It's got to be low time.
Low time? Or is
Listen,
it like sheep and sheep where it's just Lotus?
Yeah, just loaded. For us it'll be Lotus, and for Colin it'll be Lotuses.
Special car this build. Yep, go Rodrigo.
I always say that those are the Lotus units. I work around it.
So Quinton Boylan is a bit of a legend on the customization scene in South Africa. He built this car and sold it on, and now it's competing here at the HillClimb with a 45.120. So just to remind you of our records here at the HillClimb, which I suspect are going to fall this weekend in the tin top cars, 38.646. That's Scribante holding that in the Sheriff. And the all-time record set by the Gould, 34.161, which is set at an average speed of 200 k's an hour. Rodrigo, you said something interesting yesterday, that the only place in Europe where the Goulds run is the UK. Why is that?
Regulations. The way the chassis of the Goulds are built are not up to the FIA requirements for the mainland Europe stuff. They are deemed too unsafe. Nowadays, I think not anymore. But then there's another problem, which is the size of the fuel tank. They can only do hill climbs with up to, let's say, 40 seconds. More than that, they don't have the fuel tank for anything more. And many of the hill climbs in Europe are something like 2-3 minutes long, and even more.
That is fascinating.
Very interesting.
So outside of the UK, this might Andre's car might be the only Gould competing.
Yeah, very possibly. At least in officially, yes. I know some private guys who have them just to do some toying around, but racing, yeah. I think it's the only one.
That's fascinating. Franco De Matteo on the track right now in his Jaguar. He was commentating with us last year, part of the Italian and Portuguese commentary mafia.
Yes. And such a fun guy as well. So Devon Robertson, quickest at the moment at 41.8. So significantly quicker. Nice to see Franco actually back racing. I mean, we do miss him in the commentary because I think he's just a wonderful guy, but he's a racer at heart.
That Wild Rose Gin, the Ferrari Lotus, bounced around violently up the main straight on those bumps, and he just kept his foot in. But I mean, in the car, 39. There's our first 39 of the weekend.
Darby Hubert, goodness gracious.
All right.
It's the fastest time Hubert ever did with the Lotus Ferrari in Simola.
Well, here we go. The times are falling already.
Here comes Peter Zeely.
So Peter likes to joke that this is a Camry engine. It's actually a Lexus, but it was sold in some Camrys around the world. V6 twin turbo, but he has done so much work on the aero of this car. He really is a sort of a mad scientist of the hill climb world. We were lucky to interview him and film his car for our channel. And let's see if he can best a 39 out here. We're still in practice, which is incredible, and we're already in the 39s.
Incredible. And also Darby Hubert, Charles Hubert, two of the Lotuses.
41.
And only 3/10 between them. So incredible. What do we haven't? Oh, here we go! The exuberance! Open your ears.
If only out there on the Lime stream you could feel the sound, not just hear the sound, because the Van Zimmeren's cars, they literally go through your stomach. I mean,
I'm hoping you can pick that up. Just to remind you, we're only in the beginnings of our broadcast. There's still lots of little trickery that's going to be coming over the next 24 hours and a bit. So don't you worry. Here come the Scribante brothers.
It almost looks like this yellow GTR of is he slowing down?
Oh, he's slowing.
Oh dear. Yeah, he's slowing down to a crawl there.
Yeah, it looks like hopefully nothing serious. Oi, I wonder if he'll even
Is
get
he
up.
going to make it up over the hill? Or we're going to have to stop action here. I wonder if he picked up a problem and maybe tapped off, but no, I don't think he would want to be stuck on the track. So
No.
Hopefully it's not terminal.
Yeah, I mean that would be just desperate. Is that the start? That's the finish line.
That's the finish line. Yeah. So he's nearly there. We'll just tow him off. The recovery team will be out shortly.
And as you saw on the pictures, they were wheeling back Silvio Scribante's car so they can go put the tire warmers on. In terms of the regulations, Rodrigo, are the regulations for hill climb pretty standardized as what you know from our regulations here and those in Europe?
They were not standardized at all up to 3 years ago, but then FIA did a major effort to standardize everything over mainland Europe with the introduction of the performance factor, which is a whole equation where every racer puts all the info. Much of the info about their cars, and then it gives a final number, and that final number will place you on a different class, and that's pretty much the only regulations that we have, because other than that is the Appendix J of the FIA rule book. We will introduce that in UK through our Quick 60 event. I don't know if there are any plans to use it on South Africa, but other than that, you guys on South Africa use a way different rule book from us here in Europe.
I'm not sure there is a rule book.
I don't know. Listen, behind you there's about 40 pages that you'd like to read through in terms of the regulations. But I one has to, especially with this kind of racing, safety has got to just be paramount in terms of what the drivers have to have within their vehicles.
I'm just referring to the unlimited class.
No, sure.
Is there an unlimited class anywhere in Europe, Rodrigo?
That's always a bit of a miss. It always seems there is an unlimited class. In reality, there never was. The only place where there's an unlimited class it's Pikes Peak. now both the events we run here in Europe, we also are opening an unlimited class. But overall, many of the cars you guys see on my channel, they ran under the E1 regulations or the E2SH regulations that were implemented for many years in the European HillClimb Championship, and now under the performance factor. Now, although they are not unlimited, there's certainly way more freedom than on any other motorsport. There are some restrictions, but mainly those are around safety, not that much around performance or the extension, how modified the car can be.
So, would you say down here in South Africa at Simola HillClimb, and you've said before we have some of the wildest cars in the world, and I mean it does sound like we compare pretty well with at least the European scene and maybe even Pikes Peak.
Yeah, you do. It's a bit of a product of the nature of Simola in itself, because of the type of hill climb it is. It's sort of a drag race with some corners in the middle. So you guys are encouraged to really make these high horsepower cars with some aero just to hold everything during the corners. Now, those, in terms of as of being as spectacular as it can, they compare very favorably with the European cars, because our hill climbs are way more rally-like, so that the cars need to strike a different balance where they might have a little less power, but then there's a more tractability, more suspension travel. So I would really like to see them competing against each other on different kinds of hill climbs, just to see where one will excel and one won't. Because I think some of the top hill climb cars here in Europe would go to Simola and do well, although I don't think they would win. But then some of the cars go from South Africa going to Europe, they would struggle a lot on some of our hill climbs.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah, very fascinating. This is a relatively short hill climb, you know, compared to some of the others around the world. Watch this pull off. I mean, that is just extraordinary.
Vicious.
Yeah, Rodrigo mentioned 2.2 seconds 0 to 100. So later on during the weekend, hopefully we'll have that speed gun going as well. This car is a little bit aged. I was talking to Aldo in the pits, but he says, man, he just has so much fun in it that, you know, he just cannot stop coming to the hill climb. And here's the brand new RS3 brought in from, oh, that's a much better launch, from Silvio Scribante. His RS3 just been built. And Rodrigo mentioned earlier being quite instrumental in getting this car here. Let's see what Silvio can do coming up the hill. Whoa! Aldo with a 42.3. One of them, I remember seeing this car 4 years ago and going, what is that? Franco Scribante in the Nissan.
Very interested to see how Silvio does on this run. I think it's his first proper run. 45. So still some time to find.
A lot of time to find.
Yeah.
So at the moment a 39.7 from Davy Hubert in one of the Lotus with the Ferrari engine. Let's see Franco Scribante if he can get into the 39s. Oh, on the brakes there. Boom! Nope, 40.6.
Getting closer.
Definitely picked up a little bit of power.
That car, the Sheriff Franco Scribante's car, it just looks effortless up the hill. I mean, you know, to just put a 40 in and it looks like he's almost cruising at this point. I think there's still a lot more in that car. He's obviously the current record holder at 38.646, so it's he's got some. I think there's more to give in that car. The car and him have got more to give this weekend.
And also track conditions. We've got to say track conditions this year much more favourable than they were last year. I mean, imagine taking that Franco Scribante car just going on the road and arriving in traffic. Can you imagine? Reggie Roots, 38.8.
Whoa!
Hello, everybody. Wow, that's impressive, Rodrigo.
Yeah, it certainly is. Even more for a practice run. We are getting into uncharted territory here.
We're almost, that's 2/10 off the record.
Incredible.
Yes.
Wow. All right, it is all happening here at the 14th running of Simola 2024. I think we are in for one of the most exciting events in this Simola history. That's for sure.
Without a doubt.
We're already at record pace, so we're only in practice. So
2.
Yep. Stick around for the weekend. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's just one of those. I just hope the weather can stay consistent.
Yeah.
Let's see what Rui Campos does. 42.8 for Rui Campos. We got one of the Cobras coming up. Not at great pace.
No.
38.8. Practice 2.
I'm staggered by that. Wow. 2/10 off Scribante's record from last year. And it was such a beautiful moment. I was, I think we had the camera shot of it when Scribante got the record. His whole team they all hugged together and they were just jumping up and down. It was just pure joy. It was a really lovely moment in the pit lane.
Very, very special. And also, amongst all of the competitors, they are competitors. They are out here to beat each other. But, if people need some assistance, it's quite incredible, the camaraderie amongst everybody. So it is something very, very special. Car number 3. Here we go, Ian Schofield.
It's one of the elements of Simola that make it so special. And that's that the spectators are allowed into the pits. And you get up close to the cars, and the volunteer marshals do a great job of keeping cars and people separate from each other.
Yeah. Just this man, Ian Schofield, going up at the moment, a massive enthusiast of motorsport and what he does for motorsport in South Africa, cannot be underemphasized how important he is to South African motorsport. And loves pedaling.
I hear a monster outside.
Yeah, something very loud. Oh, it must be woke.
Yeah, one of those cars that you feel almost before you hear it.
We can feel it. That's the rattle on our... Oh, I got a feeling this is going to be fast. I have a feeling this is going to be fast.
Just taking the line off the bumps there. Using all of the track.
Oh my word! Oh, he backed off there. He had to back off there. There was no ways.
That was a moment.
A 39-1.
Still a 39.
A 39-1 with a huge back off. I think it was at least half a second there. Sure. That was a little hairy. A little hairy for Robbie Hogg, but trying to find the limit.
That was a moment. I think the thing is, those pool noodles come up at you very, very quickly, especially if they're in front of you. They're meant to be next to you, but in that moment, I think Robbie Volk had them in front of him, and that's when, of course, that professionalism kicks in, and he got the car right, and he got off the grass. But still posting a 39. That he was definitely on track for a 38 there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think his eyes were wide open. Rodrigo, before we go and show some of the highlights of some of the off-track action yesterday in the town of Neisner. Fabulous to see these times coming down quite rapidly after only the second session. And are you in the same spirit of hoping that the weather stays the same?
Yes, I think the weather, the conditions will get even better throughout the day. Hopefully, this second practice session was all positive all around. The only thing that I'm afraid of it's Martin van Zumeren with the R34. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious because I really wanted to keep seeing that thing going faster
Yes.
and faster and sounding devilish like it always does.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm sure Colin will find out exactly what's going on. Of course, we've got free practice 3 that'll come up in a short while. But our team has been out and about in the town of Neisner. And I must just tell you, I was at the parade, and it was quite extraordinary. So we're going to do some of looking at the parade from yesterday and also just some of the highlights from this morning as well.
we always want to talk to Peter Zealy. Haven't had a chance this morning. You've come back down the track, Peter. 2 runs. The first one was gentle. How did your next run go, this last one?
I didn't push all the way, but no, it feels good. No, I think it will be good later on.
You've got a strategy where there's 11 runs, assuming you make it into the top 10, which I think should be a given for you. But it's to build up to tomorrow afternoon for that one final chance.
Yeah, for example, the first run this morning, I think it's not a good idea to go and push, just to heat up the car, check everything, no water on the track or whatever. This one I pushed a little bit more, but I think from now on it becomes serious.
It's nice to see that you've got the launch dialed in pretty blooming well.
Yes, it felt good. Yeah.
The suspension, last year you had a lot of bouncing. Have you managed, with all the hard work that you've done, to get it more to your liking?
Yeah, it's still bouncing, but it's not eating through. So we've got third elements front and back now, so and it protects the bottom of the car.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Peter. We know that the Europeans are a huge fan of this car after your exploits there. Always nice to talk to you. Good luck.
Thank you. There are a lot of them here again this year.
Love how in the world of hill climbing, guys come from all over the world. And you've got to be very careful with all the huge aero on here to get it right. Now we've got Davy Joubert through the crowded pit lane. We'll just squeeze past. And Davy, how many horsepowers?
We got some back. I can see that, and I feel it.
And your time is quick, eh?
Yeah, I did put it flat, eh?
You haven't got it wound up all the way yet?
Of course I have.
Things I've learned about. You guys always have something in reserve, and you've worked on the handling a bit. Are you happy with it now?
Yeah, no, I feel much better. It's handling the bumps much better this year than what it was the last 2 years, and the car feels great.
Your launch, again, I think that's just looking at you top contenders. For me, the most impressive thing is how quickly you've got your launches dialed in.
Okay, yeah, well, they need to. You can see the guys on the computers are working with it. We ask for help.
It's amazing the level of computer help. Ferrari's finest powers?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's running nicely, smoothly.
No secrets given away. Oh, blooming love it. And we can go and talk to Wade again, up this way, Patrick, because Wade is also playing computer games. I'm just going to sneak in here. Wade, we love it. The camera's over there. Sorry, I wanted to get back here. We love it when you dial in. Oh, it says there, make huge more horsepower.
I hope so.
How was that run? We're just moving around. My crowd director needs to help me. How was that run?
No, it was better than the first one.
Yeah.
The tyres a bit warmer and the track seems to be coming right, and it was a bit more traction on the pull-off. You know, with the real drive, you battle a little bit to get the take-off. But it felt a bit better.
We've got a blank space here. What happened to the yellow car?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. We're going to go tow it in now and see what's gone wrong.
Okay, cool. He's being towed in. We'll have a lurk out there. All right, so now we've got another 2 practice runs.
Yes.
And then the real stuff starts. You ready for it?
Hope so.
So do we,
Get in
the entertainer. Thanks a lot, Wade. Cheers. And right behind you, Patrick, is our favorite GTR, our favorite noise machine, the loudest car in the whole world, Martin van Zimmeren's car. And this exhaust pipe over here, and I don't want to touch it because, number one, my hand isn't big enough to fit in there apparently. But the level of air that comes out of here is quite astounding. You can see the kitty litter. Let's just go down and... Well...
Well, the damper's moving up and down, so I'm sure if you had the keyway.
or something.
Yeah. That's not lacquer. Can you fix it?
We'll try. We'll try.
Bit of duct tape, tie wraps?
Oh, maybe more than that.
Let's see if we talk to Martin. You've got to be careful getting out of it, Martin, with this.
Yeah.
That must have been a bit of a disappointing moment for you.
I just tied off up the straight. And then it just stopped.
Guys have had a look under there, see the damper moving around.
Something, I hope it's not the crank again. That's what happened the previous time.
Everybody hopes it's not the crank, because you haven't got a motor lurking in the truck, have you?
Not at all. Not one of these.
This is the most entertaining car up the hill. We hope you get it right.
Thank you very much. We'll try our best. Okay.
Anybody got a spare crank for this? That'll be like rocking horse stuff. We got cars coming up here now, and all sorts of technical things happening. I was hoping that we could get hold of Aldo Strabanti, but he seems to have moved away, unless we can have a quick walk in here. There's Silvio. I'm going to quickly, I think I might be able to reach that far and see how they're tuning things. No doubt I'll have a whisper in my ear to see if we start losing you. What are you looking at, the launch stuff?
Yeah, we're just trying to get all our fundamentals right here, Colin. We definitely got our launch better.
Yeah.
So we're very chuffed about that. So one step at a time, we'll move forward. Yeah, and we move, so we're all smiles at the moment.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot more bigger smiles to come.
I see your engineer is smiling. Michael Stevens playing. What is that over there?
It's just a little bit of data that we're going through.
Come on, share the blue line for me. Manifold pressure.
Yeah, it's only a 2.1 bar at the moment, so we've got a little bit more in reserve.
And you can go up to about 7.
Yeah, so we can probably push 3, but we'll keep it conservative for the weekend.
Say that a number. I heard 3 bar.
Yeah, it can run up to 3 bar, but we'll probably play safe to maybe push it up to 2.5 bar over the weekend.
Second time you're running up the hill in this thing, what's it feel like?
It feels wild, Colin. A lot of horsepower, which I'm grateful for. And I think it's just a matter of me rolling speeds now through the corner and getting my entry speeds correct. And if we can do that, together with no misfire, we had a massive misfire, this one. But
what are the chances we can look into the engine bay?
Yeah, no problem. Open the bay.
Would you do that for us? I'll tell you what, I've learned. Stuart White, while they're going to open the engine bay, come here, Stuart White. You've come to visit. You're going to come and race this thing next year?
Oh, that's the plan. A racing driver never comes to events if there's no future plan. So
okay, fine. That's enough about you. This is about the car and the engine. 5-cylinder. Talk us through. I know nothing about this. It's an Audi motor with Kevlar, carbon fiber, and huge horsepower.
Big power, big power. Obviously, individual throttles, 5-cylinder, turbocharged. We've got a big snail on here. So yeah, it's still learning days and early days for us. But yeah, I think it's got a lot of potential. I think the guys should be worried next year. So we'll take this year as a learning curve. We've only had the car, for 5 months. But next year, be aware.
There's a definite change in the mood from the first run to now with all of you. You've clearly found something that's cool.
Yeah, definitely on the launch, we made a big step over there. Now we just want Sol to carry a bit more speed. We just spoke about it now, and I've done some, my Mackie has done some shock changes. We're doing one step. As long as we're going forward, I'm happy. So, take it as it comes, the next one, eh?
Thanks for chatting to us. Let's have a look at the size of this turbo. It is absolutely massive, both on the exhaust side and the compressor side. The lag on this thing must be absolutely crazy. Each exhaust has got its own sensor in it. And a fuel line in it. There's some trick blooming fueling going in there. That's a fuel line in there. Some seriously trick stuff. Let's have a look to right behind us. Just in comparison, GTR size of turbos. No, not much different in it. Love the straight the 6-cylinder straight 6s. Absolutely brilliant. Now we've got to try and get out of here. And it's while there's cars starting on the track. And we'll come out into the fresh air and then start letting the cars talk on the track as the Suzukis go up the hill.
Many coyotes.
Welcome back. It is the Simola HillClimb 2024. We are into free practice 3. And I'm sure just from the screen you can see that it is a little bit gloomy. Chira and I just went for a little walk outside, and I hate to say, but it looks like there's a little bit of rain. Ooh, it's a bit squirrely from that Mustang. Rain could be expected, I suppose.
Yeah, if you're watching from overseas and you're not too familiar with Knysna, very hilly area, tends to have very temperamental weather. And so I suppose that makes this competition all the more exciting. But if you're a competitor going up the hill, you definitely prefer dry rather than wet. So especially if you're in something like a high-powered Mustang, which doesn't like to go in a straight line in the first place.
Well, it does like to go in a straight line. It doesn't like to go around corners too much. Rodrigo, we've seen these times tumbling down. We're wanting more and more. Track conditions, I think, are pretty good for the times to go down, but I can tell you that the air around definitely looks like a little bit of rain.
We'll see about that. Last year was way more of a lottery than this year, and even if the rain comes, will it be as intense as last year? Well, we'll see.
It's also one of those, one has to try and look to see what is going to happen later on today and, of course, tomorrow, whether or not you go for too much risk. If it does start raining, to go out there, you don't want to have any mishaps on the way, that's for sure.
Hopefully tomorrow there's no rain, at least.
There's the beautiful McLaren 720S making its way up the hill. A remarkable feat of engineering from McLaren. Just one of my favorite McLarens, I must say. Just a really beautiful car.
Been really lucky to film one of those, actually, and one of those cars that scares you, to be honest. It's a lot of car, that. Looked like some dust on the track going into those S's, which is a bit weird. You'd think the track would be much cleaner by now, but it's just a little puff of dust coming off the back of the McLaren there.
47.
So free practice 3 for all of the competitors. Just to let you know, if you are tuning in for the first time, there are 4 practice sessions. We'll have a lunch break, and then we will go into 3 qualifying sessions for today. That'll conclude Saturday's running, and then of course tomorrow, that's when it all counts. We have the class finals, and then of course the King of the Hill. The big news for the weekend is the missing and omission of Andre Bezuidenhout and his Gould McLaren in testing earlier this week. Unfortunately, had a catastrophic engine failure and weren't able to repair the car in time. So a blessing and a curse. It's very, very sad not to have Andre here, but it does open it up quite a lot to see King of the Hill. Could we have a tin-top car, supercar, making it winning the King of the Hill for the first time?
Yeah, I suspect that will be the case. But a couple of single-seaters there, of course, in with a chance. And it's going to be a fascinating end to this competition tomorrow, that's for sure. Ooh. There is some dust there on the entrance to the S's. The Beamer got a lot of oversteer there. There's one of our stock standard road cars, number 63. It's Enzo Kuhn again. He had a good day yesterday.
Yeah, I wonder how he's going to get both of these cars home. Because he usually drives one. And number 1, what an incredible guy. And number 2, just unbelievably brilliant racing driver as well.
Goes fast, he really is. Using all of the track on the exit of turn 3. The racing drivers, the ones sort of the more traditional racing drivers, I suppose you could call them, they take such an interesting line through turn 3 and then also through the S's much closer to the apex. I noticed Dion Hubert do that as well.
Hey, we didn't see Dion Hubert go out in the second run.
Let me think. We saw him he posted a 48, I think, already. And quite interestingly, that car is brake-by-wire. So the pedal feel coming back at you through your foot is false. It's sort of, you're not getting that hydraulic feel. So he said that might be a little bit tricky going up the hill.
Rather him than me. That's all I could say. The wonderful thing also, Rodrigo, a lot of new competitors this year and people going up this hill for the first time. So the great thing about the Simola HillClimb is that every year there are new people who are getting more and more excited about coming to take on this incredible challenge.
And seeing these record attendances and the growth bring interest. I guess that trend it's only increasing year for year. I think the biggest issue for the organization from now on, it's controlling the number of entries, because I'm sure they will be overbooked way early and they will have to start cutting people in the end just to get an entry list where it's possible to do as many runs as we are seeing during this weekend.
Yeah, very good point. Unfortunately, at the Simola HillClimb, they at the maximum of the amount of pits. I don't think there is any more space.
Good point. I think JP van der Walt is on a cooker here. He looks like he's been fast the whole way up the course.
And this guy's committed. Wow, he's committed. 42.7. Yeah. Unbelievable lap from JP van der Walt.
Best time of the weekend.
Yeah, he's really here to mean some business. One of the M4s.
You know, according to some of the information I have here, JP van der Walt won last year with a record time of 44.991. Let's just check if that's correct, but that means he's already almost 2 seconds ahead of his record time last year, which is incredible.
Very good. This M4 competizione or competition, Cristiano Verolini in it as well. So let's see what he can do, because he's going to be up against that Porsche 911.
I mean, given that JP van der Wald's car is stock and was stock last year and is stock this year, he could be maybe running a different brand of tire or a different type of tire. Still has to be a road legal tire.
Sure.
But it makes me think that for some reason the track is quicker this year.
Very much so. Well, last year it was a little bit of a lottery. We had some drizzle, then we didn't. So at the moment it's just rubbering in. It's got the rubber from yesterday from Classic Car as well. So they're definitely, I think, working in their favor. Slightly cooler conditions, so maybe they can control the temperature of the tire as well. So yeah, very, very good times at the moment. I think a very impressive time from Cristiano Berolini, 45-1 in that M4 competition.
Yep. And here is the first ever hydrogen-powered car to go up the hill, chasing Dion Hubert in the i5 M60. This is a hydrogen-powered BMW X5, and quite excitingly, BMW have partnered with Sasol to develop the hydrogen industry in South Africa.
Fantastic.
And we are one of the only countries in the world where BMW is running a hydrogen test fleet. So that's quite exciting.
Yeah, brilliant. I think, and from my little perspective, I think something very, very special. Dion Hubert has just done a 48.5, so he's about 2 seconds off your time.
2 seconds in the other direction, yeah. But Rodrigo, do you think the track is just faster this year, and do you have any idea why that could be the case?
One is many of these cars are way better dialed in. It's the accumulation of years just running in the track, but the track in itself is certainly faster. It comes down to track temperature, I think. Probably even last year there was never a stable conditions on the track. Even when it was dry, it was dry for a little time. There was some dirt because it was raining a bit before and all that, but the track certainly is dry. I would wonder then if stuff like wind is also playing a role here, but not being where I can tell you.
Yeah, we don't have any wind at the moment. No, it's fascinating to watch. And here is the most powerful road car going up the hill, the GT63.
Yeah, top of your screen, GT63, 600 kilowatts. Clint Wesson, who drives these cars, he runs the AMG Academy, Mercedes Academy in South Africa. I mean, he knows, if there's anybody who knows how to drive a Mercedes, that's Clint. Oh, look at that four-wheel drift coming through the S's. He is pushing it. Yo! Also gets squirrely there. That is unbelievable. 46.7 from Clint Weston. 45.7, my apologies. Wow, that's fast.
I do have a few more stats on that car, and I was way wrong with the torque figures. So 620 kilowatts, 1,470 Newton meters from its hybrid system, 4-liter V8 petrol with a big electric motor. That is incredible power for a road car. I don't have its weight, unfortunately, but it is a 9-speed AMG transmission, which must be one of the beefiest transmissions in the world to handle that much torque.
That's unbelievable. I mean, that's mighty impressive. So JP van der Walt still leading the times at 42.7, and now we start getting into the what would you call them? The gaggle of GTRs and Audis.
This white GTR, it really is.
He's pushing.
I don't know about this car. But even on a straight line, just on sheer pace, there's a car.
Sure, that is unbelievably fast. 45.1 for Steve Clark. Let's see the Nissan. It's not the Nissan, the Audi.
Yep, from what I understand, stock standard RS3. Sedan going up the hill. 47.
Giovanni Fantin
there. Same corner, Rodrigo.
Yeah, Farouk Dango putting in a 46.6. Let's see what the Scooby can do, running a little wide, taking a little bit of the dust, but I don't think it's going to affect him too much. Coming up to, look at the bouncing on that car.
And you are moving at that point. You're at 200 plus going over those bumps.
Incredible.
Did he catch a pull needle there? I just saw something
bounce off.
Yeah, just from the front right of the car, but could have been just something on the screen.
That's an impressive time from Anton Grenier, Rodrigo, in that Scooby.
Yes, but as more cars are running, I am just thinking that the time of JP van der Walt on the Porsche is stable.
And we've got Machotzi versus Rowe for, just
45.7.
Okay, great to see that the Hyundai is back up and running, so nothing terminal on that car. Also mighty impressive little vehicle this.
Really fun to drive. One of the last manual hot hatches you can buy as well.
Oh, Jonathan Machotzi does a 45.4. Wow, so 3/10 quicker than Daniel Rowe. There goes Claire Vale in the RBZ. Oi.
Not good. Oh. Mischief, probably.
Difficult to tell if it's coming from the car on the top or the car on the bottom. But
there's definitely something cackling.
I don't think it...
I think it was that Hyundai again.
30N, yeah.
Here's the M3 full carbon. Paul Munro.
Claire Vale having a terrible run there.
Yeah, I think she definitely, maybe it was her car having the issue. Here we go, Arnold Duplessis in the Nissan Patrol Blackhawk 5.6 V8. And, well, good luck.
You know, when you go to the Middle East, Nissan Patrols are like we have Toyota Corollas on the road.
Incredible.
They're just absolutely everywhere.
Trying to see what Paul Munro's time there. 47.7. His times are mighty impressive today.
But in this session, JP van der Walt still holds the purple spot.
And I mean, that's with half the field gone as well. So I mean, that's very, very impressive.
Yeah, he is on it this year.
Yeah, Ricky Giannicaro driving the R8 as opposed to usually driving his Lamborghini. .47.4 for Ricky, his brother behind him in that bonkers Z4. First of the low tie coming out.
This AMG powered Lotus looks quick.
Peter Hubert, 43.8.
Getting quicker.
Franco Di Matteo. Fantastic off the line.
Franco's really quick in that car. It's relatively conservatively powered. I think 600 odd horsepower compared to some of the other monsters. But watch this Lotus on the bumps here. Oh, being absolutely thrown around. A little bit of oversteer through turn 3.
You've got to have some strong forearms to handle that. Franco Di Matteo, 44.7. That's mighty impressive.
Another 39.
Yeah, Darby Hubert. Oh, I'm hoping that... so that dust is gone. Peter Zeely. Watch this thing go.
I think Peter Zeely needs to find about a second to get into the running with the Lotuses.
Yeah, that dust again there.
Oh, there was something on the track there.
Jumping up there. Looked like a... Wow. Give me this,
looking quick.
The two Huberts. Darby Hubert, 39.0. Charles Hubert, 39.6.
For Zeely, getting quicker.
Yeah, this is, I think, Jan van der Merwe on the top of our screen. First time ever up the hill. Oh, he's backed off. Wait, has he backed off? One doesn't know. Looks like he's backed off. Van Zumeren!
Seemed to bog down a little bit.
And the rear wheel drive always does a bit of this.
Definitely some debris on the track of on turn 1 there. Might be worth just stopping the action quick and get someone out there. But a nice smooth run, practice 3.
Just listen to that. Oh, that is unbelievable. 43.2 for Van Zumeren. Wade Van Zumeren. Sitting in 5th place at the moment. Aldo Scrivante, I just love the way this car launches. It's just extraordinary. They might have taken your advice, Chiro. Maybe they are checking what's going on at turn number 1.
There we go. I fill a multi-purpose role at the weekend.
You know, so observant. So
keeping an eye
observant.
on everything.
So your action seems to have stopped at the present. I think checking out, just looking at those pictures there, I mean, there's a little bit of cloud, a little bit of blue sky as well, so hopefully it blows away. Huge crowds in here, Rodrigo, at Neisner, and you know what, we were hoping you were going to be with us in studio this year, but we definitely got to make it happen for next year.
Yes, definitely. That much I can assure you. Working on it right. Oh, now we see it's the policemen that were thrown off.
Yeah.
By some car.
Yeah, we've got to definitely get you here.
Oh yeah. For this run, I was just noticing that the cars that were two cars that were not running, and this may spell bad news, are Lee Thompson in the Polo K24 and Martin in the R34. let's see if they can get both those machines up and running, because they would be fighting for a top 10, for a place in the final shootout for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, and Lee Thompson, you remember we went up on that first run, and you could see there was something went awry. So hopefully they can get that sorted out. In terms of spectatorship at the hill climbs in Europe, Rodrigo, very well attended. Does it grow year by year as well?
I don't think it does need to grow. It's pretty damn huge for a number of years now. I think the hill climb with the biggest attendance of all is here in Portugal. Curiously, the one that will be held 2 weeks from now in Valperra. It's otherworldly. I think everybody knows those old videos of the Group B cars in the Rally of Portugal, where everyone was in the middle of the road. That spirit, apart from the safety
Yes.
hazard and all that, but that spirit still remains in this hill climb here in Europe. That amount of people, we probably are talking about something like upwards of 100,000 people during that week.
Wow. That's incredible. Wow. And that's just magic. I'm definitely going to be tuning in for that one. This is the only event where the safety car is allowed to drive the wrong way round. So making his way down, bollards are sorted out, what we call the policemen, and of course we get the action back up. It's the second time out of 3 practices that the Scribantes have come out, both of them, with warm tyres, and now all of a sudden their tyres are gone ice cold again. So, no, it's not happening at the best times. Let's go and check out what Colin's got for us in the pits before the action starts again.
Not a lot of time I was hoping we can talk to Silvio. We might get to him. To answer your question about Lee Thompson's car, there was a sensor that came out of the gearbox, and it left some bits and pieces of metal inside the gearbox. So they're busy flushing the gearbox out now, get all the little bits of metal out of it. They've got the new sensor in it, and he says they'll definitely be out in the next run. This thing has got colossal power. Silvio's doing a brilliant job. They've changed the map. They've got the launch.
All right, I think we lost Colin there, but Aldo Scribante going up the track, the RS4. Yeah, Dusty's still there. I think he just sort of missed that apex a little bit.
One of the fastest.
Looks like
there was no Aldo there in that
yeah, brand new.
Still not launching.
lot of work to work on for Silvio Scribante to get that going.
I think that was maybe just a small freeze rather than a missing car.
Yes.
In the stream. So Silvio's probably okay.
Yeah, I'm sure he's okay.
Sorry, Aldo rather.
Aldo. All right, back to the action. We're playing a little bit of chaos around here. Just going to check some of our times. Aldo Scribante with a 41.8. We saw Silvio definitely get bogged down, and he did a 46.6. So they got, he's got to fine tune. He's got to work out what to do on that car.
Yes, but the potential is there. We will see that car going for the 43s during this weekend if everything goes all right.
Yeah, I'm sure. I definitely trust you. As long as he can get it off the line, then I'm sure he'll be right up there.
Yeah, work in progress.
Franco Scribante only did a 44.3. So we didn't see his run, but yeah, maybe testing something or doing something different. We've got Reggie coming up the hill. He's been in the 38s already today. Darby Hubert at 39. Oh my word, that is huge! Oh, I can't believe I saved that. Yo!
Well held.
And
Same corner.
And he still does a 41.7.
I mean, that's
the same corner.
Yeah, that near incident started at exactly the same place where we saw Classic Car Friday spins and spins today as well.
Yeah, Rodrigo, your prediction is spot on.
At the end of the day, this is a public road, and subject to all of the stresses and strains that public roads are subject to. And I wonder if we've had a small change in the undulations there, as Rodrigo predicted, and it's unsettling some of the stiffer suspension cars. Interestingly, it's even unsettling the all-wheel drive cars, which you might not expect.
But I think this change and this undulation will favor both the Ferrari Lotus and the Toyota MR2 of Peter Series, because they have that third element, which was put there because of the high downforce loads. But that should be absorbing those bumps way better than all of the other cars.
That's interesting. You'd think maybe the GTRs would be a bit better off there, but the Lotuses do look faster through the S's.
Not really, because of the weight. Too
Yes.
much weight moving around.
Yeah, Rui Campos putting in a 42.0. You got to understand that Shelby that he runs dates back to 1990.
Sheesh.
You know,
so it could compete
it's
Friday.
Incredible, yeah, really good. Saw the Cobra getting pushed off to the side. Hopefully they can get that up and running. Here comes one of the Birkins.
As part of the national championship that they run. And Cox's one.
Not a bad noise for a 1600.
Yeah.
These are competition cars, these Birkin. It's a spec series in South Africa.
Trailing the brake. Huge wheel spin there from Ian Schofield. One of the Formula Fords, Formula V's going out there. That is without a doubt the loudest car here today, besides the Van Zoomerans. Let's see what Robbie Wolf can do. 39.0 is what's up there from a Lotus.
Shooting flames out of turn one. Incredible combination of chassis and engine, that Infinity motor. Oh no,
he's hit the policeman.
Oh well, still practice. Trying to find the best line for himself. He's on the ragged edge there.
Well, he gets into the 39s, but that isn't going to count. Just 0.05 of a second slower than Davy Hubert. These Lotus cars, Rodrigo, wow, have really stepped up to the plate this year.
on the background, I heard some rumors during the weeks leading up to Simola, and I was sort of expecting it. It's always a bit of a surprise, but yeah, while everyone was talking about the GTRs, the low tie are sneaking in.
That's for sure. I tell you, I think they've got everyone thinking about it. And maybe that's also one of those things. Reggie Rich is sitting in the pit, so is Franco Scribante. They all of a sudden go, whoa, these guys are in the 39s. Let's go and push it.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened on Franco Scribante's run. Unfortunately, I think we just had a little bit of a technical gremlin that crept in there, but his time was exceptionally slow. There we go, 44.7, so down in 16th place. So maybe he was just bad off the line. But Richard Rutz had a big moment, managed to save it.
No, well held. It's like Rodrigo says, you got a lot of weight with those cars transferring through those S's, and again, that's the difference between these top class drivers. I think this is the replay.
No, let's not downplay how hard Rehard was driving the GTR.
Yeah, and I mean he still did a 41.
That's crazy.
But yeah, that was a pretty hairy moment for all of them. So free practice 3, or warm up as they call it, practice 3. Practice 4 still to come, and then this afternoon we start getting into the qualifying rounds. We've got 3 qualifying rounds this afternoon. Tomorrow there's a warm-up for all of the remaining drivers, qualifying 4, 5 and 6, and then of course we go down to the class finals, the road and supercar top 10 shootout, the modified saloon top 10 shootout, the single seat and sports car top 10 shootout. And then, of course, that will give us our King of the Hill, the 14th edition. Oh, it's going to be wonderful next year, Rodrigo, because it'll be the 15th year. It'll be massive celebrations. You're going to bring down all of your Portuguese friends and all of their cars as well.
Hopefully. Who knows? I will be coming. Maybe I will convince a couple of guys here from Europe to come along. Let's work a deal between everyone.
That'll be great to have you. It really will.
Oh, it'll be a wonderful idea. And I mean, listen, if you look at the exchange rate, I'm sure a lot of them will find it incredibly favorable.
There's that replay again. He's oversteering already.
Oversteers there. Then he comes through here, okay.
And that's where it begins.
Yeah, and you can see it lifting the wheels from the ground on mid corner.
Yeah. Many years ago, we had a Formula One world champion, Jody Scheckter, and he was called Sideways Scheckter. And I think Richard Rutz has been watching too many of his videos. But fortunately, no incident. We've only had one incident today, and we haven't, unfortunately, seen that car again, which was one of the Nissan GTRs. And the good news is we've heard from Colin that Lee Thompson will be out in the next session, which is terrific, because that's a car we definitely want to see what it can actually achieve. A lot of the cars making their way back down in the hill, get back into the pits, and then of course we'll get into our final free practice session. Sights and sounds, lots of food, lots of drink, lots of entertainment taking place here at Simola 2024, and very, very exciting so far. And I must say, I'm still feeling just this little bit of nervousness, Chiro. It's just, man, there's some big numbers, I think, or low numbers still to come.
Yeah, I think this year, I mean, you'd never want to wish misfortune on a competitor, on a participant, but the result of Andre Bezuidenhout pulling out has thrown this competition wide open, and you do get the feeling this year that anything could happen, and I think that is what is creating the tension that you're talking about, Sasha. It does feel like you've got way more competitors here keeping an eye on each other, I think. And we've already seen in practice that it is going to be really close. I mean, we're down to 500ths of a second, as you said, between the single-seaters and the Lotus. And guys like Reggie and Franco have got their work cut out for them this year. They really do. The Lotus, as we said, the low tie, coming here with a proper, they're putting up a proper fight.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think, when we speak to Colin next, just find out what the tension or what the vibe feels like in the pits, even though we are just in free practice. This is very unlike Classic Car Friday, where it's just a whole bunch of camaraderie. And yes, of course, everybody wants to win. But today and tomorrow is all about glory. That's for sure. Rodrigo, at the events in Europe, of course, from the spectators, they're all there. They love it. But from the drivers and competitors in the pit lane, how do they... I mean, there is camaraderie, but there's also that will to win.
Yes, but it's curious that you make that question, because I think HillClimb racing here in Europe, maybe on the other places too, but the amount of camaraderie, it's very much unheard of in other types of motorsports. I have dealt with rallying, circuit racing, and everything, and you won't find the kind of companionship you find in HillClimb racing. Everyone helps each other. If anyone has a problem, you will see someone else lending some of their mechanics or some of their material. Everyone's in this together, and they know they want to do a full season running something like 10 to 12 hill climbs during the year. So everyone's pushing on the same direction. Of course, when they put the helmets and they run against the clock, everyone wants to win. But most of all, everyone wants to see each other finish the race.
Yeah, so true. And just thinking about it in hindsight, it's amazing. If somebody has an issue with a tire or a rim or something, everyone's willing to try and help out, call in a mate, drive something in and help each other, because they want to compete, but they want to compete and make sure that everybody has a great time and does finish.
There really is a great spirit here at Simola. And one thing that it maybe doesn't come across on your screen is how good Colin's microphone is at cutting out the ambient noise of the pits. Because when you're in those pits, it is extremely loud with all of those engines starting up and idling. So the miracle of technology of how well that microphone works does actually cut out how loud the ambient noise is in pit lane. It really is quite an experience, and it just means that if you haven't got to the Simola HillClimb, you need to come down.
There is our fabulous Rodrigo de Oliveira from HillClimb Monsters. Have you had any comments so far about the action today, Rodrigo? Some people may be sitting and saying, wow, this is looking good, or expecting more from certain of the competitors?
I'm looking at the chat in my live stream right now, and there's comments for days. We could be here until morning just discussing now, but everyone seems to be loving it. And at the same time, I am talking with a number of people and other racers here from Europe that I shared the live stream with. They are observing with very close attention the South African scene. I was talking earlier with the designer of Peter Zillis and the Lotus Ferrari, Andrew Brilliant. He's watching the live stream too and evaluating his design's performance. There's plenty of people and plenty of reactions to the racing so far. There's a lot of curiosity. I can assure you of that. It's like this one moment in the year where every hill climb aficionado sees something truly exotic, because the rest of the time they know what to expect. They know the drivers, they know the cars, even as unique as they are. Well, it's the cars that we see racing week in, week out here in Europe. But then there's this one blip in time during the year where all the attention goes to Simola, just to see how crazy that you guys are going at it.
Well, I listen, I must just say on behalf of everybody in South Africa, thank you for, assisting in getting the Simola HillClimb onto the map via your brilliance and your channel. So thank you very, very much, and also taking such a great interest in it, because, it just helps us down here, and hopefully we can reciprocate with the events that you do in Europe as well.
It's a synergy in the end. I certainly could. I am helping, but in the end, I think you guys are helping me more than I am helping you, because you guys provide the raw material to provide value to the viewers and to get the attention on everyone around the planet. Because in the end, it's not so much that I'm doing a great work or a bad work. You guys are providing some truly staggering cars, doing some proper racing on this little drag race with corners, like I said earlier. So I just, it's like making good food. As long as you get good ingredients, it will always taste good.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Rodrigo.
Yeah, thank you. Chiro, we've got somebody on our stream sitting and saying it'd be great if the road surface could be supplied with some new tar to remove those nasty bumps, and we may even see higher speeds. What do we want to do? I think the road is actually in very, very good condition. And racing is about the elements. You've got to be able to. Yes, I mean, if there were stupid bumps, I'd say okay, get those out of the way. But it is a normal road, and people have to understand where those bumps are and how to deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of the key differences between hill climb racing and circuit racing. Circuit racing, the circuit ideally should be immaculately prepared, extremely flat snooker table kind of vibes. But I think the competitors here know that you've got that extra variable in the fact that this is a public road. And all of these guys know exactly what they're getting themselves in for. And like you say, I mean, within reason, you don't want potholes, which is something that's
notorious for us. Well done, Neisner.
Something that unfortunately we are known for in some parts of South Africa. So there's no potholes, so that's a good start. But a couple of bumps along the way. I was quite surprised. To my eye, it looks like the bumps on the main straight, which is extremely steep and extremely fast, they do look a little bit more violent this year. I don't know if it's maybe the setup of the cars that has changed, but that the Wild Gin Lotus in particular, it looked like it caught air on one of those bumps. I mean, maybe we can have a slow motion replay of that just to take a look at. But to my eye, that car was being thrown around all over the place up those bumps. So, and that must be quite a feeling at 200 k's an hour.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We've got some action for all of the spectators. Jim McFarlane in his drift taxi, and he's got a whole bunch of people in the back of that car as well with him. And if they haven't experienced what they're experiencing right now, believe you me, they won't forget it.
Yeah, and they've got the windows open, so that means they are getting covered in tire smoke.
We're going to change driving the speed. Okay. We're standing there. All right, let's do it. We're going to get both cars. All right, let's do it. Okay. See, I'm in the middle. Just checking to see your head tight. Hang on, all. Let's fire that thing up again one more time. Give it a start.
Practice number 4 with the law. Travis Falcon are going to be the second man off.
Welcome back. It is free practice 4 for the Simola HillClimb. King of the Hill. We got the 4 Suzukis. That's running a little bit wide. These Suzuki Swifts. I had one for test drive for over a year. And I had 2 different versions. One was the manual and one was the semi-automatic.
Nice.
What fun cars they are to drive. Amazing. Would have been nice if Suzuki had invited me to drive one. For the second year, I'm saying that.
Yeah. Well, we need you here in the box, though, Sasha. So you have to make a choice.
No, that's true. And if anything, I more than likely would run out of talent. But
they
great.
are a lot of fun.
They are a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Rodrigo is joining us, of course, from HillClimb Monsters. Last free practice before we go on a lunch break. Something exciting for us over here, Rodrigo, is because we don't see it very often in the lunch break. We're going to have the 1991 Sasol Jordan Formula One car. Robert Walk going to go up the hill a couple of times. It's going to be screaming, and that's definitely something I'm not going to miss. Always exciting to have a Formula One car anywhere in the world.
So yeah, just how hard it is to make one of those things run. Just the sheer enterprise that is needed to run those things. It's an event always, and it deserves to be celebrated as such.
100%. We've got the Ferrari 458 standard road car going up the hill. The last of a generation of the normally aspirated V8 Ferraris. Everything now in hybrid, some of them V6s, but they still run the V12s, which is nice and wonderful to see.
How's that diversity? Swift Sport to a Ferrari 458. That's the beauty of the Simola HillClimb.
And then, of course, you get a Nissan Patrol.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, and as Rodrigo was telling us, we're probably the only country in the world that sends SUVs up a hill in anger. So,
can you imagine on Rodrigo's channel if somebody just turns on and the first thing they see is a Nissan Patrol and they're going, and this is a hill climb? They must think, no. And then they'll say, it's Africa. It's Africa. There we go. They do things differently.
There are two countries where the most unhinged stuff come out of. One is South Africa, the other is New Zealand. And you were talking about strange stuff that people find on my channel. If anyone goes to the shorts section of my channel right now, you'll see that one of the very last videos I posted, it's a quad with active aero and the GSX-R 1000 engine.
Oh my word.
Okay.
Revving to about 13,000 RPM, I'm sure.
This V10 BMW. Sorry, go Rodrigo.
Oh, go ahead.
That V10 BMW has quite a story. So Shiraz, who runs SA Beamer, he actually bought that car as a non-runner, and slowly worked with his mechanic in BMW South Africa. It's a high miler, and they got it to the point where he now races at Simola. And that car has a fearsome reputation for being quite unreliable. So to see one racing, and he drives it here and drives home in it. So it's always cool to see the Shiraz in his V10.
Magic. That's my favorite M5.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Special car.
By far. Gordon Nicholson tops the timesheets of 47-1. All of the Mustangs going out to Shelby's. There's Paige Lindenberg in the soft top. I saw her filling up with petrol last night. I mean, the Mustangs are very interesting looking cars, but the good thing in South Africa, we do have lots of service stations.
Yeah, no, they're thirsty. They're properly thirsty.
So you just drive from one to the other.
The Super Snakes are supercharged as well, so they drink in standard trim, and then as soon as you supercharge them, it just throws petrol in there.
Rodrigo, a lot of Mustangs in Europe hill climbs?
Not really. In European stuff, no. But we have seen through the years a lot of them racing on Pikes Peak. Just the location. It's perfectly placed for it. But the V8, the American V8 thing, it's not that popular in European HillClimb racing. Even more with the advent of the Judd V8 swap engines, which are so popular and so adored here that the people will never really consider the American V8 when it comes to HillClimb racing.
Yeah.
European HillClimb racing, guys.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think also the fact that they're such big cars, in European normal driving roads, never mind hill climb, don't really lend themselves to such wide, massive cars.
Yes, it comes down to it's a regional thing. We could say.
That 720S that just went over the line.
Yep.
I mean, 530 kilowatts, weighs under 1.5 tons. So if you consider something a road car like, I don't know, Polo GTI, Golf GTI, I mean, those are well over 1.5 tons. So imagine a Polo GTI with 530 kilowatts, basically. So that's obviously that carbon tub of the 720S, which just makes it so light, and ran a 46 in Garth McIntosh hands. Something's run a 107. They've not had a good run.
Not a good run at all. That was Dion Smith in the Shelby Super Snake. So something must have gone wrong. A little bit earlier in the last three practice, Franco Scribante did a 44, which was uncustomary, and I caught up with him and just asked him what it was about, and he said, no, just scrubbing tires. So yeah, just took it. He said half pace.
Yeah, it still runs a 44 at half pace. That 2 series is very sideways into the S's. But that seems to be his driving style, because it's done that on every run. Very brave driving there in a rear-wheel drive car. Runs a 50. That Porsche had a little moment there on that last corner.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, just saw the brake lights tap onto the brakes just to steady the car.
The Alpha Giulia QV at the bottom, beautiful sounding car. It would just be really nice if it was in race mode, Giro.
And it's still flashing its hazards, yeah. I think the thing is you drive to your own limits as well. I mean, I didn't, in the i4 M50, I didn't turn the traction control fully off. Didn't have the confidence for it. You know, you want that bit of driver rage if you do get yourself into a little bit of trouble.
No,
Yeah.
I can well understand.
Yeah.
My good friend Basil Papa Giorgio just sent a message. Would be great if we had a World Series of hill climb similar to F1 and WRC. You know what, Rodrigo, there is a challenge for you. Put together a nice World Series and get everybody to travel all over the world.
I would be lying if I didn't think about that before. But logistically, it's quite hard.
I can
think
imagine.
I'm starting smaller, and the goal for now is to get up to 4 or 5 different events over Europe where we can run things under our rule book, and that can be turned into a series quite easily. But by the same token, I think you guys there on South Africa could make a 3 or 4 round small championship, and you guys have the interest and the material to make something quite spectacular. And I don't think you even realize that.
Yeah, I think it's just growing and growing, and I think JP van der Walt seems to be going very slowly.
He completely tapped off.
Hopefully nothing wrong with the car, maybe just doing, very, very slowly. Good to hear from another good friend of mine, Mark Friedman, probably the best Audi sales person in the country. Nice to hear you, enjoying the live stream. Great to have you along. Share as much as possible. Lots of people coming through, really enjoying it as well.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to JP there. Maybe Colin can go chat to him for us, but he is the current title, I think 2 times title winner in the road cars. So we definitely don't want to see him out of the competition. Here's the only electric car in the field, the new BMW i5 M60.
Can you explain to me, it's an i5, so it's a 5 series. What does M60 mean?
It just refers to the power output. So it's the highest electric power output that BMW currently offers. And I think probably close to 600 horsepower, which is maybe where the 60 comes from.
Okay.
Yeah, 442 kilowatts and very heavy, 2.4 tons. It'll definitely be one of the heaviest cars up the hill. Dion Hubert, South African racing legend, piloting the i5. He's already done a 48. This looked slightly slower to my eye. Let's see. 49, yeah.
And your time was 42.
Yeah, 42.9. Let's just keep it.
We're keeping it there.
The C63, the new one, the 2-litre, making its debut. It's been pretty quick in the hands of Chad Lukhoff. I think he's already run a 47, chasing the first ever hydrogen-powered car up the hill.
So I tell you, we're not sure what happened with JP van der Walt, but Cristiano Verolini has been very consistent in all 4 of his runs. So he definitely seems to be getting more and more comfortable. Here we got the GT63S, 1,400 and a few Newton meters. Oh, you see that under braking?
Yeah, it's a heavy car.
Yeah.
Whoa!
4-wheel drift going into the S's.
That's bold.
Yeah, guys are pushing. Wow. Let's see what Clint Weston. No,
Jeez, he's throwing that car around. Whoa! Clint, this is not the drift exhibition, eh? You gotta get.
That is just mental. That is mental, and he does a 44.6.
That was one of the hairiest rides in a road car, in any car I've ever seen up the hill.
Definitely going to catch up with him. I love this Honda. Type R, manual box. Man, that's a lot of fun to drive.
Rodrigo, what did you think of that GT63? That driver just almost sideways in every corner.
Gotta hand it over to the guy, because with that amount of weight, that amount of torque, and going fully sideways, and one thing would be just on one corner, but continuously and on consecutive corners. Okay, there was some purpose behind all that.
Yeah, no, it did look deliberate. I mean, and that thing, I mean, it's so heavy, it'll be scrubbing its tires, it'll be leaning on its sidewalls.
Yeah, we'll definitely, during the lunch break, go and have a chat to Clint and ask him about that. But, I mean, that is just, that's a lot of talent. It's a lot of skill to hold that.
That Honda ran a great time, 47. Love seeing this R34 go up the hill. I mean, these are touching 2.5 million rand now. If you want to get into one, absolute JDM icon.
Yeah, RS3 Giovanni Fantin. Joe, it was a great launch.
45.
That's stunning.
Oh, it's quick.
Stunning. That RS3 sounds very loud. Some of the big hitters. Here we go. Farouk Tango. What a wonderful man.
He's a great guy. Living legend.
Had a fabulous day yesterday in the classic car Friday in his BMW. Today in the R35. Craig Zank in the GTR as well. I love the colors of that yellow GTR. Is that the Subaru being pushed back?
Oh yeah, getting pushed to the side. There is a little space on the right there in case a car does need to be pushed out of the way.
That's a pity. I would have loved to have seen this going up in the last free practice run.
Yep, you never want to see that. Shame a car just not running, but maybe he can get it back alive.
Yeah, let's hope so. Subaru in Europe also must be very, very popular.
Yes, especially in UK. We have Subarus right now in very different guises, even 6-cylinder ones with a flat 6. There's some crazy stuff running here. One of my big friends, who is the current UK champion, Damien Bradley, running a Legacy instead of an Impreza, curiously. But then you have quite wild stuff, like still the GC8 platform. It's very popular, and you see some guys right now pushing upwards of 900 horsepower on those things. And the aero packages also, you can buy one very good now straight from the shelf. So yes, there's a lot of popularity around them when it comes to back racing.
Yeah, still a very popular car. Oh, I tell you, Daniel Rowe, I think getting close to the policeman as well. This is a fabulous little battle. Great to see them both on track at the same time. Daniel Rowe, Jonathan Machotsi, exactly the same kind of cars. At the moment, Machotsi got about 2/10 on Daniel Rowe over the run so far. Daniel Rowe, 45.6. Let's see what Jonathan Mokotsi can do.
I think Daniel's problem is that there's too much of him. I mean, he's about 6 foot
19.
Yeah, 6 foot, yeah.
Yeah, 6 foot 19 as opposed to Jonathan Mokotsi at 5 foot 9.
That's where the time difference is coming from.
Probably. And another 2 tenths still between, 6 tenths between Mokotsi and Daniel Rowe. Mokotsi quicker. At the bottom of your screen, Claire Vale. At the top of your screen, I think it is the Scooby that's going out. Oh, no, it's the Hyundai.
30.
Yeah, 30. There's a lot of black smoke coming out of that Hyundai. 48.9.
I suspect that I-30N is not at full health. It had a aborted run earlier in the day, so hopefully they can fix the gremlins there, find them and fix them. This full carbon M3 bouncing up the main straight. Oh, Clearvale. Oh, dear.
That's over the line, I think.
Yeah, she should be okay. There's a bit of space there on the right. Yeah, it doesn't look like she's hit anything.
Okay. Jennifer Abbott had a very similar kind of spin yesterday.
Yeah.
Coming off the into the final bit. And I mean, Chiro, just explain that to us as well, why that can happen, because it looks like it's a straight line.
Yeah, so you've got a bit of steering angle in as you're crossing the line. It's a right-hander, but it also crests, and as you go over the line, I mean, you're still flat foot, obviously foot flat. You want to get the best time, but the car goes slightly light, so the suspension sort of unloads, if that makes sense. And then as it comes down, if you've still got some steering angle in, as I understand it, then you can get into a bit of snap oversteer. And some of the worst accidents we've seen, or the most serious incidents we've seen, have been at that point on the track. So the finish line itself is daunting here at Simola, and you do have to tread carefully there. But both spins there over the finish line now, there is a bit of space to the right, which is good. Where you don't want to go is to the left, because there's a stone-lined gully which runs all the way up the left-hand side of the track if you're looking at the track going up the hill. And that can flip the car over, that can destroy suspension. So if you go to the right, you'll probably live to fight another day.
Well, there we go. The main thing is Claire Vale. Okay, we saw everything okay. Unfortunately, it did mess up the run for the full carbon car of Paul Munro. So, yeah, just got to check the track, and we should resume in a few moments from now. It's going to be Ricky Giannicara in the R8 GT4 LMS 5.2 V10. Beautiful, beautiful car. And then Jimmy going to be in the I don't know, the most bonkers car I've ever seen, the Z4 with the Hendrix engine. A little bit of a replay as to what happens. As you can see, yeah, a little bit of that steering angle. She's got the oversteer ready.
Yeah, that was probably just a bit too hot into that corner, because she's already lost it before the finish line. But no damage.
No damage.
Always good to see it.
Yeah. New set of tyres. Here we go. Car number 33, Ricky Giannicara. It's incredible how this R8 has stood its test of time. I mean, it must be, 14 years old, 15 years old?
Yeah, but between the two generations, and if I'm not mistaken, earlier this year they actually stopped production.
It's done? Yeah.
The last R8s rolled off the line.
NASCAR engine in there. I don't know how they keep the power down. Ooh. 46.3 for Ricky Giannicara. Still at the top of the timesheets, Clint Weston, who was sideways most of the way up the hill with a 44.6.
Yeah, with JP not having a great run, Clint Weston topping the timesheets, but Here comes a Lotus to change all of that. Although, of course, not in the same class.
Oh, sorry, that was Mike Verrier in the Z4 with the Chevy IS7. So we actually haven't seen Jimmy in the Z4 GT3.
So just a reminder, the tin top record is 38.646. 43, that doesn't seem right. That looks like a fairly good run.
I'm not too sure if that's at the bottom. Yeah, that BMW is not healthy at all.
They're going to have to yellow flag Franco.
Yeah, Franco's going to have to
Di
slow
Matteo.
down.
Franco still looks at pace there. But the Beamers.
Oh, okay, the front splitter.
He's lost the front splitter.
Yeah, front splitter's come off. Franco's hit one of the bollards.
Yep.
Yeah, he goes with a 45.2, but I think he's going to lose that one.
Oh, the Noble's back. That's good to see. Didn't manage to complete. It hasn't completed a run yet, so.
Here goes Darby Hubert in the Lotus with the Ferrari 488 engine inside of it.
Super quick car.
Massive wing on the back. 49.3 for the Noble.
Something didn't
cruising?
sound quite right there as well through turn 3. Sounds like might have missed a gear. Yeah, no, this run seems to be
yeah.
So Gremlin's there for the Ferrari Lotus, it seems. He's back on the pace
Yeah,
now.
maybe just going through doing some. Yeah, I mean at 51. So Peter Zeely.
I think that's the sound of that front splitter just sort of grinding on the tarmac a little bit.
Charles Hubert 40.2, so a little bit slower than what he did. He was in the 39s. Let's see what Peter Zeely can do. Something coming off, I don't know, the back of the car there. Whoa! That is wild. Lots of debris on the track. They're really going to have to yellow flag. 38.9. That puts a big smile on Rodrigo's face, as does this car.
Yeah. Want to know the curious thing? Peter Zeely never did a 39 in Simola. He went straight from a 40 to a 38.
Yeah, so true. Wow!
Zimmerman looking quick on this run.
Yeah, he's going. Oh, you're late on the brakes there. .42.7.
I think that's his quickest of the day.
Yeah.
S4 sounds fantastic.
Oh, and it's super fast. It's just
Gearing
magic.
down.
Let's see if Silvio can get this launch going. Oh, that's better. That's much better from Silvio in his brand new RS3.
There we go. no?
No. Oi, oi, oi. You got... Oh, that does not sound good at all.
I would say perhaps side shaft there.
That is not good. Man, and he got the launch.
Ah, that's a pity.
Oh, that's a huge pity.
But on those semis, on those slicks, the amount of stress that goes back through the drivetrain on a launch like that, side shaft, maybe even a prop shaft. What do you think, Rodrigo?
Yeah, to fully agree. The stress on the transmission on those launches, even more for a car that was originally built for time attack. It was my fear all along. Hopefully unfounded for now, but yeah, let's see.
Oh, that's a pity. Let's hope that they can sort it out. I have just received from Colin Mileman. Thank you very much, Colin. Jimmy Giannicaro, the reason he's not racing, car number 34, electronics failure, withdrawn. Okay, so that's why we haven't seen him. Okay, thank you very much, Colin.
So with Silvio parked on the outside of turn 1, that would be too dangerous to send the next competitor, who was Franco Scribante.
Yeah.
Just too much risk there of an incident, so that car will need to be moved before we can proceed.
Oh, I really hope they can get this repaired. We do have a lunch break, but oh yeah, it didn't sound great. So a little bit of quiet before the storm of some of the serious runners. Peter Zeely into the 38s, 38.9. Charles Hubert, a 40. One of the low tie that we saw with the Ferrari seemed to go back off and then go again. So whether or not they're testing things or checking things out, or maybe had a misfire, maybe missed a gear somewhere along the line.
I do have a bit of info update about the weather. My better half has actually been wonderful at doing coffee runs here for
She's
Sasha.
been amazing.
She said that we'd had a little bit of drizzle at some point.
Is that so?
About an hour ago, yeah. Not enough, obviously, to change the surface too much, I think. But it does show you that the skies are threatening, unfortunately. And now this car will not be able to be towed back to the pits. It's going to have to be towed all the way up.
All the way up.
And that's a big pity for Silvio.
Oh,
I mean,
it's desperate.
He must have been so excited about this weekend. New car, all the way over from Sweden.
Rodrigo got it for him.
Yep.
Indirectly.
Ah. Wow. Okay, taking off the
Taking the
bonnet.
hood off. I think they're probably trying to work out if they can even actually tow this car. They might need a flatbed here.
Yeah, oh, I really hope that it's something that can be repaired. On your screen at the bottom there, you can see the Sheriff. That is what he's commonly known as, Franco Scribante's outrageous Nissan R35. Yes, it is a Nissan, even though it doesn't look quite like it. I remember seeing this car for the first time a couple of years ago when we were down here, and I could not believe what...
I'm coming! The morning
Next up, Kanisile Mokhale.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes!
Everybody turn to page 6.
Kanye, we love it. You guys are ahead. Congratulations.
I am a champion.
If you give me a room, I'll shake it. Keep moving on, keep moving. Keep moving on, keep moving. I am bold.
You know, in South Africa, Rodrigo, we have what we call a lot of taxis, and our taxis are actually minibuses. And there should be a category for the hill climb for minibuses.
I mean, I'd watch that.
I'd watch that.
Fastest quantum. I think it's got potential as a motorsport.
And I think they would be very competitive.
Yeah. You know, I think that you probably find that there's a fantastic amount of talent actually in that segment of,
without a doubt,
yeah, of the motoring market. So there we go. Maybe there's an opportunity there for some enterprising motorsport enthusiast. But
I think it would be terrific. I think it must be done. I think we need to talk to Toyota. Give us 10 of them and find 10 of the best drivers in the country from each, or 11 from each of the provinces or something, and then let them have a go. Would be great fun.
I think first of all, this patrol should be nicknamed the Colossal, something like that.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Yeah.
So those. Yep.
I was just saying that that idea with the taxis should be encouraged, because in Australia they race those utes, and I think there's potential there to explore.
I think it's great potential for export. Yeah, we must always check out. All right, we're still waiting for the green flag for the track to reopen. Let's go to Colin. He's with Regardt Roots.
Reggie, you don't like fudge?
I love fudge, man. I flippin' love fudge. I can't say no.
Because Graham packs a lot of fudge.
Around my belly.
You sitting in the car now, you're not going out. Why?
No, we're just saving the car. The car's working, everything's perfect. So the next one's a qualifying run. So I'd rather put one in the bank and make sure it works. And then if we want to change something or work on it, then we've got a time in the bank.
Awesome. So 37 still on?
Pardon?
37 is still on.
37's on during the weekend. I don't think today, but tomorrow we'll be there. We have to. I think that's where that's going to go.
Smile.
That's where it's going to go.
I see that smile. Just before we go to the track action, thank you, Reggie. Good luck. Right over here is, well, the cars are going. We'll talk to Arnold a little bit later. But this thing, you can see I'm standing on it's you.
Oh, what a moment there for Franco Scribante.
Yeah, cold tires.
That's what you call scrubbing.
Yeah, but maybe unintentional. But shame he sat in the pits and running wide on all the corners. But that's one of the variables of the hill climb. You never know when you're going to get stopped at the start line.
Correct. Still held on to it. Let's see what he does. 41.7. Yo, locks the brakes right at the top of the hill as well. So I think a bit of frustration.
I think Scribante is just keeping us all in suspense.
More, yeah.
He'll show his cards tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. And also, I think, that's also the beauty of Regardt Roots as well. Going to pump in a time and then he'll say, okay, no. He knows what to do. Although we mustn't forget on his second run, his third run, he was a little bit all over the shop. It reminded me of the final of last year.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. One of those S's catching out a couple of the drivers.
As Rodrigo calls the Colossus at the bottom of your screen, going up.
So one of the reasons this car does compete is it doesn't look like a standard patrol. That is a kit called the Black Hawk kit, and it is imported but assembled and fitted in South Africa. So you can buy that kit if you have a patrol and have it fitted locally.
Yeah, I think BB Motorsports are the guys who do it. Yeah.
Gary Martins, as Rodrigo was saying, probably the only diesel competitor maybe anywhere in the world.
Not the only, but certainly the most powerful.
It's if I'm not mistaken, it's the triple turbo M50D engine from an X5 think that's where he sourced the engine from.
Yeah.
Wow. Triple turbo.
Yeah.
Sure, that was a good run. 45 dead. That's a good run.
Here comes Rui.
Rui Campos. Oh, it's good to see the Cobras out there. No. Rui Campos with a 42.5. The Cobra not looking, not sounding very posh.
Actually one of the oldest cars in the field, that Cobra. The chassis was built in 1989.
Wow.
But more modern engine, the Alice engine.
Well, the Cobra has done one run, which is decent, at least.
Right, here come the single-seaters.
Yeah. Yeah, Schofield. Yeah.
I just have a feeling with qualifying 4 that everyone's keeping their powder dry a little bit. As even Richard Ritz told us, they're saving the car. They're not even going out. You obviously don't have to go out, so it's not a problem. But it feels like everyone is gearing up for qualifying. So 3 qualifying sessions today, 3 tomorrow.
Rodrigo, what are the most popular single-seaters that race in European hill climbs?
It depends on what you are calling a single-seater. Do you mean a Formula, or are we
Formula
Yes,
Formula car.
It's between the Reynards in mainland Europe or the Wolves in UK.
Okay, Reynards.
Yeah, the Reynards, the F3000 were nowadays the rule books are keeping them away from racing. But let's say 10 years ago, in every European round you'd find something like 4 or 5 of those of the top segments.
Interesting. I think it's going to be the final runner for all of the practice sessions for this morning. Let's see what young Robert Walk can do. 43.6 for Schofield. So surprisingly, Robert Walk hasn't topped the timesheets as yet. So let's see if he can do it now. Peter Zeeley's 38.9, a fantastic time in free practice 4.
I noticed there that Volk didn't try to go around the bumps on the right. Maybe he thinks it's faster to just stick it out over the bumps.
Oh, that's super fast.
Let's see if he's in the 39s here.
Super fast. Whoa! Yeah, there we go. 38.5.
Oh, 38.
38.5 for Robert Walk. There we go. Well spotted.
Yeah.
Different line going into turn 1 and 2. And yeah, that's fantastic. So there we go. 38.5. That is the fastest we've had so far of the weekend. Some strange times during the course of that final free practice session. We've got qualifying coming up after lunch, which I think is going to be fascinating. And there are quite a few cars that I think are going to need a little bit of repair.
Yeah, it does sound like a couple of cars are taking some strain, the Subaru being pushed back. But nice moment for you here, Sasha. I know you're an avid Formula One fan, and there is a real Formula One car.
Isn't that just magnificent? The Sassol Jordan, originally driven by Stefano Modena, and Robert Walk is going to be taking that up the hill. And I'm going to ask our producer if I can go and stand and watch it and listen to it properly.
Off you go. I'll man the fort here inside the commentary box.
I'll buy you lunch. Rodrigo, I'm going to enjoy the sounds of a V8 Cosworth Formula One engine.
I will do just the same.
Wonderful. There we go. I'm going. There we go. Okay.
Off Sasha goes.
Cheers, Chiro. Cheers, everybody. There we go. See you later.
Sasha is one of the biggest and certainly most knowledgeable Formula One fans in the country, having hosted the Formula One show in South Africa for many, many years as well. So this is like his Christmas and his birthday all rolled into one. I'm sure Robbie Volk also excited. He literally climbs out of his pull beam and climbs into a real Formula One car. So he's having a good day as well. Rodrigo, ever seen an F1 car outside of an F1 race?
Outside of an F1 race, legally no. That's what I will say.
That's all you can say.
That's all I can say. No, truthfulness. Yes, I have seen one. I've seen a couple. We are on different countries. The curious thing, and that's what I was alluding to. The legally, no. It's I saw one on just doing launches on a public road. A guy got one, fitted the Judd engine, took the original engine because the electronics were way too complex. Fitted a Judd V10 engine and did a couple launches, and then straight onto the truck again, and it was I don't know where.
I was told by an F1 engineer who came out to do an advertising shoot that we did some work on a couple of years back that the V8s, they take about 8 mechanics to run and to start and to get them up and running and keep them going for the day. Yes. The new hybrids apparently require a team of 20 people to travel with the car, to keep the car up and running, just to get it started, to get it out onto the racetrack. So this older Formula One car won't need a team of 20 people, that's for sure. It's going to be a little bit easier to get started and to get it going up the hill. This car actually competed at Kyalami in 1993 with the Sasol sponsorship. So the livery you're seeing on it today is the livery that it ran in all those years ago. The only thing that has changed on the car, or one of the only things rather, is that it's gone from a V10 engine to a V8. So the original V10 engine was actually supplied by Yamaha, and now it has a V8 Cosworth. And I think that's just it started up, although that could have been Zeele's car as well. No, we don't. Obviously, no. There's no driver in there just yet, so that wasn't the F1 car. But something fascinated. There's Sasha. Sasha's on the left of your shot. Big smile. Yeah, no, he's in his element. Something that's changed a lot over the years, Rodrigo, in the Formula cars is the level of safety. So, I mean, you'll see in this car that Robbie Volk's shoulders are so exposed, and he's so exposed sitting in the car as the driver. Whereas in a modern Formula One car, I mean, they're sitting, it's like they're lying down in a bathtub almost.
Part of that was due to safety, but the other part was due to just center of gravity engineering reasons. But yes, safety-wise, it's another world. It's even ironic that we are right now 30 years from the death of Roland Ratzenberger and Ayrton Senna at Imola, which are probably the two biggest changing events due when it comes to safety during the 90s. But at the same point, you were talking earlier about it's a real F1 car. I will reinforce that point about it being a real F1 car, because I really think these V10 and V8 naturally aspirated powers F1s for me are the last real F1 cars. What really sound like an F1 machine. I sort of lost a bit of my passion for F1 since the turbo cars, the
hybrid era.
And then the hybrid era, and then the track limits and all that. I sort of fell out of love with F1 and doubled down on HillClimb racing, so to say. But yes, I was fortunate enough when I was 6 years old to be in Estoril, watching the very last F1 race there, and just watching that launch with 22 cars with V10s, and the Ferraris were still with a V12 at that point, just launching at the same time. It's one of those religious experiences that probably change someone for the rest of its life. And I'm talking about that, and I'm getting emotional.
I can really relate, Rodrigo. The only F1 race I've been to date was actually at Spa, which is a pretty good one to go to if you're going to choose one. And I remember that was the last of the V8s, actually, that particular year that I went. So that would have been about 2013, I think. And also just the sound of 20 cars sitting at their rev limiters on the start line and pulling away together. Like you say, it's pretty much a religious experience. But here's Robbie Volk. He's just lowered himself down into the car. And this will also be like his Christmas and birthday rolled all into one. I'm sure he is extremely excited, a bit of nervous anxiousness maybe as well, that there's a lot of pressure here to look after this car as well. It's pretty much a priceless piece of motorsport history. So, but he is definitely up to it. If there's anyone with some big match temperament in South African motorsport, it is Robbie Volk. He's definitely one of the best single-seat racing drivers that South Africa's ever produced. So he'll be getting strapped in now. Make sure he's very, very safely strapped in. And this will be a real treat for the Simola crowds, the sold-out Simola crowds this year at the 14th running, the 2024. If you're watching on the live stream from around the world, thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure hosting this with Rodrigo de Oliveira, who's patched in all the way from Portugal, and Sasha Martiningo, who's patched in all the way from right next to me, although not right now because he's outside staring at a Formula One car. And there he is. He's absolutely in his element. Patrick, our wonderful roaming cameraman, is doing a great job of getting these pictures for us from the pit lane. He really is tireless. 3 days of running around with a heavy camera rig. I couldn't do it, I'll tell you that much. So we're waiting for that V8 Cosworth to fire up. I think at the back there, yes, these cars didn't have a starter motor, hey, Rodrigo? So that's the starter motor at the back?
Yes. Yep.
There we go.
You were saying earlier that these older cars didn't need a team of 20 people, but I will disagree with you. Most of these cars have been converted to run with jet engines, and so are simpler nowadays. But if you are using the ancient ECUs they were using at the time, you will still need a large team of engineers to get one thing of this running. I remember someone who was working on the Williams Renault of that time, and because the PC unit that was needed to run that ECU was so difficult to find and so difficult to operate, they were still needing something like 15 or 20 people to get that thing running.
Wow, and everyone just sort of crowding around the car with laptops, basically.
Oh yeah, but not laptops as we know now. We're talking about those ancient super chunky laptops.
Yeah, more like carrying around a desktop computer, basically.
Yep, pretty much.
So looking good so far. I can hear I think you can hear it on the live stream. I can hear the engine idling. So that's a good start. We've got a start up on first crank, so that's good. Always a good sign. And it ticks over or kicks over the first time. A couple of last minute checks. I wonder if he'll have comms in the car. It does look like a comms aerial over there. So they can just chat to him. But as far as lunchtime entertainment goes, this is pretty special. For any hill climb around the world, yeah. Rodrigo, when you're down here, there's actually the six-wheel Tyrrell, if I'm not mistaken, at the front of Motor Museum. So when you're down here, you start your trip in Cape Town. I think that's something to go see. And let's hear from Colin, who's standing right next to the car.
I've actually got chills in my bone. They were just waiting to get it warmed up. And he was going to go up the hill and then turn around and come back. The wait was to get the temperature of the engine oil sorted out. So we're going to stand right here. I'm going to put the microphone down and then he's going to give it a go. Let the car talk.
A special moment in the history of the hill climb. Genuine Formula One car going up the hill, absolutely delighting the crowds, no doubt. And Robbie Volk will turn the car around, come back down for his display, and he'll do it all again tomorrow. So if you are only coming tomorrow, don't worry, you won't miss it. You won't miss the Formula One car. Packed pit lane at Simola, definitely one of the most special elements of the Simola Hill Climb, that you can hang around in the pits. And we've got Colin in the pit lane. Colin, how did that sound outside of the commentary box?
I think I'm speechless, absolutely blown away. I've got goosebumps and chills and all the other feels ever. And what actually got to me as well is in the I heard the sound in my earpiece, and it had that distortion that only a Cosworth V8 can give you. It's just, I'm very, very emotional. Okay, so it was a 37.8-ish on totally unofficial timing. The tires are absolutely ice cold. So, I mean, if you had to push that thing with proper tires, because they had the car on the warmers, the oil, the water, and the tires, and they had to push it from the bottom to the top, and tires got completely cold. So I can't wait to go and stand next to it, and I'm going to kneel next to it and get as close as I can to it, because it is such a visceral moment. It makes every reason makes my petrol-headedness justified to me, and he's pinning it down. So, Patrick, let's turn around and we'll see him come in here. I'm going to go and feel the tires to see how hot they are. They're still ice cold. Looks like he's getting out. I don't think he's going to do another run, but I'm going to talk to him. Robbie, how was that?
That was a lot of fun. Just really stiffly sprung, obviously, for circuit racing as opposed to the hill. In general, it's a stiff car. Carbon brakes, it doesn't really have any brakes. So, yeah, obviously just giving it down the straights and taking it easy, because it's certainly not stopping into the corners.
But still, the time we got was a 37-something.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was an easy run, but yeah, the car's phenomenal.
Robbie, do me a favor. Take your helmet off and come along to the crowd so they can get a look at you. Because, of course they want to. They want to see the guy, the entertainer. Robbie, come over here and say hello to the crowd. Robbie Wall! Thank you, my boy.
Cheers.
Really appreciate that, and wow, I'm still blown away. So next time he's here, I'm going to go and grovel and sit next to it and just be blown away again. Because, got some news about hill climbing. And the hill climb, in particular, Audi, Scribanti's Audi. They broke a drive shaft, they think, Yes, they've got a spare drive shaft, and yes, they can fix it. Silvio's Audi. Yes, they can fix it. The other news that we've got is Peter Zeele is over the moon. He did a 38 something, and he was actually hoping for a 39. He still thinks that he can get 38.9. Thank you for saying that. He still thinks that there's at least half a second, maybe, when he sort of half joked, and so his hope of a 39 is now going to a 37. 37 is going to be the time around here. There's a lot of discussion about the bump on the outside of the track. The drivers that I've spoken to agree that it's not the track that's changed anything, but something in terms of setup of the cars. Other good news is, Lee Thompson's car with the gearbox. They're battling with some other sensors, and everything that could possibly have gone wrong with that whole setup has gone wrong. Richard Ritz sat out because he didn't want to. He wanted to put a banker in. He's going to go into qualifying, and in Q1 he's going to put down a banker. So expect somewhere, I think, a low 30. I'd actually, let me just stick my neck out. I'm going to go with a 37.8 for Ritz and a 37.8 for Franco Scribanti. Scribanti's their program that they've been working on has been different to what they've done in previous times. They're working on the car, the bumps of the car, get the car to ride the bumps. Then the next step they went to was get the aero. They haven't touched the launch yet. They tested launch before they rebuilt the gearbox. They've gone through the bumps, they've done the aero, and then each time he's attacked one or two corners to get his mind into it. So their program is going well. Zeele's program is going well. Joubert is totally happy. That's Davy Joubert with a Ferrari motored Lotus. He's totally happy. He's chipping away at it, and we've seen that from the times. This is the best ever that we've seen launch control of all the cars. And while we're just going here, I'm just going to grab Mike Rowe from VW Motorsport. Mike, you've brought some cars. They look really cool. Your drivers are having fun?
They always have fun at Simola HillClimb. Had some few niggles this morning, but we're sorting them out. Just mainly shift strategies and launch control.
Shift and launch and
all
traction
stuff,
control.
Yeah. Stuff we don't do at the circuits.
Stuff that you need men with computers to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So the guys are buried in the laptops, and I'm sure by the time quali comes, we'll be good to go.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us, Mark. Some of the other news, the Van Zimmeren GTR, the yellow one, the damper came off the front. There's 2 bolts in there. They think that the one bolt is stripped, so they're busy with a tap and technical stuff and metal and what. They're going to screw together. The damper itself doesn't appear to be broken. It's the bolt. Then other news that we've got, the pull beam, they've worked on the launch. They've got that right. They're only revving it to 10,100 revs at the moment. They can go to 11.5, which they will do, and they've also got a conservative launch strategy on it. Robbie's wired. He's got his mind into it, and he's going to do things properly. Ian Schofield is sort of sitting in no man's land with a car that he's got at the moment, not being able to fight with it. Patrick, let's just have a quick little walkie here, get away from wheeling motorbikes, and we come back into here, and this will tell us some more bits and pieces of news. The Scribantis, as we said, they're doing all right. Rui Campos is totally happy with his runs. He knows, or he believes, he's really going to get into a top 10. So that's all pretty cool. On the standard road cars, I was so impressed with the Clint Weston with that AMG 63 electric, for a long time, he was at the head of the times, which was absolutely impressive. Not so much the other. My emotions, where they run with sucking, squeezing, banging, and blowing, and the vibes that it gives you or it gives me in my chest. Those are the things that make me absolutely super happy. And while I'm just going through the rest of the news. We heard from the Volkswagens. Lee Thompson, I really feel for him. Patrick, let's just see if we can push our luck a little bit. The drifting boys are here. Cars being gotten ready for Wade van Zimmeren he's tweaking launch control, and he's got really sorted, and hopefully we can get Peter Zeely, his car is over here. Let's see if we can grab him and talk to him. We'll just go straight in here and find Peter. Is Peter around?
He was.
No, he's probably... Tony, was Peter? There he is. Right, let's go and... I'm going to have a fat go in here and just go and interrupt him. Peter, please, 2 minutes. That was quite an impressive time.
I'm happy.
Oh, I see the smile. And are you serious? You're going to go for a 37?
No.
Come on.
No, that was a good run. No, there is a bit more, but 37, no.
Okay, but you're going to save a little bit more for tomorrow.
Yeah, so we're trying brand new tires now, so we'll see.
So it's Q1. You're going to set a safe time for Q1, have a go at Q3 just in case the weather changes.
Something like that.
Yeah, I love it enough when my brain works lekker. Please come and chat to us. So, yeah, let's talk to both of you sitting next to each other.
I told you last year, I don't like talking to you.
In the spirit of Simola, we love it. Ferrari versus Toyota. Sounds like old Formula 1 days.
Correct, yeah. But I see the Toyota is ahead at the moment,
Yeah.
Yes, what's it, 0.1?
It is the 0.1 is a 0.1, eh?
So all you need to do is put some blue on it and then we can make it a Ferrota. You ready for qualifying now? I see you fiddling with, is that launch maps or power map?
I think it's launch maps that they're working with. I don't want to disturb them because they might make a mistake, and that we don't want.
Okay, target speed. I'm told that the fastest speed before the bridge, my sources say, is 243 k's an hour.
Okay.
I'm not close to it. We've got, because of the body hitting the tar, the engine picks it up as a knock, and it pulls the timing back. I'm doing 216.
Take the knock sensing out of it.
Unplug it.
Yeah, it's just a sensor.
Just a sensor.
Thank you, guys. Just make it happen. Wade is fiddling on his computer. We're going to go and find out. There's things that trip here. Wade, is it boost and launch that you're sorting out?
We are trying to get it a little bit better for the launch. There's a little bit of a wheel spin there, but hopefully we can sort it out. And then sort out the boost later.
And the yellow car, they're busy fixing the damper. It was a thread, eh?
Yeah, we're trying our best. It's a keyway, so it's shredded a bit, but we got the damper off now. We're looking for another keyway so we can try and fix it. We're still trying.
And a whole lot of Loctite on it.
Yeah, we'll have to.
Thanks, good man. Entertain us again. We love it. It makes my day. Thank you. These two Van Zimmeren cars are just absolutely fantastic. The other one I want to, like old tech car, Franco Di Matteo is just down here. I've got my limits on where I can go. I've been told to stay within the limits, but I'm just going to go anyway because I don't do limits so well. I mean, this is a colossal truck that is just crazy. And here he is, Franco Di Matteo. Please come and talk to us.
I'm talking to the chicks, man.
Oh, typical. Franco, you've probably got the lowest tech of these guys here, but you've got good traction control in your right foot. How's it? You're going into qualifying now. You're going to put a banker in?
Yeah, look, I think we have to put a banker in it. I'm not feeling too good, but the cars, we've done a few development changes, shocks there at the circuit a few hours ago. We're on different tires every time we go out because it was a problem before. But I think I've got to sort it out. I think the car's good.
Awesome.
Yeah, look, I battle off the line a little bit more, but now it's got so much grip it actually bogs down. But I'll get it right.
Haven't you got your water sprayers on?
Nah, they complained the last time. Everything I do, they complain about it. You know.
Franco, apparently I'm told there are limits and boundaries, and we need to stick within these limits and boundaries in life. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either. I've been racing for 40 years now. They come out with all these boundary and lines. There's no boundary and lines in motor racing, especially when you got to compete against all these monsters. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
The monsters. The other guy I want to talk to is
How's it?
Sav Galtieri.
Yes. How are you?
I'm fabulous. How are you?
Good, Colin.
Please open the bonnet for us.
Yeah, sure.
We want to show all the peoples what's going on here.
Sure.
This is the.
Let me get my crew. I need someone to help me.
I'll help you. We just push a button.
Lawrence.
They're going to come and open the bonnet. But before we go there, tell us.
Let me stop smoking.
They said.
Yeah.
They said that you shouldn't be turbocharged. Turboing this V8.
Yeah, it's correct. So this is the famous S65 motor, and they're problematic. You know, they said they had bearing problems and a lot of issues worldwide. So we took it and we said, well, why not? Let's try it. I mean, we were the first to do these 6-cylinder motors as well worldwide. You know, E46 and E36. So we said, well, let's take this motor. I had a spare one there, and let's develop it. And so far, it's been great. Yeah.
Thanks.
So
I mean, I'm being cheeky, yeah. I know, but thanks for.
No, sure. So this is the single turbo race version.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're using this motor to develop the motor, and it's running about 1,200 horsepower.
Only.
Around about 1,200, yeah. So we know that for our road conversions, which we've developed, for the road conversions, our twin turbo kits, we can definitely run safely at 900 to 1,000. You know, for the guys who want to use it. You know.
Okay, so. Huge intercooler.
Yeah.
What size turbo is that?
It's a 7675 precision turbo. It's good for 1250 horse. But because it's on this motor, it's always good for 1400. They just because the BM motors are just too efficient, you know. So we've just run it with this setup now. It's got decent torque, it's got decent horsepower. I'm very happy with it.
It's 7 years since you were last year? 9 years.
Yeah. Remember, we came second in 15.
That's like it was before my time.
Yeah.
Did the track come back to you? The layout is pretty much the same. How quickly did it come back to you?
So I battled this morning because there's no electricity here and we are tire warmers. So I ran out on 40 degrees and 28 degrees tires, the temperature. So I was just being careful.
Good, eh?
Yeah, I was just being careful. We've now said let's skip 2 heats and let's just warm the tires up. So I'll go give it a bash now. Hopefully get into the 42s, 41s. Hopefully. And then
give us a time that would make your day.
If I can do a 40, I'll be happier. I think 40 would be great. If I beat my old time, 41.6, I'll be happy. You know, that's what we're here for. So a 40 would be great at the end of the whole event. You know, if we can do a top 10, even better.
It's such the camaraderie here.
It's lovely here. Yeah, now listen. I mean, I haven't been back for 9 years, but all my mates, I mean, we used to run Ultimate Streetcar event. And Davy and Charles and all the guys, Anton, I mean, we all know each other for years. So it's always good to be back with the guys, and it's so welcoming. You know, they've all been welcoming, and the whole event here is just fantastic. So great effort, you know.
Welcome back, Sav. Always
so
good
much.
to have you and your hooligan cars here.
Yeah,
they
are. We'll go and try it again.
They live on the other
Thanks.
side of the rules.
Nah, always.
Go, man. Right. Let's see. I'm pushing the rules too much, and we're going to go back to a Formula One car. While we go, we'll have a look at some of the others. Marshals do an absolutely stunning job. For Zeelies have brought a whole lot of their German and European friends out here. Willkommen in Afrika. Georgie Evans is having a bit of a struggle, but he's sort of outgunned at the moment. There are, in terms of the amounts of horsepowers that are here, he's not doing so well. Monster Truck is giving away colossal amounts of monsters, clearly. And just to give you an idea of the artwork that goes and precision that goes into probably 1,600 horsepowers. God has one of some of the best paintwork of all the racing cars that we have. We've done enough with Rutz. We've done enough with D'Amatteo. And then let's come and talk about a little Lotus 7. Bill Lanette's car. Toyota, side drafts with some netting here so you can't put your fingers in there. It would be absolutely tragic. Bill, come and some say that one might be crazy to want to go up the hill in one of these things. All I know is that it's massive fun.
Yeah, it's fun. That's why we all do it, isn't it?
And you're going into qualifying now. What's your plan?
Well, to actually learn the car a little bit, because I missed all the practice this morning because I broke down on the first outing. So,
okay, so what was the problem when you broke down?
The car just died after turn 2. It had a great start and died after turn 2, so it's all fixed now and ready to go.
What did you fix to make it under?
New plugs, fuel, all sorts.
Everything.
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you very much, Bill. We spoke to the pink one. We now want to talk to... I'm running out of people to talk to. Yeah, I wanted to talk to Stuart, who is largely responsible for assembling this car. Mr. Thompson, sir, please would you talk to us? I sat with absolute joy, glee, and shivers in my spine. Do you also get that when, you did a lot of work, you rebuilt this car, assembled it and made it go proper?
Yeah, Colin, I did actually. It's quite special to see, to see any racing car being driven properly is a treat. And this one in particular, and I think in the hands of, in my opinion, the best driver in the country at the moment.
The motor, all I know is that it's a Cosworth V8. Which version of it is it?
It's a Cosworth DFR, which is in essence the ultimate development of the DFV range.
3.5 litres.
3.5 litre. So the big difference, this car was built with a Yamaha V12, which was an expedient move on Jordan's part, because I think they were pretty much broke after their first year and they had to go with the Yamaha engine, which was free. This car was actually designed around the Ford HB, which the 91 Jordan ran, which was a slightly narrower V8. It was the development of this engine. So it was a bit of a challenge to get this one to fit, but it seems to be behaving itself.
The important bits of bringing a Formula One car, even a 1992 Formula One car, which is, I'm just doing math, 32-year-old car, it's a work of art. In terms of running it, what are the important things that you go through in your startup? Yeah.
Colin, they're all the same, aren't they? I mean, they need air in the tyres, fuel in the tank, and the wheels must be tight. And I suppose, without being facetious, I mean, it's a very highly strung engine, albeit an old level engine. So you've got to make sure it's preheated and that you've got oil pressure and, all of the basics. There's no magic, but, just do what you do on any racing car.
And don't miss any of the steps,
well,
otherwise
sure.
the oil becomes outside.
Yeah, indeed.
So you're having fun with this?
It's a bit fraught, I must say, but yeah, it is. It certainly is fun. And it's certainly much less stress than a current race weekend, So from that point of view, it's great.
Stuart, thank you very, very much. They're going to get going on this thing.
Yeah, 5 minutes we're out again. So
5 minutes away from getting ready to go up. I'm just going to check the tyre warmers here, and I'll see 40 something, which is not ideal in terms of temperature, but they'll get it going. The cramped blooming pit lane, so I'm going to come round here and see who else we can chat. Let's chat to some of the... You're getting really excited about all the stuff that's going on there. What makes you excited about Simola?
Probably the cars' engines. They sound very nice.
The electric cars?
No, the petrol cars. Nothing beats the electric cars.
Did you hear the Formula One car?
Yeah, it sounds very nice. Apparently it's a Yamaha V12.
No, it was a Yamaha V10, but now it's a Cosworth DFR V8.
Ooh, that's nice.
It's beautiful. Hey, you even know your engine.
Yeah. Did this car race with Senna?
No. This was a 1992 car.
Yeah. That I was quite keen to see the GTR, with the
wing.
With the massive wing.
What's your favorite car? Who do you think's going to win?
Probably either the GTR or one of the open wheel cars.
Good man. Thanks for chatting. What's your name?
My name's Connor.
Connor?
Yeah.
Where are you from, Connor?
Port Elizabeth.
Big shout out to the PE boys.
To all the GTR drivers, I say hello.
Thanks, Connor from PE.
Nice to meet you.
Be well. It's absolutely fantastic. You meet the most amazing. Let's meet somebody else.
Hello.
Where are you from?
Cape Town.
And what's your name?
My name is Ernest Page.
Ernest Page.
Yes.
I believe you know a little bit about motor racing, Ernest Page.
I've been learning and studying, but I'm getting there.
And I believe you know a little bit about microphones, Ernest Page.
Yeah, a little bit. I've held a couple in my life. Not as well as you, though, but I'm learning.
What's the coolest part about this event for you?
The fact that we can be in the pit lane like this, in and amongst things, it's a little chaotic, but I love this event for the fact that people can get up close and personal with the cars. I mean, how often does one get this? How's it? How often does one get to stand close to a Formula One car like this? It's incredible.
I'm going to go and we're going to... Patrick, let's film the cockpit and talk people through what they're doing. Ernest, cool. Great seeing you. Thanks a lot. Eh? Let me just zip over here. So see if Patrick can get into the cockpit. 10.4 about my movements, and I've just got to be very careful. Yes, Stuart. Can we get in? Camera's a little bit big, so Stuart's strapping up 6-point belt that put in, and that 6 points was one over each shoulder, around the hip, and then through the crotch that attach to the hard points of the body, so that if anything happens, he doesn't submarine, which means going forward. If you're ever racing, always put a 6-point belt in, nothing less than that. It's stupid, irresponsible, and should not be allowed in any racing car. But that's my personal opinion. The belts go onto the hands device, which head and neck support, so that if anything should happen, it prevents his head from moving forward and sorting out. I'm going to go to another place so that we can hear it absolutely properly. I confirm that I'm on my way to the start line, so we can actually see what's going on here. And I'm looking for Chiro, who's right over here. So Chiro, tell me about your the commentary. How's it been going?
It's a lot of fun. It really is, working with yourself, working with Sasha, working with Rodrigo in Portugal and the whole production team. Putting together the live stream is a real honor for me, being part of it. And we have people watching from all around the world. Last year, nearly 300,000 viewers from around the world. So, no, it's a real honor and a privilege to be part of the commentary.
So we've got the Formula One car coming up now. Sasha came out here just now to have a look at it. You're going to be even closer.
Yeah, Sasha completely abandoned me in the commentary box because, this is like his Christmas and birthday present all wrapped up into one. I mean, he is an absolutely avid Formula One fan. He is F1 Sasha, so he needed to be close to that car. So we said to him, off you go, Sasha, leave Chiro in the box. And he came out to listen to the car.
Now you get it here for the second run.
Yeah, I get the run now, but we're also going to be chatting to some of our very valued sponsors at the event as well.
Part of the reason I'm here is that I want to get up close and personal and have that rumble in my chungle and get all the feels again, but also to give you the microphone, which I'm going to do right now.
Thank you.
And then you can carry on and talk about a Formula One car.
There you go. Thank you very much. Well, here we go. Robbie Volk in a genuine Formula One car. He's going to be going for his second run up the hill now. Interestingly, these Formula One cars were not fitted with a starter motor. So you'll see the starter motor going into the back of the car, and that'll crank the engine over. It started first time last time, and we'll be hoping for that again. Always a very good sign when an older car starts first time. So let's watch this and listen to this. Starter motor is in the back of the car. Robbie, look of concentration on his face, big moment. But if there's anyone who has big match temperament, it's this man sitting right here. So this car did race in South Africa back at Kyalami in 1993. So some South Africans will have seen this. Listen to that. That's one of those cars where not only do you hear it, but you feel it. And quite interestingly, not the original engine in that car. The original engine was a Yamaha V10. That is the Cosworth V8. And we can hear it from all the way down here at the start line. A real honor to have a real Formula One car here in South Africa, running outside of a Formula One race. A really rare sight, actually. You don't get to see F1 cars outside of their natural habitat too often. That's because they're very, very expensive to run. They're very complicated as well. So a real honor here at Simola. So coming up in just a little bit, we are going to be chatting to some of our valued sponsors here at Simola, from Castrol and Suzuki as well. But we'll wait for Robbie Volk to get back down the hill. Fantastic vibe here at Simola. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you all doing up there in the stands? Give us a wave. How's it going up there? I think everyone enjoying the show. Sold out crowd here at Simola 2024, the 14th running of Simola. Next year will be definitely one to attend. It'll be the 15th running of Simola, definitely one to attend. If you're watching on the live stream from anywhere in the world, we'd love to host you here, so make your way to Knysna next year. We've had a very, very interesting running of Simola so far. So last year, the record was set by Franco Scribante at a 38.646, and we've already seen faster times than that just in the practice. So this is definitely, almost certainly, going to be a record-setting year. Now, when it comes to the all-time record for the track, that is a 34.161 set by Andre Bezuidenhout in his incredible Gould. And Andre Bezuidenhout, unfortunately, not here or not competing this year. He is here. He's running around somewhere. And we will miss him. But what that does mean is that it has blown the competition wide open this year. And here comes Robbie Volk in the Formula One Cup. What a sight. How wide. Patrick, let's go get a little bit closer. How wide those rear tires are. So he killed the engine just before he came in, so nothing much to listen to at this stage. But make no mistake, this is an extremely tricky car to drive. It's certainly not designed for road use. It is designed for circuit use. The suspension is extremely stiff. But he's made it back down, and having a quick chat with the engineers here, just making sure everything is okay. A real honor and a privilege to see the Sasol-sponsored Formula One car here at Simola. Ladies and gentlemen, give Robbie Volk a big round of applause. Thank you very much for providing the lunchtime entertainment, Robbie. We really, really appreciate it. Alrighty, I think that means that we should make our way back up the pits, where Ayanda Mbangata is waiting for us. She is the Africa brand manager for Castrol. Ayanda, we're coming over to you now. So, Ayanda, thank you very much for joining us. How's your Simola going so far?
Let me start off by saying hi, everyone. It's good to see so many faces this year. It's really, 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 really pretty awesome.
So a massive year for Castrol, 125 years in business. I mean, that must be one of the longest running businesses anywhere in the world. I mean, what has the story of Castrol been?
We're definitely up there with some of the best. 125, that's a big milestone for us, right? We've done, so many things, from lubricants that we are well known for, through some of our popular products, like Castrol Edge, Castrol Magnatech, Castrol GTX. We've been to the moon. I'm not sure if you know about that. We've been to the moon as well through the NASA's rover. We've done motorsport. We are well known for motorsport, which is one of the reasons we're here today. And we're also in soccer as well. We actually had the Premier League trophy with us a couple of weeks ago. So we've done it all, really, and there's still a whole lot more to do in the coming years.
So what does Simola mean to Castrol? I mean, Simola massively values your support over the years, but what does this particular event mean to Castrol?
It's a really good event for us, right? Because this is where some of our consumers are at, and there's no better space to really showcase what Castrol Edge can do than being here, right? So I mean, all of these cars that you're saying, at some point, I can vouch that they have probably.
How rude! We're trying to have a chat over here.
Like seriously.
But
it means a great deal for us to be here. I mean, we've partnered with Simola since 2019, if memory serves me right, and we're still going to continue with the partnership. So it's a great space for us to be at.
Now, Castrol proudly trades in a bunch of countries, a bunch of sub-Saharan countries as well, and you use this event to bring some of your distributors down, even from outside of South Africa.
Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. So we're all over Africa, right? We operate in 52 countries out of the 54 in the continent. So we are really everywhere.
Absolutely everywhere.
So, yes, so we do have some of our distributors visiting us, or rather joining us. This year we have our distributor from Malawi. We have Zimbabwe with us again. And, of course, South Africa, across the country, they're joining us today. So we like to use this to really show appreciation to our distributors to make sure that our product is available on the ground and is visible all the time.
What an incredible business, trading in 52 countries throughout Africa, celebrating 125 years. Ayanda, you have an absolutely lovely team behind you. I actually had some breakfast with most of them this morning. It was so lovely to meet them. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much for having us. Everybody remember to only use Castrol, right?
Of course. Thanks, Ayanda. All right, we need to move on to our next interview. Another valued sponsor here at the Simola HillClimb, Brendan Carpenter. It's an honor and a pleasure to interview you today, brand manager for Suzuki in South Africa. How is your Simola going?
Chiro, the pleasure is ours. Just to be part of this event, always year after year delivers the thrills, 50 seconds in 50-second intervals, and some of the others are, let's say, 39 or 40-second intervals. So for us, just a massive privilege to be part of this fantastic event every year.
And Suzuki on a wonderful run, both in terms of sales numbers, but also having some wonderful runs up the hill here. So what does Simola mean to Suzuki?
I think for us, it also harks back to our deep heritage of hill climb racing. So if you think back in the late 90s with the Escudo Pikes Peak, with Monster Tajima also racing up the Pikes Peak hill, for us it gives us a little bit of a local flavor of hill climb racing, being not necessarily the underdog that we were in terms of sales performance. And I mean, if we look at the top tier brands in terms of sales, there's always a motorsport element in there. So for Suzuki to be part of motorsport and the greater motorsport industry in South Africa as a whole, and to contribute in whatever way we can, Simola gives us the opportunity to do so. And I mean, if it means that we can have some cars on the track, some motorcycles, and also maybe some marine engines in Knysna V&A waterfront, it really brings everything together that makes us as a lifestyle brand offer opportunity to the greater South African public.
I was about to chat to you about that because Suzuki is involved in boat engines as well as motorbikes, as well as passenger cars as well. Do you see Suzuki participating in more motorsport in the coming years?
Yes, for us it's a lifestyle brand, and I think motorsport is a massive let's say, part of our lifestyle, as with any sporting culture in South Africa. So, and I think for us, it's almost like a call to other OEMs also to participate, because if we want these events to grow, we have to also participate and support it where we can. And I think for us, HillClimb gave us that opportunity, and we will continue to do so for as long as we can.
It is wonderful to see the OEMs taking part. Brendan, thank you so much for your time. I think I am now due to chat to your colleague. Is that correct? Mike Rowe. Sorry, we are going to Volkswagen's Mike Rowe. Brendan, thank you very, very much. Mike, how are you doing, sir?
Yeah, very good. And yourself?
It's always lovely to see you. So Volkswagen, a deep history in South African motorsport. What does Simola mean to Volkswagen Motorsport?
Look, I think for us it's to showcase our cars and also the fan engagement for us is like next level. So from at circuit racing we don't get as close to the fans, and just to see everyone wanting to grab all the merchandise we chuck into the crowd is for us great. So I think for the fan engagement is good, and yeah, it's been great to be at this Simola HillClimb. Yeah.
Let's get a little bit car nerdy, if you don't mind. Tell us a bit about the actual vehicles you have here today. They're quite special, aren't they, the Polo Super Cup cars?
Yeah, so the cars we've got here are actually more circuit racing based. So they Super Cup cars we use in circuit racing. These ones are a little bit beefed up, so they call them Super Cup cars. So they're a little bit lighter, a little bit more powerful. But in essence, they are what we use on the racetracks.
And Volkswagen also has a wonderful history of developing driver talent in this country as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, well, I think if you look at Jonathan Mahotsi, who's been with us now since 2016, he came to us as a gamer, and we spent a great, many good years together. So, and he's now an absolute star. I mean, he's one of our rising stars in motor racing.
And not only is he fantastic out on the track, but he's also just such a lovely guy as well. Mike, absolute pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having us.
On your left. All right, that concludes the VW interview, and I think the last interview of today, of the Saturday. Chelsea Pinto, team manager for Suzuki. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. We can see we're just going off for qualifying now, and very positive so far. We are already reaching our times from 2022, so looking very good at the moment.
So tell us about the Suzuki Challenge here. It's a media challenge. Where did the idea come from? What are you hoping to get out of the media challenge?
So basically, we want to show the South African consumer that you do not need to buy a vehicle that is excessively expensive, excessively high-powered, with a lot of maintenance required. You can actually take a vehicle that is fun to drive, affordable, drive it down to Knysna, put her on the track over the weekend, and take her home on the Monday.
I've been lucky to spend some time in a Suzuki Swift Sport, one of the most fun cars I have ever driven. So what's the feedback been like from the drivers this year?
Oh, they're loving it. So what's really cool is, of course, Wesley has been driving it with us for 3 years now, so he knows the Swift Sport. Brendan, it's his first time on the hill climb, but Thomas has been on the hill previously a few times, and in fact last year drove a BMW i4, and he says that he's really enjoying the Swift Sport and being able to push it through the corners and have fun with the car. He doesn't feel like the car. He doesn't feel like the car is driving him. He's actually driving the car.
You know what I'm loving about the Suzuki Challenge is it's less about the machine because the cars are identical. So it's more of a driver challenge.
That's exactly it. The cars are stock standard. All of them are our Swift Sport automatic. They're all automatic, so everyone has the same transmission, and there's no modifications that have been done with the vehicles. And it really comes down to the boundaries of the driver at the end of the day. We want to see how the drivers drive these vehicles and take it through their capabilities.
It's lovely to chat to you as always. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you have a wonderful Simola. Say hi to all the guys from me. And that concludes my time in the pit lane. Thank you very, very much to everyone for listening and watching around the world. It has been so much fun bringing Simola to everyone. And right now, we're going to go back to Sasha in the studio.
Thank you, Chiro, and an outstanding interviews. And I tell you, none of this would be available without the sponsors. So thank you very much to Castrol, Suzuki, VW, and all of the other small sponsors as well. We're into qualifying one. This is what it's all about. I've been chatting to a lot of the drivers in the pit lane. Some of them going to go out maybe for one run, depending on the kind of marker that they put down. Having a look at the weather, we also think that it's going to bypass us, but there could be showers this evening, which will definitely make the track a little bit more slippery tomorrow. But it's all about saving the tires that they have and also saving the car as well. So this is what it's all about. The great thing is we seem to have our fabulous speed cam coming up there as well. Rodrigo de Oliveira from HillClimb Monster still with us this afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch break. Rodrigo, this is where everyone has to put down at least one marker. You know, these qualifying sessions are very, very important now.
Now there's one layer added of seriousness, so I'm sure that between using new tires, some just tightening up their setup, just clicking that little bit of boost more, we'll start seeing and even a bit more commitment behind the wheel, so times will start to fall, and hopefully the weather also holds up. So I really don't want to see any rain at all, just cloudy skies. Let's keep it at that.
Yeah, I do agree with you. The news has come in. I didn't speak to him, but I spoke to his brother, Silvio Scribante. Unfortunately, the whole gearbox is gone, which is desperately unfortunate for him. So he won't be taking part in any more of this weekend's events. Brand new car, but the gearbox actually let itself go. I was also chatting to JP van der Walt. And as we all saw in his last run, he was pretty slow and basically just came out and said, no, just saving tires, and just wanted to, just have a little bit more of a run up the hill. But more than likely going to be doing one run, maybe two runs this afternoon. We've got 3 qualifying sessions today, and then of course we've got 3 qualifying sessions tomorrow. So this is where it all counts. All of the cars going out there at the moment. Garth McIntosh in the magnificent McLaren of 46 dead in Class A7, and that is 2.8 seconds quicker than anybody else in his category. Car number 65, Martin Wilde, the BMW, the 240i, very underrated car going up the hill. Richard Rutz, you'll remember Rodrigo was a little bit squirrely on his last run going up the hill, or second last run going up the hill, and I looked at him and he just went, nah, just having a little bit of fun. We expect that from Richard.
Well, that's a hardcore type of fun, let's say.
Got all the Mustangs. Yeah, carry on, sorry.
It was a bit of a squirrely moment, and throwing around a 1,000 horsepower plus GTR. Serious stuff.
Yeah, listen, we'll get to Clint Weston when he comes out onto the track. He's driving this GT63S, 1,400 Newton meters, 600 kilowatts of power, and about 10 tons. And I'll tell you his comments when we get to his car coming up on the road in a short while, but he's hustling that car around. Eugene Herbert goes around in a 49.9 in the Mustang. Got a couple of Porsches out on track at the moment. Faraz Ibrahim going out car 61. He just drives this is his daily car, 991 Turbo S. So that should be a lot of fun. 47.1 for Enzo Kuhn in the Ferrari. The Supra, look at that getting off the line. Well, just getting into his markers. Car number 62, his 10th run at the Simola HillClimb. Farad Ibrahim in that Supra. So in these qualifying runs, Rodrigo, they will take the best times eventually overall, and from there that will give you a shot to get into your class final.
One question that probably also the public has at this moment: how many qualification runs do we have still tomorrow to?
Yeah, so we've got 3 today and 3 tomorrow. So I suppose it all depends on their qualifying time from today and the qualifying time from tomorrow. And from there, they will take those into the class final. So, you've got to put down the marker because the weather can change. So, guys have to go there. Feroz Ibrahim and Farhad Ibrahim looking pretty good. Feroz right at the top of the timesheets of 45.4. Getting top speeds, 172 kilometers. Claire Vale, 207. JP van der Walt, there we go, puts the marker down with a 42.7. So super lap from JP van der Walt. He's really on it. Just says the car just feels fantastic. And that might be his only run for this afternoon. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, he can save the car from this moment on. The thing is, at the 42, he is fast even among the race cars.
Yeah, very much so. An incredibly fast time from JP van der Walt. Oh, going very, very wide. That's the BMW diesel. 178, 180 kilometers an hour.
Should we encourage some betting among the live stream viewers to see who can guess the top speed on the speed cam this weekend?
I think it's a great idea. Here we go. We're getting into the 191s. That's the brand new C63, which hasn't actually officially been launched in South Africa. So 191 at the moment. Let's see on the channels. You put in what you think is going to be the fastest through the speed cam. I think it's a great idea.
What is your prediction?
My prediction is going to be 235. Oh, sideways for Clint Weston just again. He says this car is unbelievable, but it is so heavy. He's turning off all of the driver aids in the car and he's just hustling it as best as he can. And he's doing an extraordinary job. So let's see what Clint Weston does when he goes across. Whoa! 44.3. That is frighteningly fast.
By the way, my bet is 246.
246. All right, 246 for Rodrigo. What did I say? 230 something. 235, 246 for Rodrigo. We'll get Chiro's as well. Wow. I tell you, that time by Clint Weston, he's just remarkable in that car. Phenomenal. All right, so if you're watching on the live stream, post on the channels what you think is going to be the fastest through the the speed trap this afternoon.
Are we doing just this afternoon? Because we can also count for tomorrow.
No, we got to say for the weekend. For the weekend.
No, but we'll run it again tomorrow. Either way.
Yeah, we'll see what the weather throws up for us tomorrow. Chiro is just going to be coming to join us, and we'll ask him the same question. What he thinks is going to be the fastest through the speed trap. 181 at the moment. 190 is where we got to with the C63 so far. This is... I lost his name.
Ooh, Farouk having a moment there.
There's a couple of moments. Chiro, welcome back. Rodrigo has said, what do we think? There's 195 on the speed cam. What do you think is going to be the fastest time through the speed cam for the weekend? I said 235. Rodrigo went with 246.
One of the Lotuses, I would say, has the best chance of being up there.
Okay.
Of course, always can't write off Scribante and Richard Ritz as well. So Rodrigo said...
Whoa, that's incredibly wide through the over the top. Sorry there.
No, I'm gonna go. Let me split you guys in the middle. I'll go 240.
240. Okay, I've written it down so I don't forget. We got the Hyundai i30 that's going to go up. I tell you, I know you are outside doing the fabulous interviews. Thank you for that,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
And got to tell you that JP van der Walt, the 42.7, but Clint Weston sideways all the way up 44.3 in that GT63. Incredible.
I think he's figured out that it goes faster when it's on its door handles.
And he turns everything off. Everything off.
Absolutely nuts.
Yeah. Just the news, maybe when you're doing the interviews, unfortunately Silvio Scribante is withdrawn. Gearbox has unfortunately disintegrated. 182 kilometers for one of the Super Cups.
Yeah, interesting to hear Mike Rowe chat about Jonathan Mokgotsi. Came to them as a gamer, and they developed him into the racing driver that he is today. And I just saw him now by the start line. He's such a wonderful young man. He really is.
Fabulous guy. Really, really fabulous guy.
And here he is, driving up in anger.
Yeah, Jonathan Mokgotsi up there. Paul Munro up on the track as well. Daniel Rowe's done a 44.7, so let's see what Jonathan Mokgotsi can do. He does a 45.0. It's the first time that Jonathan is behind Daniel Rowe. Qualifying runs, talking to a lot of the drivers, Chiro, as well. Some of them might only do one run today. All depends how they feel, and others, may sit out. They want to save tires to make sure that they're ready for tomorrow.
Well, you got six qualifying runs to get to set your time for the class finals and the super shootout. And as Rodrigo's told us before, Simola affords an enormous number of opportunities to run up the hill compared to a European hill climb.
Yeah, that's for sure. 203, I think that's the quickest we got so far. And that came from one of the Golfs.
That's Lee Thompson.
That's Lee Thompson, yeah. That's Lee Thompson. He's back out there. Let's see what Lee Thompson's time is. Because we've been waiting to see something set down by this young Lee. .48.1. Not... I was expecting more, I'll be honest. Rodrigo, yeah, maybe something not right. One would expect that car to be quite a lot quicker than a 48.
Yes, but it's the first proper run he did all weekend, so we're probably just checking if all systems are all right after going everything. But yes, potentially that car could be at a 41 or 40, I believe.
45.2 for Ricky Giannaccaro. I was talking to him as well. It's the first time he's driving that Audi, and he was just battling with some of the settings, the traction settings. But I think that's his fastest time by far. 206.
206 in a Lotus. Okay, so maybe we're all being a bit enthusiastic with our 240s, that sort of thing.
First quali, Chiro.
Let's see.
Something's up with the speed sensor, either the positioning or something like that, because the way that the speed is evolving as cars go through the straight is not really.
Yeah, I will sort of agree with that. Savka Thierry coming up in that monster BMW. Yeah, that's weird. 206 and then to 191. Maybe it needs some calibration.
Another Lotus setting off. Look at the size of that rear wing. Oh, that is a lot of white smoke. Oh dear. That is a lot of white smoke. And
239.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, okay.
All right.
Recalibrated. So far, okay, you 240. Okay, I'm way out then.
I'm not sure that Lotus is too healthy though. 39.
Devin Robertson, what a time. Unbelievable. Fantastic. That's in the Lotus with the Nissan engine, the Exige. Peter Hubert.
Oh, the Noble again.
Oh, goodness.
Shot massive flames out the back, and he's parked.
Yeah, that's it. That's down.
Oh, that's a pity. A lovely car, that.
Very, very desperate. Franco Di Matteo goes into 6th place with a 44.7. I was chatting to Davy Hubert and Charles Hubert, and Davy, I asked him, I said, what happened on the last run? And he just says, no, he had some finger trouble. And then pointed immediately to his engineer who had the laptop and basically blamed it on him. Anyway. Desperate to see the Noble. It was having problems. It managed to go up the hill in its last qualifying, but at present, not very good. So they're just going to have to get that out of the way. We got a yellow flag. They'll move it out, and then, of course, we'll continue with the action. We've got this qualifying session, 2 more qualifying sessions. Rodrigo, as you know, we have a lot more running at Simola than we do have at probably the European hill climbs. But maybe that's also because there are slightly less competitors. But it's so important to get out there and put a banker lap in first.
Yes, the fact that it's a shorter hill climb also amounts to the pressure to getting every last corner as perfect as possible. And we're seeing. Okay, now we have some motos. Let's check the top speed here, because
let's see the speed gun. This is a Lotus 488 Ferrari engine in it. It is Davy Hubert, 225.
It's like speed gun bingo.
Oh, Davy Hubert fully committed going through that first set of S's. Sure, that is fast. 39.2 for Davy Hubert. No finger trouble this time. 7/10 faster than Devin Robertson. So this was the car that was in the 38s in its final free practice run, Peter Zeely. I was talking to Freddie, his engineer, just setting the car up. I think it's going to be quick. Charles Hubert, 39.5, just 2/10 off Davy Hubert.
I do love seeing this MR2 go up the hill because it just has this kind of underdog vibe to it, but just so fast, and Peter's so focused on the development of the car as well. And he has raced internationally with the help of Rodrigo, and in Germany and Sweden, I believe, Rodrigo. Switzerland.
Ooh, a 40.3 for Zeely. That's 2 seconds off where he was. And I think they're running new tyres, so maybe those tyres need to be a little bit scrubbed. We've got Jan van der Merwe going up in the 240 BMW. And here we go. The Van Zoomerens are in town. Wade Van Zoomeren in the R34 with the biggest amount of noise. Go! I love the sound of this thing.
222 on the Suzuki Speed Trap. Oh, that is one of the best. Just the engine noise there alone. You got engine noise, induction noise, exhaust noise, all the noises coming from Van Zimmeren's car.
Just listen to it. Unbelievable. 5th place, 41.6 for Wade Van Zoomeren. This car has got one of the best launches off the line ever. Watch this thing. Oh, it's incredible. Prepared by Michael Steven. And I'd love to see Michael Steven do this. Because, man, he's an unbelievable racing driver. But maybe hill climb's not his thing. Let's see what Aldo can do. 43-0 for George Evans in the GTR. So Aldo going up there. Unfortunately, no Silvio Scribante. On the bottom screen, you can see Franco Scribante's Sheriff getting ready. Oh, Aldo Scribante right on it. 42-1 for Aldo Scribante. Does Franco lay down a marker? Try and get break 40.
So just on those records, even though we have gone faster than record pace already in practice, for a record to stand, you need to run it in the class final or in the shootout. So as yet, this is the man who holds the record, Franco.
Ooh, little twitcher going into one.
Cousins of Silvio and Aldo, Franco Scribante, sharing that legendary motorsport name in South Africa. Oh, I love the skyline as well.
Yeah, Darren Goodman's in that skyline. Let's see what Franco Scribante can do. He's coming up to the finish line now. Does a 40.2, puts him into a 4th position. And at the bottom of your screen, Richard Roots.
Now that R32 Skyline, it has a real amazing history in OEM motorsports. And I think the story goes that when they entered it into the Australian racing series...
Sorry, Richard Roots has hidden all of the policemen, so he definitely has to go out for a second run. His time will not count.
Ooh, stepping out a little bit there.
Yeah, he's really pushing it.
But let's see what he puts in there.
38.3.
Here we go.
But
record
it's not going to
pace.
count. It's not going to count.
He did 241 on the straight.
241. Okay, I didn't notice that. So, sure, I tell you, it's a great battle between Chiro and Rodrigo.
It's actually a nice thing to get our live stream watchers involved in. Put your guess. Let's see who can get the closest to the top speed, the Suzuki speed trap for the weekend. Let's see who gets it.
Yeah, we have asked that. I don't know if any of them... oh, I've got one at 260.
260.
Somebody's saying
bit ambitious.
260. Michael Van Zale saying 260. Wendy's watching all the way from New Zealand. Lovely to have you along for the ride. Oh, here we go. I've got quite a few at 240, 245, 243, 237, 244 Lotus, 252, and a 248 that's come through on our side. Have you got anything on your side there, Rodrigo?
254, 263, 263 is way optimistic. 253, 240, 243, 234, 245. One of my camera guys here in Europe saying 209. No, that's too pessimistic. 242. 242 is probably the winner. This aftermarket username. It's the person who's close for now.
If you noticed you would have seen that Rui Campos was actually throwing up his hands in frustration because his car has come out of tyre warmers, and now he's got to sit as they fix up the course with the pool noodles. So yeah, he's going to have to definitely try and find some heat on his way up there. But Reggie Roots definitely going to have to do another run, as that time won't be classified as he did hit the cones.
Good to go as soon as they clean up. What do you like?
How rough that idle is on that car.
All right, looks like we're set to go. Helmet is down, still on yellow flag, waiting for the starter to give the go-ahead. 58 cars have gone. We've got 3 qualifying sessions this afternoon. Good start. Beautiful through 1 and 2. 199, 200 Ks, hard onto the brakes, get the apex on the blind. Oh, don't drift too wide.
Another one of those cars that's suffering quite badly over the bumps on the main straight. But looks way more settled through the S's though.
Maybe getting the right amount of heat. Oh, it's good. We've got the Cobra that is back out 42.7 for Rui Campos. I think you'll be quite happy with that.
This Cobra having a difficult weekend, I think. Only recorded 100 Ks an hour, so...
Yeah, it's a big problem, yeah.
Yeah, the last run also, unfortunately, not successful. So the mechanics will be busy there this afternoon.
Sounds like it's only running on about 3 cylinders.
So 4 cars in the sub 40 at the moment. Scribante just outside 40 and Peter Zili as well. 40.2 is Scribante, 40.3 Zili, so they're neck and neck at the moment. I am seriously looking forward to the shootouts.
Oh, it's going to be epic.
Because at the moment, everyone's sort of spread out in their classes, and even though they're tight on the timing board, they are in different classes. But in the shootout, then it's head-to-head.
Lay down the marker, not everyone going out in this first run, maybe waiting or hoping that the track rubbers in a little bit more and then go out in qualifying 2. Sounds like one of the single-seaters outside, yeah, has just taken off Ian Schofield.
Hey man, how's it going?
Theo Mark in the VW Formula V. Outside our window, I think I can definitely hear Robert Walk.
Yeah.
Over the line for Ian Schofield, 42.696.
Robbie Volt's Infinity motor, 4-litre V8. Doesn't sound like it has any exhaust on it, actually. Just sounds like the explosions are coming out the side of the block when he's standing on the start line.
Only 223 for him, but that's not what this car's about. It's all about the grip and aero.
Can he put it in the 39s now?
I tell you, he's looking quick. He's looking very, very... Whoa! Robbie Wolk does a 38.4. Slower than Reggie Roots. However, Reggie's time, I think, will definitely be disqualified, as he did hit the bollards.
So, Sasha, tell us about your F1 experience out there.
Ah, yes. Well, I mean, I was there for both of them. No, just very, very special, you know, to hear that thing fire up and, you know, sort of old school Formula One. And you could see Bob the engineer was around there and just showing Robert, just listen, wait, we've got to get the oil pressure to X. We've got to get water pressures, water temperature to X, and then he, give him the go ahead and said, okay, go for it. And they are very, very special cars. They are very, very special. I've been fortunate enough to, go around the world and see so many of these Formula One cars, and I just marvel every time that I see them or hear them. Yeah, it's just something very, very special. And this one I hadn't seen before. So I think it's part of Ian Schofield's collection.
Okay.
And just so special. And I think also quite a thrill for a guy like Robert Walt to sit and say, yeah, I've driven a Formula One car. So very cool.
A lot of pressure on him, but you can just see, I was standing there just looking straight at his face, and obviously with the helmet you can only see the eyes, but just such intense focus, and that's what you need. He was saying when he got out the car, he just casually said to Colin, oh yeah, it's got no brakes, just work around it.
Well, that's the thing is with a Formula One car, they have to have incredible temperature in the brakes, and this is a hill climb. You're going straight up, and you're not really going to use the brakes that much, but when you do need them, they basically ice cold.
Yeah, they're not there.
Yeah, it's an incredible thing. You speak to any person who's driven a Formula One car in their life, and for the first time, the thing that surprises them the most is the braking power, because once you have that at temperature, then that car will stop, but you still have to use the full might, and most of them of your left foot, just to stop the car. So yeah, extraordinary. And I'm sure coming down the hill also been a little bit scary for him as well, because those brakes are getting even cooler.
Yeah, no, he took it easy down the hill, that's for sure. But if you're just joining us, welcome. We're having a wonderful time here at Simola 2024, the 14th running of Simola. So next year will be a big year. If you haven't made it to Knysna yet for the Simola HillClimb, I think next year is going to be one to attend.
I think it's going to be extraordinary at the 15th year. And our good friend Rodrigo from HillClimb Monsters, who's been with us the whole weekend and will be here with us for the remainder of the weekend, will be here next year, without a doubt, Rodrigo.
Yeah. Hope so. That's the plan.
No, not hope so. We're going to bring you here. You're going to be here.
Okay. Agreed. That's a deal.
Rodrigo, let's just look at qualifying one. We didn't see all of the cars go out. We have had a couple of eliminations due to technical problems. The biggest one of the weekend, of course, Andre Bezuidenhout in the Gould. Very disappointing for Jimmy Giannacaro in the Z4 GT3. And then, of course, Silvio Scribante with a brand new car, which came from Sweden, that you were also instrumental in assisting him getting, but unfortunately stripped its gearbox.
Yeah, so is racing, and that car has such a young life, such a young HillClimb life. It's normal such a thing has to happen. Even still, the car, what it showed on those brief moments, the potential is there. But they don't know. Well, he was out even before the race began.
Sure.
Giannacaro with a Z4, we didn't see that much of him. But other than that, people are getting faster. We are only other blip in this is it's Zumran in the yellow R34.
Yeah.
But hopefully it will return. We are seeing the Polo back again, and at the very top, we are seeing that the 40 barrier it's commonly beaten by now. I guess we run a race to see where the first 37 will come from. We're taking bets on that one too.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Without a doubt. I'm going to say the first 37 will come in the next run from Davy Hubert.
You've got it on Davy, eh?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Reggie. I think
Regards.
Reggie's going to put in a 37, yeah.
Rodrigo?
I'm going Reggie too. I wanted to be different, but I'm going Reggie too.
What do you think of Peter? Yep.
You go ahead.
What do you think of Peter Zeele's chances of getting into a 37?
I don't think he will dip down the 37 bar. I think he will be very, very consistent from now on, and maybe that will give him even a possible victory through consistency. Because I think some guys will take it a bit too far, going for the ultimate fastest time. But to have that absolute nerve and the mental barrier and everything to go for the 37, I think Reggie has that cold blood to go there first.
Well, I'm just going for Davy because he's got a Ferrari 488 engine in the back. But no, I think Reggie's going to be super, super fast as we've seen. The only thing is these are qualifying times, and everyone else has put a mark on the board, those who ran in qualifying one, but Richard Roots did a 38.3, but it counts for nothing. So, yes, he's got another 5 qualifyings, 2 today and 3 tomorrow, but the pressure's got to be there.
Maybe none of you remember, but last year Reggie went through pretty much the same thing. He did a 38.1. And that time, because it was outside the qualifying and everything, it did not count in the end for the books.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, gents. I'm getting old, but did we not have a 38.09 today? Was there a 38.09 somewhere, one of the Lotuses, or am I making that up?
I
didn't see one.
In the qualifying.
Yeah.
I remember the 38.3. We have to pick up.
Well, maybe they can check for us.
It was a 38.9. That was Zeely.
Okay.
Zeely went to 38.9.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there it is.
Yeah.
Fierce competition this year in the 2024 14th running of the Simola HillClimb. I am thoroughly enjoying this. Hopefully you are as well at home. Join us on the live stream and drop some comments there. We're keeping an eye on the comments as well. And Rodrigo, if you're just joining us, he's joining us from Portugal, and he's running the HillClimb Monsters channel and also carrying the stream on his channel.
Yeah. Kyle Jakestra, it says 249 kilometers an hour, watching in Bristol. So I think we're going to cross over to Colin. He's in the pits, and he's got some more information about maybe some of the non-runners and people like Richard Roots, who, put in an unbelievable time, but unfortunately not going to count for one of his runs.
Thanks, Sash. We'll get to that. But for now, I've got Charles Jabeur with me. Looks like a top 3 there so far, Charles. It was you getting close there.
Yeah, we've been battling this morning a bit with a few nigglings, small things, but we're getting there slowly but surely. We've put the new tires on now, and we'll just try and see if we can do a bit better.
Got another 2 qualifying runs, and it's amazing how the steps play the car in, play yourself in, try a few little developments, and how the times will come down. We should get into 37.
Yeah, I think, 37s is a bit far, but I mean, every car is going faster now. Myself, I'm getting used to the car now with the new tires, and it's got a bit more horsepower, so it takes me a bit of time to get used to the car, but I see the times is going to get close to, I think, 38 dead, if possible.
It's a wonderful tight race, 5 or 6 cars in it, and it's so nice to have a good tight race.
No, for sure. The competition is very high this year. There's a few cars here that's much quicker than last year, so it makes it a bit difficult. But yeah, we're going to give it our all. This finals.
Go for it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Charles Jabeur is right here, effectively second. Let's just... Can we interrupt you, Charles?
Why would you want to do that, sir?
Well, you found all the horsepowers and you unleashed them now.
Not yet.
Oh, you mean there's more?
We're going to try and get them together now.
That's
We're
lovely.
happy with the car, so we want to try and get them together now.
And how's the driver? Is the driver okay, or does he need a bit of a programming as well?
Always.
What's the target time? Where do you think the fastest time is going to end up at?
Tomorrow, you think?
Qualifying time, yeah.
Qualifying times. I think it'll definitely go to the 37s, but it's not for me, though.
That's quick, eh?
That's very quick. I can see there's 37s coming.
But isn't it interesting? We talk Formula One and other motor racing is so qualifying is so important for grid position. But actually, when it gets to the top 10 shootout, it doesn't matter how you qualify because it's that one run that you've got to do.
Only one run, and you're not allowed to hit anything going up there, eh?
Well, we're going to go and have a look at Reggie's car because he clapped a whole lot of, like about 23 of them. Thanks for chatting to us, Charles. Peter Zeely had a good run. They're still busy. I'm going to try and go in here and see if I can answer on Martin's car. They're still busy with the pulley. No, they're still busy with trying to sort out the pulley on the car. Let's talk to Wade quickly. Wade, the pace is quick at the front, eh?
Yeah, it is. We have to push a little bit now and try and improve.
Update on the yellow car?
Still trying.
Carry on until tomorrow?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Never give up?
Never.
Love the East London boys. Thank you very much, Wade. We want to go and have a look at the bumper from Reggie's car because he hit all of those policemen. The Scribanti pits, if we just go down here. The news on the Scribantis is that Silvio has withdrawn. The issue was not a drive shaft as we first heard about, but it was the gearbox that went crunch. We do have some onboard footage, which when it's queued up I'll get to, and we'll talk to it. But for now, let's talk to Aldo. Aldo, good news and bad news on the Scribanti camp. Sad about Silvio's car, but you've got your launch dialed in and it's really looking good.
Yeah, it's two different kind of fortunes today. I feel sorry for Silvio. He really put a lot of effort in, but unfortunately his gearbox has broken. This one, however, we're still building the boost. We got a little bit of an issue with the air intake on the turbo. We're down 10 kilometers from last year on the top speed, so we're just making some changes now. We need to find that 10, 12 Ks, and then I think we'll be able to challenge a bit harder.
It's that the tightness at the top of the modified saloons. It's a serious proper race.
Yeah, I think I've lost a little bit of my banter at this stage. I'm dialing in myself, so it is getting to the serious end now. So these are the qualifiers, and we just want to put some good ones down. Maybe the rain comes later, get a good time in before the rain comes.
And we don't know what tomorrow's weather's going to be either.
Yeah, it's, the weather report shows sun, so I think we can...
But you know our weatherman there.
Nice name, who knows?
Thank you, Aldo. Thanks for chatting. Have fun.
Thanks.
Great guy. Franco Scribanti trying different things on the car, a different strategy. They are throwing tools underneath the car. Not sure what's going on. Eddie, is everything good with the car, or are you just doing tyre warmers?
Just doing tyre warmers. Everything is good.
Tools are all in the toolbox?
For now, yeah.
Right, okay. So what I thought was a tool is I'm the tool. Let's have a look. Here we go. The evidence. Carbon fiber shards for days. So that's one corner. Let's go and have a look at the other corner. And let's go and have a look at the back. The roof looks all right.
You're clever, eh?
I know you very well, Reggie.
Colin, it wasn't my fault. That policeman was drinking. He walked straight in front of me. I did a hell of a job to avoid most of him.
Most of them. But at least you know where the limit is.
Yeah, no, the car's good. It had a bit of oversteer, so obviously...
we noticed.
When the back goes right, the nose goes left, so the policeman goes up. So that happens.
Puckering becomes.
No, it was lekker. That one was fun.
Okay, so you haven't got a time in qualifying. The weather's actually getting cooler, so it can make more horsepower.
Yeah, as long as we can just get a good run before it starts raining, because it's going to rain later. But that's all good. That's all good.
So there's a lot of talk about top speeds. I think at the moment that the quickest speed is 243 that we've got up the hill, this BB Motorsport car. Excuse me. What do you think a good qualifying time is going to be at the front end?
I think qualifying, low 38. Low 38 probably.
But in the final 37s is on, like donkey.
Yeah, 37s, yeah. Always find a bit in the final, you know. A bit of boost, a bit of balls, you go.
Boost, balls and brains.
Boost, balls and no brains.
We've got Reggie's sayings. So if for those of you watching, put in the comments your favorite Reggie sayings. So it's boost, balls and no brains for this year's. That's the winner.
So
but
far.
more will come out.
Yeah, more will come out.
We know he can't control it. That just happens.
It just happens, you know. It was last year we were puckering pooples, and I suppose that evolves into pinching peanuts. But yeah, no, it's balls.
You are going to get me into trouble, you know that. That's your idea.
I'm trying hard.
Thank you, my
I'm
friend.
in trouble, so you need to be in trouble.
Avoid the PG thingies.
Yeah, I told you, it was his fault.
Yep. Always good value, old Reggie Roots. I wanted to find Rui Campos because he was really upset going into qualifying. He's got a good chance of getting into the top 10. And then when Reggie broke all the pylons, you've got a delay or policeman to replace them. And the tyre temperature, it's cool today, and the tyre temperature drops off a lot. And once the tyres go out of their window, that level, that edge of confidence is gone. And this thing is super critical on the tyre pressure. So, you know, that's the luck of the draw. That's why we've got 6 qualifying sessions, 3 more today. It's getting cooler with the super soft compounds that they're running and the tyre warmers, assuming you can get out onto the track quickly. This ambient temperature is not bad for it. The ambient is really good for power. Air gets a little bit denser. You can put a little bit more fuel in it, and the more fuel you put into the thing, the more that you can burn. And let's go back up to Robert. I want to get his impression on. Oh, and the cool thing about walking around the pit lane is you see cool people. Craig Zank,
Yeah.
It's starting to get reels now. We see you cranked it up a bit, zanked it up a bit.
Yeah, we zanked it up a bit. Track got a bit cold.
Yeah.
And obviously between the last run and then lunch, the track changed and tyres got a bit cold. So, yeah, we cranked it up and ended up going more sideways and forward. The Lotus, we turned up just a smidgen, and the track's very cold, so we're leaving black stripes, so we've got to turn it down again and try and figure out what the track's going to do for the rest of the afternoon.
I thought Devon had put in a good time.
39 is a good time, not what we're aiming for. We got a bit in hand, so we just got to be able to put it together. You've got to put the run together, yeah.
Let's not be subtle. Let's go to the whole thing. What does it say? Efficiency staffing solutions.
Yeah. That's
I mean, all you have to do is say, hello. There we go.
Yeah, you see.
So, I mean, it's just simple. Okay, so you want to get Devon into the 38s, low 38s?
We want to run 38 today, check the data, and then have a look and see what we can do tomorrow. If there's some temperature in the track and the track can hold it, then obviously we're going to turn it up.
Are you on the super soft hill climb tires?
We are on super soft now. That was the first run on them. That's why we turned it up a bit, but it didn't work on the cold track.
We were just talking now to some of the other guys, and they were saying to them the temperature of the track is not that critical.
I don't know.
But that's other guys. Maybe this is part of the disinformation campaign.
I don't know. If I have a look at what Reggie did, he had the same issue. Car sliding around, moving around a lot. Times weren't great on that run. And the only difference is temperatures dropped. So super softs on cold tracks are not normally great. So you don't run tyre warmers on them. So that makes it a bit more difficult. They've got to operate.
I've learned something. Thank you.
The operating temperature on them is between 35 and 40 degrees. And when the track drops that much, by the time you get first corner and that, you don't have temperature to 35, 40 degrees. And that causes a problem. So, yeah, it's not as sensitive, but it is sensitive when you're trying to, push the edge.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
I heard a Porsche. So now let's stop talking, let the cars do the talking.
I like that. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Craig. You will. Let's the cars talk.
Qualifying 2 underway, and I must say, listening to Richard Roots and his articulation, he is amorphous. when it comes to his delivery.
Also think he's a stand-up comedian.
Yeah, no, he's phenomenal. We got the four Suzuki Swifts, of course, one of our big sponsors here at the Simola HillClimb 2024. A little bit of a rivalry between them, 54-2, 54-9, 55-6 between three of them. So that's going to be a nice little battle come tomorrow.
Yeah, that Suzuki Media Challenge is always good fun. The machines are identical, the machines are stock, as you'll find them on the showroom floor, just with some stickers on the side. And there's three journalists, motoring journalists, going head-to-head there. Currently, Thomas Falconer topping the timesheets in the Suzuki Swift Media Challenge.
Yeah, so we got Giles missing. He's in one of the Suzukis. He's out on track at the moment. Sean McKay in the Porsche GT3. Shiraz Bauer out on track, and he's out there in the BMW M5 with that V10. My favorite BM of all time. So lots of people going at 250, 252 is their top speed. So far we've had 241. That's correct.
Yeah. 241
as top speed. I went with 235, so I might as well not come tomorrow. 240 for Chiro, so he's still in it. And Rodrigo, all the way from Portugal, has gone at 246. So, I mean, between the two of you, I think you're going to be the closest. Rodrigo, watching Richard Rutz, he's always jovial, but it's amazing his focus when he gets into the car, how that changes. But he knows he's actually got to go out there and put something in.
Not only his focus, but he at some point he also has to be relaxed to the point that he is able to catch some of those slides at high speed that we see him doing with a 1.5 ton GTR. That's some scary stuff.
Well, it seems to be getting a little cooler out there. That's Paige Lindenberg, and she's put her roof on.
Yeah,
doesn't want her hair flapping around.
That will help with drag, actually. So maybe a bit of a better time coming from her now on the run. I do actually have some stats on that Super Snake because it is incredibly powerful. So as we were talking earlier, the Super Snakes are supercharged, and they have 567 kilowatts. Going through the rear wheels. Yeah, 567 kilowatts. They also use 567 liters of fuel to get up the hill. But no, I mean, all credits to those running to Paige and the others running the Super Snakes, because these really are monsters to control up the hill.
Yeah, they really are. And it's incredible how many you actually see on the road, and how many you see off the road across the world. Paige Lindenberg with a 51.3 puts her in 5th place at the moment. The beautiful 720S. McLaren making its way up. Just a beautiful, beautiful car.
Really cool active aero on the 720S. So you'll see the rear spoiler is now down, so it reduces drag. And then you'll probably catch it on this camera angle, but as he goes into the braking zone, that spoiler pops up to increase braking force and some downforce as well. So cool tech there on the McLaren.
Yeah, Garth McIntosh making his way. We got Dion Smith coming up.
Not a great line through the S's there, went a bit wide.
Oh my word! Oh jeez! Whoa, I tell you, my heart.
No, that was a moment in that McLaren.
But not only that, it's just like, oh my word, you don't want to crash that.
No, you
just don't want to crash that.
My heart stopped there for a second. I mean, how do you phone outsurance and be like, look, the weekend something happened on the weekend. No, tough one.
Yeah, tough one. No.
Him holding on to it.
And then the next minute it's all over YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what really...
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not a good one.
Yeah.
That was quite a hairy moment there, Rodrigo.
It certainly was. And those 70Ss, those are great cars, but at some point I was in one, and I thought to myself, well, as a road car, do we really need to go this fast?
Yeah, I agree.
That's not something I usually think, but when I drove that thing, I thought to myself, okay, there's a limit to this. No one needs on a public road to go this hard.
Yeah. No, they are incredibly quick cars.
Oh, I'm definitely going to ask our producer if they can get, I think it's Petrus Potgieter. No, it's not. Who was in the BMW that has just gone through? Okay, we've got to find that. We've got to get a replay, because it's the first time I've ever seen a BMW with an indicator on. And it did have an indicator, so they do work. They do work. Okay, there's Pete Potgieter. He's in the Alpha QV going up the hill. And of course, Feroz Ibrahim firing up in his Porsche 191.
It's been interesting to see JP van der Walt didn't have a fantastic run as last practice.
But he had a stunning qualifying one.
Yes, yeah. So he's seems like he's back on. And he will certainly be the man to beat in the road car category.
Okay, the Supra. Then we've got the RS3. Graham King on the RS3 Quattro S-Tronic, 167, 176.
Really great that some of the OEMs are here this weekend. We've got, of course, Volkswagen Motorsport and Suzuki. But BMW here as well, and Mercedes as well, debuting their C63 and the monstrous, the most powerful AMG ever, the GT63, which Clint Weston seems to be taking up the hill in more of a drift than a racing style.
Yeah. Here we go. Now, let's watch this car, because this is for the record. Dion Joubert, can he beat Ciro Di Siena's all-electric record going up the hill? What is your best time?
49.2.
Well, I'm sure it's a 42.9. Okay, 49.2 is what we've got to watch. Dion Joubert, 179 kilometers through the speed trap. Tight through the S's, a little wide. No, he gets a good line through there. Coming up to the second set of S's.
So to Dion's credit, he does have a bit more power, but his car's a bit heavier than mine was. So he's carrying a bit more weight up the hill.
At the bottom of your screen, that is the car Chiro was speaking about, the C63, the brand new C63. Dion Joubert goes across the line, a 49.6.
All right.
So still behind you, sir. Okay. And you did a 42.9. Okay, 49.2. That C63 pushes out 500 kilowatts of power, 1,200 Newton meters of torque. Quite extraordinary.
Clint Weston in this GT. I don't know if he knows he can go around the corners without oversteering. I don't know if he got that memo.
I don't think he knows how to drive any other way. Look at that again. Oh, sideways. 44.2. I think that's the maximum out of the car. I think he's done two runs at 44s.
The way he crossed the finish line there, I mean, it made me like recoil from the screen. It scared me how he went across the finish line. Incredible driver skill, really.
But he's consistent. He's always finishing like that.
Yeah. Oh, amazing.
All right, so this is the first time we're seeing at the top of your screen Shuaib Danzai in the Ford Fiesta. We haven't seen it go out for anything.
I think this is part of a development program, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, It's a young driver development program, and part of the program is to come and send the car up the hill at Neisner. I'll definitely get a bit more info on that. And just I think that, like you say, first run, so just bedding in.
Yeah, and fantastic. A category all in his own. So wonderful to see. His first run up the hill.
Yeah, we'd love to see another South African in Formula One or in Le Mans, and this is where it all starts.
Magic stuff. Got that wonderful Honda Type R crossing over the line. Beautiful.
Geez, that Audi was quick too. 13.
Very, very fast.
The trap.
That's Giovanni Fantin.
Here comes Farouk. He had a little moment over the finish line on his last run. That Skyline is oversteering a bit more than I would at least expect.
Yeah. Very good lap from Giovanni Fantin, 46.3 in that Audi RS3.
Oh, there again, a little bit of oversteer.
A little bit of oversteer.
Well held.
46.4 for Farouk Dango. Now we got this wonderful battle between Daniel Rowe, Jonathan Machotsi in the Polo Super Cup cars.
Super Cups. Been on a diet, cranked up the power a little bit.
Yeah. Craig Zank goes over with a 47 dead.
But also had to tweak the little car a little bit for the launch, because not something they worry too much about in circuit racing.
Correct. All right, Jonathan Machotsi.
44. I think that's Daniel's first 44.
No, he did it on the last one.
Did he do it last one?
Yeah.
So Daniel in the white VW, Machotsi in the blue one. Great rivalry between. They're great friends as well. .44.458. That is, so they
super
are.
Fast.
So Rowe got him that time, but only by a tenth of a second.
But I mean, 44.2 top time at the moment with 600 kilowatts against a little Golf.
Yeah.
But there's many things about that. That's the Hyundai, I think, going across the line there, 49.0. But brilliant between Machotsi and Rowe. I mean, nothing between those two. Here comes the Colossus. Rodrigo, your favorite car.
You know how Machotsi and Rowe entertained me and the rest of the pit. So I shared a pit with them when I raced the BMW. And what they were doing was they had these Golf electric cars which only had 100 kilowatts. So the way they were trying to get a one-up on each other was sneaking heavy things into each other's car when the other one wasn't looking. So they would just go around the pits finding heavy things and just sneak it into the back seat.
I know, hysterical.
It was really entertaining.
Ricky Giannacara in the Audi R8. That's the top of your screen. The Colossus Nissan Patrol at the bottom of your screen. 192 Ks for Ricky Giannacara. Still topping the time sheets. Clint Weston with a 44.2. JP van der Velde didn't go out.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, so I don't know if he'll go out again today. It's going to be interesting to watch.
One of the wilder conversions on the grid.
Yeah, Mike Verrier he's got a Chevy IS7, 7 litre in the back of that, which clearly must sit right next to his head. Good thing is the weather's still holding out. There's time for everyone to get a dry run in. And, you know, one doesn't know what the weather's going to do. 189 kilometers an hour. Fastest still through the speed trap that we've recorded is a 2:41.
So one of the most interesting engine swaps probably anywhere in the world. An SLS AMG motor, so the gull wing from Mercedes, the modern gull wing, 6.2 litre V8, into a Lotus.
Which is also extraordinary when you think of the size of the Lotus.
Yeah.
How it fits.
A lot of custom fabrication there for sure. But it was interesting to hear it. Sorry, Rodrigo.
It doesn't fit here. They have to extend the wheelbase to accommodate the engine.
Oh, there we go. That makes sense.
Peter Hubert with a 43.8. Franco Di Matteo, one of the crowd favorites. Also his 10th running at the Simola HillClimb, the 6-litre 8-cylinder Jaguar. I mean, just too much horsepower at the wheels, just struggling to get off the line.
Yeah, as I think it was Craig Zank was saying, the track has gotten very cold. And it does make sense that on some tires, some of the cars are battling for traction. But it just shows you how many variables these drivers are taking into account on every single run, you know, and adapting their style and adapting how they attack each corner.
Yeah. Darby Hubert in another one of the Lotus, one had a SLS Mercedes engine. This one has got a Ferrari 488 engine. There is another with a Honda J35 engine. Just magnificent.
I swear that Lotus is getting air on those bumps. You can see under the car.
Incredible.
Love to see just hint in the production box. Love to see a slow motion replay of that, of the Lotus going over the main straight bumps.
Let's see if anybody can break the 40 barrier. Oh, Darby Hubert 38.8.
Quick.
Here we go. And here, Peter Zeely. He's done a 38.8 as well during the course of his qualifyings. Let's see what he can post here. This is going to be such a battle tomorrow between all of these cars.
Another.
Oh, Darby Hubert, 247. Okay, Chiro, you and I are staying at home.
Yeah.
All right, Rodrigo, tomorrow it's just you on your own.
Another 38.8.
Darby and Charles Hubert split by 300ths of a second. This is Jan van der Merwe, and a very interesting, it's a 240 with the BMW B58 engine in there.
What was quite interesting between Zeely's run and the Hubert's runs is Zeely's about 20 k's an hour slower on the main straight, which means that, to my eye anyway, he's quicker through the corners slightly than the Lotuses are.
Well, there we go. Rodrigo Zeely has hit a 39 now. He went 40 to 38. Now he's in the 39s.
Finally.
Jan van der Merwe, his first time at the HillClimb. Wow, only 161 Ks.
Something's up.
See what kind of time he puts in. Here we go, the monsters. Just the loudest car. Listen to this. Let's keep quiet. Love it. Oh, carrying beautiful speed in there.
Rodrigo, I think you'll understand these things better than I will as well. But that car's sitting so close to the ground. Is that trying to make use of the sort of the ground effect?
Yes, but the fact that he's so close to the ground is also because of its space frame chassis. They simply are able that way to just keep it as low as possible to get the center of gravity as low as possible. And if given the opportunity, engineers will always push that way. But yes, if you want to have as much downforce as possible, you really want to be as close as possible to the ground. So much so that on some road cars, it always entertains me seeing some aero stuff and then seeing a ride height of something like 25 centimeters and knowing that with that amount of ride height, no aero will work at all.
So true. Okay, listen, that was a fantastic lap from Wade van Zoomeren. Puts him up into 4th place with a 41.9. Here's Aldo Scribante saying they were lacking about 10 kilometers in straight line speed. So let's see if there's any improvement as he gets to the speed gun.
It sounded like he maybe just missed a gear shift there, or maybe at the rev limiter. It still looks quick.
Yeah, listen, 42.7. Franco Scribante chasing 38.8. Well,
that was
not really.
Yeah, it feels to me now like he's pushing.
That can't be real. 220. Eh?
At least 230, at the very least.
Yeah, at the very least, yeah. We've got to get that. Yeah, maybe the gun wasn't ready for it.
But with such aggressive aero, though, he's very quick through the corners. But he'll be high drag on the straights and.
38.9. 38.9. I mean, the top 3 are split by 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, that felt like he was on it there. So he's also in the 38s then.
Yeah.
So we have 3 cars in the 38s in qualifying 2. One of my favorite cars in the field, the R32 GTR. I was telling you earlier when the R32 came out with its very sophisticated all-wheel drive system. I think in Australia, the story goes that the regulators in Australia of the racing just found a way to ban the car, basically, because it just kept winning. No one could keep up with it. So.
That's Australia. There we go. If it's not a Holden or a Ford, I don't want to know. All right, let's see what happens here. Darren Goodsman with a 43.2. Here we go. This is an important one for Reichardt. Not the fastest getaway, but I don't think he'll be too concerned about that. Get the time in, Reichardt. That's the most important.
Don't hit a pull hitter.
Last one he did do a 38.3, however he did hit the noodle, so that didn't count. 2:34, 14 k's quicker than Franco Scribante. Wow, that's commitment. That is commitment.
Oh no!
He hit it again.
38.6.
Did he hit it again?
I think he did. I think I saw a policeman flying through there. Rodrigo, did you see it as well?
Not only flying, exploding.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a GTR hits you at pace. That's it's going to be the result. Oh dear. So Reggie's challenge this year is to just stay away from the apex. Really.
Wow.
But there's Dion Hubert actually wrote a great sort of summary for us on our commentator notes, and he says that his speciality as a racing driver is cutting the corner, and he says the pool noodles drive him mad. because he can't drive to his standard style, so he has to adapt. But the organizers of Simola,
I can tell you one thing. Here in Europe, you wouldn't be able to have such a room. People would just ignore those pool noodles altogether.
Yeah, they'll protest after the event.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. Unfortunately, Reichardt back at the bottom of the timesheets. Yet again, he was quickest.
Oh
but
no,
doesn't count.
Is this Rui getting
You
stopped
cannot
at the
believe
start
it.
line?
Yes, and it's after Reichardt again.
Shame.
I don't think they're going out for dinner this evening.
I think someone
You
needs
can't
to...
believe it. You actually can't believe it. I probably this is a replay.
Someone needs to give Rui a pool noodle to hit Reggie over the head with, I think. Oh, shame. The track is really cold now.
It's cool now. He's he's not going to be a happy bunny at the end of these sessions.
He's got 4 more qualifying, so
yeah.
Oh, shame. He's throwing up his hands.
This is genuinely an action replay of 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. Okay, pool noodles are cleared. But I'm not sure if new ones have been replaced.
Okay, helmet down, visor down.
Come on, Rui.
That's what he's worried about.
205 in the speed gun. It's incredible how that car turns.
That's a joy to watch.
Oh. One would think, I mean, with a car like that, to go through that top edge, you should be able to go flat. And yet, just doesn't do that. Campos goes into 6th position, a 42.6. With just a few cars left. Actually, I think there was the last car to... No. We do have the Cobra with all of its issues going to try and get up the hill again.
Yeah, so I'm not having it. Okay. And are we being pushed to the side?
Or
trying to get a jump start, maybe?
They just go to the side.
Heinrich Dupree, unfortunately, having a tough weekend.
Couple more cars still to go. Whoa, what is that spraying out? Just water, okay. And is that meant to be normal?
He's installed a water feature on the water fountain on the bonnet of the car. I think I would have aborted that run. You don't want to run short of coolants up the hill.
Very peculiar.
And that water will be being blown back onto his visor now.
Yes.
So
with some temperature as well, I believe. And he's taking it very gently. Oh goodness, that's a nasty crash. Very, very nasty crash. Everything looks okay, but yeah, that's definitely going to be a red flag. Shame.
Yep, that's what the roll cage is there for, but that was quite violent. It did look to me like, no, don't do that. There's a big rock there.
You're stuck on a rock.
Oh dear. He's beached now.
Yeah.
Probably he didn't know the rock was there, but he'll have to be pulled out of that position. Bit of sweeping needs to happen on the track there.
He's looking here. His right front wheel looks a little bit sideways. Sure, Rodrigo. Never nice to see accidents, but always grateful when you can see that everyone is okay.
And this is pretty much the first true accident of the weekend. So on that front, and not a huge accident in the end, and everything seems to be okay. And even mechanically, the car, well, some stuff bent, but it was almost going to leave the site on its own accord. Well, hopefully he can get everything back together for tomorrow and enjoy the Sunday of racing.
Yeah, also strange accident, but also because the track has got so much colder, you don't have the grip. You think that you can go through. Turn 1 is very, very deceptive, Chiro.
It's fast as well. It's fast, it's long, and today it's cold, unfortunately. So, and we do have an ambulance arriving on the scene, so we do hope he's okay.
I think it's precautionary. One knows that it's quite a violent accident, but it seems okay. Let's hope everything is all right, and they'll try and clear the track. We'll get into our qualifying, our final qualifying session once this is all being cleared.
It doesn't look very easy to get out of that car.
Well, he is out now, but it has taken a while.
A Caterham with a roll cage. Just needs a little bit of practice.
Yeah. All right. He's everything's okay, which is important. Whether the car can actually go on its own wheels back up the track or need a flatbed, I'm not sure. Looked like that right front, as we look at it, seemed a little bit bent inside, but it was quite a big crash, going up onto the hill. So I think there will be some kind of damage to the bottom of the car.
He's actually climbed back in, so maybe they're going to see if he can take himself up the track. Let's see.
Or down the track.
Although quite a lot of mud on his tires, which he will drop on the track surface. Not ideal.
Yeah, for everybody.
For everyone coming after him.
Listen, all of the cars have to come back down. So, let's see. Yeah, man, that is...
What I'm afraid of. What I'm afraid of is if this accident was caused by the liquid that was being dropped by the Caterham that was running.
Very good point, Rodrigo.
Yeah, very good point. Okay, cars are coming back down at the moment. So let's go and see. I think we're going to cross over to Colin in the pits. Just go and find out. He's got some more information for us.
Well, the issue with the Cobra is, because you can see here, it's got a flat battery. Somehow waiting in the pits ran the battery down, so they're just going to jump start it and keep it. Hopefully they don't have to switch it off and carry on. But hey, Rui Campos, what bad luck. 2 goes, I was standing next to the car, 2 runs in a row. And there was some really, really choice Portuguese words coming out there. At the moment, he is, it was, he's in the top 10 from a qualifying point of view. I've just got the combined results, and I've got to do some serious maths here because there's some single-seaters in amongst the supercars. But Charles Jabet, Franco Scribanti, Peter Zili, that lot, 0.4 of a second. No, it's very, very close. And what this does, they're in the top 10 for the shootout, but it just shows us what a close race we leading up to on Sunday afternoon for King of the Hill in the modified saloons. It's going to be absolutely magnificent. Peter Jabet is just outed. I thought that we could go and talk to Davy and Charles. And I also want to talk to Franco and see what he says. Excuse me for interrupting, guys. Franco, it's starting to get real now. We're dialing things in. You happy so far?
Yeah, look, we've been taking it easy until now. I mean, that's our strategy. You don't win today, you win tomorrow. So slowly catch the monkey.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks a lot. Which monkey he's going to catch, we don't know yet. But a monkey will be taught. Aldo Scribanti, they've got the launch of this thing dialed in like really proper. He's sitting in a bout. And I say about because there's some maths to do. It says 8, but there's 2 single-seaters ahead of him, so that makes him 6. I want to see on the Van Zimmeren car whether they've managed to get the pulley sorted out. So we'll just zip in here and ask. Wade was over there, but I'm going to just see if we can get there. Does it look like we're getting the pulley all right?
Yes, we're running slowly. We'll hopefully get it run. Tomorrow should be running again.
Will you get it out for qualifying today?
I don't think so. I doubt it. But tomorrow we should be up and running.
Good news. Thank you very much. Right, there, straight from the horse's mouth. We go from horses to monkeys. It's a colossal jump again. Thankfully, my favorite car, the yellow Skyline, the yellow GDR, is going to be up and running and getting out for tomorrow. The other just surprise, we spoke to Clint Weston a little bit earlier in 15th position on a 44.2, quicker than Franco Di Matteo in a standard road car with electrics in it. That thing is unbelievably fast. Daniel Rowe is leading Jonathan Mkhotsi, so that's a really cool battle that's going on. Let's go back up to the front here so that we can. Franco Di Matteo should be coming down here. I mean, Rui Campos should be coming down here shortly. And the guys from the Lotus, they've got a lot of spares here on the 7, the small flatty. They should be able to fix that. But now we'll shut up and let the cars talk.
All right, thank you, Colin. Ian Schofield going up the track. It's just about the end of qualifying 2 for this afternoon. Certain cars haven't put in any kinds of times. Richard Roots being one of them. Although, I mean, Chirui still has good 3 chances tomorrow. I mean, he's lucky.
And another one today, actually. So I wonder what his strategy will be. Maybe just leave it for tomorrow. Although, he looks like he's having fun, as usual.
Yeah. So Ian Schofield comes across the line and a 42.885 puts him in 8th position. That's Class C2. Robbie Walk in the pull beam. That was a fabulous launch.
.227 on the Suzuki Speed Trap. Picks up a bit of dirt there.
Yeah, a bit of dirt. No policeman though. Wow, incredible angles. Oh, this is fast. This I feel is very quick. Let's see. Yeah, that's quick. 37.2.
Oh, there it is.
37.2.
First 37 of the weekend.
That, you know what, from on the get-go, that looked quick.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, that was impressive.
That was mighty impressive. Just the confidence on the car, the formula seemed like it was snaking in all the way up to the point, to the top. The way it was on corner entry, there was like just a little bit of slip. It was quite impressive.
Sure, that you could just see. I mean, that full commitment. Wow, unbelievable lap there from Robbie Walk in the pull beam. So that is the standard 37.2. That's where you want to go. They got one more session. Who's going to go out? You know, there could be a few that sit and say, you know, I'm here. I have 6 chances for qualifying. I might as well go. I'm probably not going to make it into my top 10 knockouts. So I'm going to have a go. The others, JP van der Walt, does he want to go and you know, put a little bit more rubber down from his tires? And Richard Roots, does he sit there and say, you know what, regroup, forget today, maybe come back tomorrow? However, track conditions can change.
I think tomorrow the forecast is for a bit more sun. So I think ideally what you want is cold air and a bit of a warmer track. And those are the conditions we might get tomorrow. Neisner, of course, world renowned for being very temperamental in terms of the weather. So it remains to be seen. I think around the country, weather forecasters just throw darts at a board when it comes to Neisner. But tomorrow, I think if we stick to the forecast, should be really good conditions for all the drivers. And in terms of overall King of the Hill, Robbie Volk looking like he's got a fantastic chance tomorrow.
Yeah, that's for sure. According to one of the 474 million weather sites across the world, this evening, 60% chance of rain. Tomorrow, no rain predicted whatsoever, although the temperatures are quite a bit lower. Rodrigo, those who haven't set times so far, do you think a guy like Reggie Rich is going to go out in the session?
Depends on how confident he is on his ability to pull it all in a single or in a couple of runs tomorrow, given that we still have a bit of qualification in the morning, the Sunday. But this is not his first rodeo. No, I wouldn't be too bothered about him. But some of the cars that had issues during the day and I have now just a couple qualifying runs, well, that's a bigger problem for them.
Yeah, I tell you what is really, really fascinating, just looking at our timing sheets. At present, it's only after two Q2 runs, is Class B4, where Wade Van Zumeren, Devin Robertson, Peter Zeely, Charles Hubert, Davy Hubert, there is nothing between those drivers. It's really, really tight. So, I mean, we are in for some incredible action over, today still one more session. As you can see, dark clouds above us. And then, of course, tomorrow, the level last year was phenomenal. But I tell you, this year, it just seems as though that level of more professionalism into the cars, trying to find more speed, more fine-tuning, Chiro seems to be quite a step up.
The competition is phenomenal this year. And I think one of the reasons really, the track could be a little bit faster, but I think what we're seeing here is real engineering success.
Yes.
The cars are just faster. And I suppose every time you come out to Simola, you learn as a driver, you learn as a team, you learn as a mechanic as well. And the engineers who work on setting up the cars, I think, are the unsung heroes perhaps of this weekend, because all of these cars we've seen before, most of them, and all of them are quicker this year.
Yeah, it's just wonderful to see. Rodrigo, lovely to see one of your favorites, Wade Van Zumeren, in the top 10 in that B4 category as well. Hopefully we see the other Van Zumeren cars tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that's the piece missing in this top 10, top 15 puzzle that I always want to build for the channel. Said about Silvio with the RS3.
Yes.
Hope for Lee Thompson in the polo. I would imagine that he saved the car for this last run today. But yes, we're getting a Van Zumeren or a couple of Van Zumerens up top. Always a priority as far as I'm concerned. After that, given that all this it's grouped by families, we want the Scribantes, then we want the Joubers. I don't know. Maybe we have to convince the Schechters to start participating in Simola too, because there's a genealogical tree here to form in some way, and make a collegation with something connected to the race.
No,
but. One thing that I think we are not accounting for now, it's the fact that a lot of the top cars being turbocharged, I am pretty damn sure that a lot of them are nowhere near the full boost settings. We'll see a couple clicks more for a lot of them, and even I suspect that even a car like Devin Robertson in the GTR powered Exige We are not counting him on the same league as the Jouberts, but I'm pretty sure that he will get very close when everything is said and done.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, Devin Robertson is just a phenomenal racing driver as well. And yeah, you know, once they start turning it up just that little bit more, I totally agree. I think there's a lot more time that he's going to come out. Depends a little bit on track conditions, but I think it is going to be interesting. The one, and you mentioned it as well, is Lee Thompson. Somewhere along the line, yes, if he can find out whatever little gremlin they have at the moment, if they can figure that one out, you've got to believe that, number one, his ability, and also the car that he's got there, that thing should be shooting up the timesheets over the next 4 sessions.
Rodrigo, in terms of track temperature in Europe, how much does a factor does that play? Or how much of a factor does that play in certain countries? I suppose you have different ambient temperatures in other countries.
Yes,
okay, hold on. Sorry, Rodrigo. I don't want to interrupt you. We'll get back to that question. Just want to catch up with Colin in the pits. Got some very, very important information for us. Colin, what you got?
Well, 2 things. They always say don't look at the weather app. Look at the sky. Hitting me like, whoa, what was that? 2 and what? 1 smacked me over here. So at the moment, we have evidence, only hard evidence of 2 raindrops. However, the temperature has dropped significantly. We'll wait for the 3rd. I've got my piece of paper out here waiting to see, and I'm looking at the clouds, and there are clouds in the sky, I can confirm that. And we have evidence of 2 raindrops. The other thing we have evidence of is the Lee Thompson 4-wheel drive system that has expired. So they will take no further part in it. The gearbox has given up the ghost. They have battled with that gearbox. We do know that Quentin Boylan has got one of those boxes. It's a little bit far from where we are at the moment. So that is a bit of desperate news. So I'm sorry, Rodrigo, 2 of your favorite cars are out. The real good news is the yellow Van Zimmeren car is going to run tomorrow. They're managing to put it all together. They're smart. They've understood the problem, and they know the repairs that they can do. So at least we'll see in qualifying 4, 5 tomorrow morning, because there are 3 more qualifying sessions tomorrow morning, whether they'll do that. The other thing, Rutz, he's finding the limits. I don't think that he's worried. The weather forecast for tomorrow should be a lot better. And for him, you know, if we look at the times, in order to get into the top 10, he's probably going to have to do a 41 something. We know that he's capable of low 38. So he's got 3 seconds to play with, and with the 3 raindrops that we've got on the ground, that shouldn't be much of a problem. Desperate news for the Silvio Scribanti and another one of Rodrigo's favorite cars.
Lee Thompson.
Silvio's gutted. He spoke to me, so it's Lee Thompson and Silvio. We need to find Rui to do some Portuguese translation, because we'll find out exactly what he said. Maybe he can just talk to Rodrigo straight away. I'm going to talk to Noodle.
Hello.
What happened?
No, same thing. The car just oversteered, but on the next left-hander. So I just need to fix this oversteer. So as it oversteers, then it obviously just brings the nose in and just clips.
But you've also dialed the motor back a little bit, I think, because your top speed's down 10 odd Ks?
No, on the logging it's identical. That's why I'm checking. Because
so what was it? 243.6?
241.2 on the logger.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you for being honest with us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I love it. Because most of these guys, when you ask them something, hey, you know, what does the figure say? They talk not quite the truth. And we know the Scribanti's okay. I want to talk to Aldo. In fact, we're going to talk to Michael Stevens and see if he can give us, there's a funny noise in the background. I don't know what it's all about. He's got his logger open. Michael, we're testing the straightforwardness of engineers. You've got the logging open. What was your top speed on that last run?
208.
208 versus 241 for Reggie. That's a massive difference.
Yeah, we're actually looking into it now. There's a few changes that were made since last year. I think last year in the qualifying runs we did 218. We've made a few improvements, so we should be up on that. So we're having a look at the data just to see what we can find. Other than that, we're going to try some hardware changes and see if we can get back to at least 220, 225, then we're sort of there.
Because, you know, the extra 10, 15 k's an hour up that hill makes a huge difference in time.
Yeah, it's massive, and we're actually exiting turn 1 6 k's an hour faster than last year. But
what's your exit speed?
Depends where you look, but it was 6 k's an hour faster than last year. You know, so yeah, so there's something that we need to sort out. Maybe not for the next run, but overnight we'll have a look and see what we can do.
Got a late night ahead of you?
No.
Because you're clever.
No, it's just we know what to do, but there's not enough time in between runs now, so we'll get it done for tomorrow.
Hardware change.
Just the position of the air filter. It's something simple, but we'll have a look and just see if that's maybe causing some issues.
Awesome. Thanks for talking to us. Oh, I love the way these guys talk. So when they talk about the position of the air filter, we saw during the run the air filter was sticking up here like a cone, and it might be that the speed of the air coming in is disrupting the flow of the air into the inlet side of the turbo. So even though it might be drinking a little bit more hotter air, the fact you'll get more of the air in means you can burn more fuel, make more horsepower, go faster, win, get glory, and have some absolute fun. So they're busy with that at the moment. They'll try that. And the other good news is, I've just got to give you another weather report, and I'll hold my hand out. I'll tell you if there's rain. Let's listen to the cars.
That is a lot of braking from that Suzuki Swift. Thank you, Colin, for all of the updates. Desperate news about Lee Thompson. Hey, listen, a big hello to Anita Valentine, watching from Wales in the UK. Big shout out to Faraz, Franco Damatio, Paul Munro, Ricky G, and the rest of the guys. Great to hear from you, Anita. Thank you for being in touch. Final qualifying for the day, guys. Is Reggie Roots going to go out?
Well, we were just seeing there on our screens, Colin pointing to Franco Scribante's front wing. There it is again with quite a few drops of rain on it. Is the weather turning early now?
And is it enough to make a difference? That's the worst thing about it, because if it's just a few too many drops, then it gets very oily on the surface. If it's those kind of drops, I don't think it's going to make any significance. But I think we'll get an indication as we get more and more cars on the track. Rodrigo driving in these kind of conditions, a bit of uncertainty, not easy for the drivers.
It's a bad spot sometimes to just the indecision when it comes to these bits of early rain where it either makes no difference or makes just that little bit of difference that can cause a big crash without someone even knowing what the hell is going on. Let's hope for the best. Rain tends to spoil things to us who like motorsport. Even more in HillClimb racing, it's not so much as it is on a circuit racing with cars side by side, where it can spice things up here. It can make things go awry quite fast.
Okay, looking at our times, you can see the times a little bit slower than what we had in the last session, but there could be that element of cautiousness.
Yeah, visibility could be a problem now. So.
Yeah, visibility also an issue, although I think the camera lenses are quite open. I'm not too sure. Maybe we should step outside and see if we can see. I think it's okay.
It is getting darker. So the cameras it's a very good representation, I think, of what you would see outside right now, but it's always a little bit different when the water droplets start hitting your windscreen as well.
Yes.
On track, Anton Pommersheim and Paige Lindenberg, both in Mustangs. .2 as opposed to a 50.0 previous run around. Let's see what Paige Lindenberg does. Her best time is at 50.8.
.170 through the Suzuki speed trap there.
.51.7. Could be a bit cautious. People don't want to over push it.
Here comes the 720S.
He had a moment.
Yeah. No, genuinely very brave driving this car up the hill.
We're starting to see some wind too right now.
I think it's genuinely brave to drive it up the car because that's the car that's got to take you home, Chiro.
Well, worst comes to worst, you can catch a flight, but no, you definitely don't want that option. You want to take your car home, that's for sure.
Times are one could say significantly slower than they were in the last run. Track temperature right down. And perhaps a little bit of drizzle on the track. You see the Mustang going very slowly. Potgieter going up the hill. Graham King also going up the hill, flashing hazard lights.
The speed trap must not like the wet.
Yeah, I think so. It's gone on strike.
Might be too dark for the speed trap, we're being told.
Well, how come they catch me when it's nighttime?
The government has access to some very good technology.
Oh, okay. All right. We need some government people to help us with our speed gun.
There's Diardi Bear in that I-5. I mean, that's pretty much a luxury limousine. I mean, he could turn on the massage seats if he wants.
Oh, it's a pity it's not that I-7 where you can sit in the back and watch on a 20-inch screen. Yeah, definitely everyone taking a little bit cooler, a little bit safer on this run.
So this is the first hydrogen-powered car ever to go up the hill. One of the only hydrogen-powered cars in the country. Quite interestingly, South Africa has been selected by BMW to run a test fleet of hydrogen cars. We're one of the only countries in the world where they're doing so, and Sasol is making the hydrogen.
Chad, look off. That is the brand new C63, which is about to be launched in South Africa. Mercedes have graciously brought it down here to the HillClimb. And a magnificent car, brand new C63, running with 500 kilowatts, 1200 Newton meters of torque. Oh, the speed gun woke up.
It's back.
189 k's an hour.
You know, all credit to Chad. Before today, he'd never been up the hill, ever.
Wow,
So,
super.
And in his first run, I think he went sub 50. So, No, he's got a good handle on that car. He's dialed in. He does have all-wheel drive, which does help.
Yes.
But no, he can definitely pedal, and I just hope he's having fun out there. That's the most important thing.
Oh, I'm sure he is having an absolute blast.
Here comes sideways Clint.
Yeah, 46.4 for Chad.
46. Oh, there we go. That's a
Wow.
fantastic time. Really fantastic time. Yo, okay, that was... I think that went from a drift to a moment. It was classified as a moment.
I think that was a moment. So Chad Lukoff actually topping the timesheets until Clint Weston goes into the 43s.
He was even faster this week.
It's unbelievable.
Eddie, that was the first S there. I mean, just absolutely inches from the wrong grass.
Yeah.
There's the grass you want to cut, and there's a grass you don't want to cut. And he was going for the latter.
I'll tell you this. Before this stream, I wasn't even thinking about ever buying a Mercedes like that. After this is the best advertisement I've ever seen for the AMG.
I think the only thing is with that GTA 63S, you're going to have Clint as the driver. Because, man, wow, he's hustling that car. It's unbelievably controlled. Well, not controlled, but just skill. Jeez, that's fantastic.
I'm okay. I'll take an Uber, thanks. Clint, I'll meet him there.
Yeah. Don't know if I really want to be in the car with him.
Yeah.
Especially in the backseat.
Here's our development driver going over the finish line in the Ford Fiesta.
What I like is that we're talking about the track temperatures going down and a bit of drizzle and all that. And the guy, no, I'm going sideways and faster.
100%. And listen, the development driver, just by the way, went 4 seconds quicker.
Oh, good
Although
for him.
it was only his second run of the day. But clearly not frightened by the temperatures.
Here's one of our super polos.
Mokotsi and Rowe, one after the other. I think that's Craig Zank in the GTR. Yep, it goes 6th fastest with a 48.2.
Makotsi didn't follow Rowe there, actually.
Decided not to go.
Rowe is taking it easy. Something seems to be a little bit of misstep with the super polo. And Hyundai i30N catching up now. Oh, black smoke from that i30N.
A lot of it.
Yeah, no, that's a little concerning, but I mean, still pushing.
Yeah, Daniel Rowe just going on a little cruise up the hill. The i30N definitely giving it the full beans.
Patrol Black Hawk 155. Very easy for the speed trap to catch the Black Hawk. Lots of frontal area there.
Sav Galtieri in, well, just craziness. That's all you can say.
That's a wicked car. That you can see the size of the rear diffuser squirreling all the way up to the first corner. Oh no, pool needle, I think. Here's one of our Lotuses. I think the AMG Lotus has opted not to go out. It normally comes ahead of this one.
Oh no, something's gone.
Doesn't sound good.
Oh, gearbox.
Oh, that would be a huge pity if that car, they can't get that right. Still crawling up the hill though, and no, pulling off. Oh dear.
That is disappointing.
That's a pity.
Going to be a lot of mechanics who thought maybe they could go out for a quiet evening, a few beverages. Nope, it's not going to happen, boys or girls.
I'm starting to think that I'm cursing some of these cars.
Why would you do that? Or why would you think that, Rodrigo?
All the cars that I said, okay, I'm curious to see how this one will do. Next run, boom.
I just, as the picture came back to us, I was going to thank God that's not Rui Campos. I think he would be furious if that happened again. Yeah, or they're just rolling that car down the hill or into a safe space until they can remove it. And that was Devon Robertson. And that is desperately unlucky because this driver in this car really could make a serious difference. But hopefully it's something they can repair.
So casual reverse home.
But it didn't sound good.
No.
I
When you start
wonder
hearing
if
metal, yeah. Sorry, Rodrigo.
I wonder if he's aborting the run and doing it again because they had to cancel it because of the pool noodle that was left on the track from the BMW.
Yeah, maybe.
I must be honest. From my side, I heard a lot of metal clanging around. So I hope you are correct.
Me too. No.
But a block of flats at that kind of pace, it's like that thing should not be doing what it's doing.
It's actually quite amazing if you watch the TV footage, Greg, how that heavy vehicle, that patrol, handles through the corners. It's surprisingly very, very stable.
We saw it as well with, I know he's here, Stuart White's in the house.
So Devon Robertson, unfortunately, seemed to have either a mechanical failure, or we're hoping that what Rodrigo's assumption is that decided to abort it because one of the policemen had been knocked over. Either way, who knows? He might go for another run. They're just pushing the car out of the way, and then of course we'll start going again. Oh, good to see the Noble. Rodrigo, this car's had all sorts of problems. Hopefully it has a decent run up the hill this time.
No, I won't say anything before I curse it. let the guy run. Let the guy run.
The commentators curse. That's what we don't want. Savgaltieri, top of the timesheets. We're not sure if he did hit a cone or a pool noodle. So his time might be deleted, but a 43.6, so he'll be very happy with that. So he knows what it can do. He's just got to probably make sure that he's got to move 2 or 3 centimeters to the left or right so he doesn't hit the noodle. Okay, it seems though they're rolling the Lotus back. And then, of course, Butter Kraus, who's also in his 10th year at Simola. So he'll be going out in the Noble. That, of course, with a 3-litre 6-cylinder Ford motor, the M400. Action about to get underway. We're into final qualifying for the day on this Saturday and, of course, tomorrow. 3 more qualifying sessions. And then, of course, the shootouts. And, of course, the King of the Hill. Noble on its way. Beautiful looking car. Onto the brakes gently. Just pedal it. Long apex into turn 2. This is a really tough corner. Hopefully we get the speed gun. 160 k's an hour. Not exceptionally fast. Another one of the Lotuses on their way out. That is Charles Hubert. He's got the Honda J35 engine in the back of that Lotus. .52 for the Noble going up. We've got Jan van der Merwe, his first time at the Simola HillClimb at the bottom in the 240. Over the line goes Charles Hubert with a 39.1. So a little bit slower, Rodrigo. Oh wait, hold on. Here comes noise. Let's listen.
Sharp. Going to say that Charles' time either way will not be legal.
Yeah. Let me tell you, Wade van Zumeren and the sound of that car is just music. Listen to it. Whoa, unbelievable. Wade van Zumeren goes second with a 41.7. Beautiful, brilliant time from Wade. I tell you, if you can keep this up, definitely going to be in that top 10 tomorrow. George Evans is going to be going up. Charles Hubert with a 39.1. A little bit slower than his previous run, but it doesn't seem that the track conditions have changed that much. If anything, sort of improved since the first runners that went out. Maybe they were a little overcautious, thinking that there was a little bit more rain on the track.
What you're going to need overall to be in the top 10. Then after 23, only 2 tenths between.
Not sure what the delay is for, but George Evans will be the next to go out.
60, Starline, ready to go. Just waiting to see what hole that is up north.
So at the moment, Charles Hubert, Wade van Zumeren, Sev Galtieri, haven't seen his time being deleted as yet. Clint Weston with a 43.8. Remarkable lap from him in that car. Chad Lookoff, you also got to say, 46 in that car, also stunning. Paul Munro, 46.7. Owen Bridger, 46.9. Garth McIntosh, George Nicholson, Craig Zank. And then going right to the bottom, Devin Robertson having all sorts of problems but and didn't complete the lap. Dion Smith just went up very, very casually with a 107. Daniel Rowe also went up very, very casually on his final run. Not sure what the delay is. No one's coming back to us as to why we are stationary on the track, but I think here we go. Been given the go-ahead. Craig Evans. Another immaculately prepared GTR.
Was this not the one that had the off?
No,
It wasn't this one.
No, it wasn't this one.
Similar color scheme, I think.
Yes.
So that car did retire then after that off, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There goes Aldo.
One of the fastest cars off the line, Aldo Scribante. Have they found a little bit of top speed? Because that's where they've been losing. They say they're pretty good to turn one. But down the long straight here, this is he. Let's see what he does. 208. They're hoping for 220.
Yeah, they'll fiddle with the setup over those shots, just shooting flames out the side of the car. They'll fiddle with the setup. Here's the Rosper Imports R34.
Yeah, Steve Clark.
These guys are doing some interesting stuff. They go over to Japan, they go to the car auctions, they get the good stuff and they bring it home. And they've built a business out of that.
Incredible.
And that's why we're seeing cars like this on our roads, or more and more of them.
Aldo Scribante with a 41.6. Very, very good. Super time. I think people have realized Chiro There's definitely no rain. The first couple of drivers, I think, went out maybe a little bit cautious. You never know what's out there. I think they've been given the go-ahead to go. Charles Hubert, 39.1.
There's Franco. How hard is he going to push for this last qualifying of the day? He does look like he's on it, bouncing around. 228. High downforce car though. And oh yeah, Franco's right off the pace now.
Yo, what happened there?
No, he's just cruising to the top now.
You know, with Franco, he might have sat there and said, I want to get sector 1 and sector 2. However, he maps it out and said, that's what I want to do. And get that right. 224 on the speed cam. Franco knows he's got a very fast time in the bag as it is. So, listen, let's hope nothing went wrong with the car.
Look, Franco's car is also at the extreme end of what is possible with internal combustion. So, you know, something might go at some point, but he's got a fantastic team behind him and next to him, and I'm sure they'll sort it out.
Okay, here goes Reggie. Wow, that is a tremendous amount of wheel spin.
Four-wheel wheel spin.
Wow. I got to tell you, Darren Goodmans is doing an outstanding job. Another really superb lap. Let's see what comes up here. 237 k's an hour for Reggie Roots.
Just stay away from the policeman. Yeah, he's got that one.
He's got that one, right?
Dodge that one. This is where he collected them on the last run. She's scraping along the ground. Sparks.
Super fast from Reggie Roots.
More sparks. This looks quick.
38.8. Reinhard Roots. He's on the board. There we go. He'll be very happy with that.
Gary Martin's in his diesel M2. If you want to hear more about this car, actually, we have an interview with him on our channel, and he takes us through the development of the car. It's fascinating. Triple turbo diesel engine. Ooh, using all of the track there for a 44.
And a lot of smoke at the end. Oh, it's back.
He's back.
Magic. That's fantastic. Rodrigo, did you expect that?
Not at all. Well,
I didn't expect that.
Guess I was sort of correct when I said that mechanically it didn't seem that hardcore, but I didn't expect it either to be this soft.
Made of strong stuff, that Birkin, because it got properly thrown around in that accident. Took out a Castrol board in the process.
Yeah, fabulous job. Get back on the horse. Super stuff. Ian Schofield getting ready.
The second fastest will be a 38.8 of Reinhard Roots.
The pull beam is firing up on the start line.
I tell you, we didn't see the launch, but from our commentary booth over here, sounded pretty good from Robbie Walk.
Yeah, it really did. So he is currently the fastest man out there for today, for the Saturday of King of the Hill.
He's slowed right down.
He's totally off the pace.
Totally off the pace. I hope. Oh
dear.
Goodness, that is not good. He seems to have lost all drive. Ooh, whoa, I tell you.
That's a pity.
It's one of those where you gamble. Yeah, that is not, well, we hope it's nothing major, but it's definitely terminal for this run from Robert Walk. Fastest time of the day, that was set to 37.2 from Robbie Walk. And then it's fascinating. We have got, time-wise, Rodrigo, fastest of the day so far. Robbie Walk, 37.2. Davy Hubert, 38.801. Richard Roots, 38.828. Charles Hubert, 38.837. Franco Scribante, 38.932. So between those four,
yeah,
like a tenth of a second. Oh, yeah, unbelievable. Sure. Oh, Rodrigo, fun and games, but amazingly in this last qualifying session, quite a lot of mechanical issue.
Yeah, to finish the day, sort of strange, but it can happen. Still, one car we haven't seen still on this last qualifying run was Martin van Zumeren. Hopefully, he can be there tomorrow to join the fight for between those high 38s that will turn into low 38s, high 37s. We hope, and I suspect, because we haven't seen Franco going fully flat out either. There's quite a bit more for Reggie to go. Hopefully, Devin Robertson will get the Lotus up back and running properly. And I will stop from here because if I talk about some other guys, they will start having mechanical issues and all that.
Yeah, commentators curse. We're all gonna tomorrow. We just sit there and go, "Here's so and so."
Yeah,
there we go. No commentators curse. So they've turned that pull beam around. Fortunately, from there it is downhill. So Robbie Walk will be able to get that down. He's found neutral, which is important. Okay, so that is great. I think some stars of the day. One has got to say Clint Weston in this outrageous GT 63S Mercedes.
He's been the most entertaining.
He's really been phenomenal, and I think the Hubert brothers as well definitely stood up to the plate. Peter Zeely, I think's got a little bit left in him. And the disappointments, unfortunately, the likes of Lee Thompson, that won't take any further running. But besides that, a very interesting day. Rodrigo, did you enjoy it as much as we have?
Always. I always love it being this inside the action, contributing and sharing the passion and all this footage with worldwide, and getting the reception from everyone. And talking with so much people who are also racers or involved in motorsports in some way, and are taking a peek at what South Africa has to offer when it comes to HillClimb racing. It's pretty gratifying, and more than that, the action on track, it's always unparalleled, and each year it's getting better and better. Good thing that next year I'm there, because it will be the best one ever.
That's for sure. Man, we look forward to that as well. So I'm not too sure if we're going to catch up with Colin. We're going to just find out. Maybe he's got some news on certain of the sort of maladies. You know, Robbie Walk will have to tell us exactly what has happened with him. We saw Franco back off completely on that run. Reggie got a clean run in, which was very, very important. But I think Cheerio overall, a fantastic day of really, really great entertainment and some super, super fast times.
No, a real treat this year, that's for sure. And as you mentioned, those 4 cars that are separated by a couple of tenths of a second, I absolutely love the engineering behind it, and you can sort of see what's happened this year is a couple of different teams have managed to optimize for the hill and optimize their cars, and now we have these incredibly close runners. So a lot of the work, I mean, it happens year round. Teams such as Scribante, they have their own workshop. They don't stop working on the cars. So really the preparation for Simola begins pretty much straight after the previous Simola. And this is the fruit of everyone's labor, really, and it's for our entertainment and, of course, for their glory. So, no, it's been a fantastic year so far, and I am so excited about tomorrow. I really am.
And I must say, compliments to all of the teams, of course, the drivers, the teams, also for the immaculate preparation and presentation of all of the cars this year as well. All right, Colin, what have you got for us? It was a peculiar final qualifying session for this Saturday. What's the latest news?
Well, I suppose we've got to start with Devin Robinson in the Craig Zank built GTR car. Apparently it's a side shaft, and they think that they can repair it and get it going. Then Robbie Wolk over here. Greg, is it repairable?
We don't know yet.
What was the symptom?
Just stopped. Yeah, we're downloading, see if it's fuel pressure or something else happened. We're not sure yet. Just stopped. Cut out.
It stopped. It didn't make strange noises?
No.
Okay, well, that's always a good thing. So when people say it's a fuel pressure problem, there's two things. Either the fuel pump isn't pumping, or it is pumping, but it's not pumping fuel. It might be pumping air. And so we'll check it out, and we'll have an update in the morning. I've also got to say, Reggie Roots, after smacking down all the noodles, good on him to kind of back it off a little bit, even though 38.8 sounds like backed off. He got a time on the board, and his wife was saying he should have just taken it easy and got something on the board, except no, Reggie has to go flat out all the time. So he'll be pretty happy, and then tomorrow with the 3 quality, they've got a warm-up, and that will be a warm-up. Get everything, the gearboxes warm, the tyres warm, and all the other fluids, as well as the driver warmed. And then he'll start, all of them will start in the 3 qualifyings having a go. I think there are 2 standout performances in qualifying for me, guys. JP van der Walt. And talking to him earlier, remember last year they had a misfire problem. They had an earth strap that was loose, and it turned the car into a semi-limp mode. Not quite a full-on limp. And if you watch now, the rain is gently coming down. Jeff Goddard showed me all his weather apps and blah, blah, blah that the sailors and the fishermen use, and said no more rain, but anyway, it's coming now. But they're droplets. They're sort of midget drops, and it's not a colossal amount of rain coming down here in a huge deluge of amorphous material that would just lie down the whole road. I got all of the words in, thank you very much. So JP van der Walt in 12th, but there's 2 single-seaters ahead of him, so effectively JP's in a standard road car, is in the top 10 of, if it would be the modified cars. So a massive performance. And then that Mercedes-Benz of Clint Weston in A8 with its all the electrics and all the stuffs and technology that it's got in, to do a 43.8 up this hill is very, very quick. Quicker than Franco Domatio, although Domatio does have a problem in the back axle. The diff isn't diffing, so they'll have a thing. So rain's coming down a little bit harder. Tomorrow we predict sunshine. It's been a lot of fun here, a lot of cars. I think the nerves will be a little bit different tomorrow. There always is another energy to this pit lane on Sunday. It's massive. It's exciting. Robbie, any news on the issue?
Going to find out. Not too sure yet.
Oh, man. They never want to tell me the truth. So that's about it from me. There's lots of stories. I could go on for about an hour and a half, but I won't. Thank you for indulging me. It's been special.
Well, there we go. Our fabulous Colin Hasty in the pits. I hate it when the diff doesn't diff.
I was about to say that was the highlight for me of Colin's technical insight there.
Yes.
I really enjoyed that.
When the diff doesn't diff. Oh, it's just terrible. Rodrigo, let's get a wrap up from your side.
No, I just hope that diff isn't an LSD, because if it is LSDing, then it's a huge issue.
Yeah, well, there we go. Whatever, if it was LSD or normal, it just didn't diff. That's the main thing. We are in for a cracker of a day tomorrow. There might be a little bit of smattering of rain this evening, whatever, but the prediction for tomorrow is that it is going to be clear. It is going to be coolish, but I think the action on track is going to be outstanding. Any kind of prediction on a time? Let's say weather is dry, weather is coolish, warm. Do you think we can get into the early 37s?
I'm going with my bet. I will bet in 37.8. Don't know about you guys. I won today with a 246.
Yes.
But let's see if I can win tomorrow too.
Unbelievable.
37.8. I think I have a feeling that it could. I'm going to go 37.6. I'm going to be a little bit bold.
I'm going 37.5. Latest news that we've just got in, Robert Walk's car. It is the battery voltage regulator, which didn't battery voltage regulate. And so they're going to fix that one for tomorrow, and everything should be okay.
Just really, we're really providing just absolutely stellar technical insight this afternoon.
Incredible insights.
It's been good fun. Thanks, Rodrigo. Rodrigo is, if you're not familiar with Rodrigo's channel, HillClimb Monsters, he really is a proper aficionado of this form of motorsport. And we've been playing over the afternoon. We've been trying to guess and trying to get as close to a certain number as possible.
Yeah.
And I never like to sort of go too far from Rodrigo's predictions because they're really, really good.
Yeah, no, he's spot on. I've got to go the other way.
Yeah, but I am looking forward to tomorrow. And a packed. An incredibly close field as we've seen in qualifying, and I think as Rodrigo predicted as well, the turbocharged cars. I don't think they've cranked right up to the top. So this is going to be a good day tomorrow.
Rodrigo, listen, have yourself a fantastic evening. Bicchiere di vino, vinho. And make sure you join and have a spectacular day with us. As always, such a pleasure to get your insights and your knowledge, and also a big hello to everybody on your channel as well.
Much appreciated. It's always a pleasure being here with you. Gladly we have another day to enjoy racing, and I think tomorrow we have a long day ahead, and the best day ever for as far as Simola goes. Okay.
Wonderful. There we go. Rodrigo de Oliveira, go and check out HillClimb Monsters as well. Cheers. It's been a fabulous day. Always a lot of fun, some great banter. Sometimes the comments off the air are better than on the air. However, we can't say them on the air.
No, it's a real pleasure working with you, Sasha, and Rodrigo as well, and the entire production team. A lot goes into bringing this live stream to you around the world. I'm so grateful to be a part of it. Thank you very, very much, and we're off, I think, and we'll catch you soon.
Yeah, of course. And also, thank you for all of the comments that come through on the various platforms as well. It's really, really great, and we love hearing from you. And, sometimes it is the world of digital, and sometimes, we get some little gremlins that come into us. But we try our best and make sure that you get the best of what we can deliver. So from the whole production team right here at Simola 2024, we will see you bright and early tomorrow for the final, the King of the Hill, Simola 2024. Take care. Ciao, ciao.
Next up, Kanyisile Mokhale.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes!
Everybody turn to page 6.
Kanye, we love it. The girls ahead. Congratulations.
I am the champion. If you give me a room, I'll shake it. Keep moving on, keep moving. Keep moving on, keep moving on.
I am bold.
I am an icon.
I won't fold. Yeah!
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, we forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. Look at the stars. Find your more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. More adventure, more freedom. More. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door. Born for more.